Having transmigrated into the body of a villainous, rich, and handsome man in a novel, Liang panicked in despair as his family was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, the family system was activated, and the family became stronger as it developed. So before the plot even begins, Liang sets out his plans, initiating the hunt. When the story begins, he is already invincible. Chapter 1: Many Children, Many Blessings? Invincible from the start. Liang, what do you want with me? In a simple yet luxurious office. A stunningly beautiful woman frowned, glaring angrily at the young man sitting in the office chair before her. Lu Ruolin, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, had become the CEO of the Lu Group at a young age, a renowned business prodigy. She possessed a delicate and beautiful oval face, her eyebrows arched like crescent moons, and her thin lips as luscious as roses. Wearing a professional suit that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, her toes were completely hidden beneath her head. Her beautiful eyelashes trembled slightly, her eyes seemed to spit fire, and her fair, flawless face was flushed with a faint pink, showing how furious she was. The young man opposite her was no ordinary person either. He was the eldest son of the Su family, the most prestigious family in Shanghai. Liang, handsome and refined, was currently scrutinizing her with a playful expression. Damn it! Before she could react, he waved his hand dismissively. Don't get excited. I just came to see you after 2 days. What bad intentions could I possibly have? Lu Ruolin looked suspicious. Let me tell you, I will never fall for you. As if remembering something, her eyes hardened. Even if I, Lu Ruolin, die, even if I jump off this cliff, I would never. Liang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on his face. I'm happy you're talking to Brother Liang. But I don't really like your tone. Hearing Liang's sudden change in tone, Lu Ruolin's face showed an unexpected expression. It's the same old formula, and it's bound to taste familiar. She fell silent. Liang stroked his chin, his expression mocking. Why bother? As Liang stepped out of the office, it was dusk. A deep red cloud blanketed the sky, reflecting across the vast landscape, weaving a magnificent tapestry. Leaving the Lu Group building, at the respectful gesture of his bodyguards, Liang got into a luxurious Rolls-Royce. The car started and smoothly drove down the street. Liang propped his head up with one hand, gazing at the bustling traffic outside the window, lost in thought. According to the timeline, the plot should be starting soon, right? Actually, he had been transmigrated to this parallel world for half a year. When he learned that this was a novel world, and that his role was that of a villain, he was stunned. In the novel, Liang was a simply male supporting character, a stepping stone for the protagonist, ultimately suffering the destruction of his family and the loss of his home. The thought of such an ending terrified him. Fortunately, the essential cheat code for transmigrators had arrived. The Villain Family System. The system rules are simple: just bring people into your clan and add clan members to earn rewards. Is this setting him up to build a huge harem? Of course, the saying many children, many blessings has its limitations. First, the affection level must reach a certain point. Second, the chosen one must possess a certain amount of luck. A woman with luck in the book, a heroine with luck? This is forcing him to become the complete opposite of the protagonist. Fortunately, there were still 6 months before the plot began, giving him time to defy fate. Thus, Liang began his hunt. School beauties, flight attendants, policewomen, nurses, secretaries, female CEOs. Queens, mature women. Pure, alluring, aloof, gentle, Yandere. Now, 6 months later, Liang had over a dozen family members, and many more were still under his pursuit. Lu Ruolin, the object of his adoration in the novel, was also the protagonist's fiancée. The young master of the most prestigious family in Shanghai, acting as a simp according to the novel's plot? No way. Liang directly used the Su family's influence to target the Lu Group in the business arena. The Lu family was just a small clan. How could they possibly compete with the Su family? The result was as expected. Pressure from major corporations and betrayal from partners quickly left the Lu Group besieged on all sides. No matter how high Lu Ruolin's business acumen, she couldn't save the company from impending bankruptcy. Just when she was in despair, Su Liang appeared, offering her a glimmer of hope. However, this female lead has a particularly strong personality. He can't seem to build any goodwill with her, so he hasn't been able to earn any gold coins. Today, he came to see this protagonist's fiancée, hoping to recruit her into his family and receive a reward. So that once the plot begins, he can deliver a devastating blow to the protagonist. Unexpectedly, Lu Rulin is as sharp-tongued as ever. Can Su Liang tolerate this? Although he didn't manage to subdue this female lead, it's not a big problem. With the addition of more than a dozen family members, Su Liang also received a series of system rewards. Early stage of transformation realm. Power level classification, Ming Gene and Gene, transformation realm. Personal space. Store items at will, currently limited to inanimate objects. Driving skills God level. Skill levels, beginner, intermediate, advanced, God level. Gentle breeze charm buff. Increases the goodwill of those around the host. A successful villain never wears their evil on their sleeve. Though they commit countless atrocities, they remain outwardly refined and approachable. There's also marrow cleansing, enhanced martial arts skills, photographic memory, and increased charisma. It's no exaggeration to say he is already invincible. Now he's completely unfazed, simply waiting for the plot to unfold so he can deliver a devastating blow to the protagonist. Chapter 2: The protagonist becomes invincible and descends the mountain? He immediately annuls the engagement. In Xishan, Shanghai, lies an abandoned building. Lost and neglected for years, it's overgrown with weeds, a desolate sight. Despite its current state of disrepair, 6 years ago it was incredibly famous, a place of unparalleled glory. Because this was the ruins of the Lin family, one of Shanghai's 5 most powerful families. 6 years ago, the Lin family lost a business battle with the Su family. Unable to bear the blow of bankruptcy, the Lin family patriarch jumped from the 33rd floor. His wife, heartbroken, died of grief. Only one heir remained, who vanished without a trace. Thus, the once renowned Lin family vanished overnight. Dad, Mom, I'm back. I will destroy the Su family and avenge you. At this moment, before the ruins of the Lin family, a young man kneels and kowtows. The young man has an ordinary, unremarkable face. After kowtowing several times, he slowly rose. His deep, dark eyes revealed his extraordinary nature. He was Lin Hao, the only surviving member of the Lin family. He was not dead. He had vanished without a trace, seemingly evaporated from the face of the earth, but in reality, he had gone to cultivate in the deep mountains with an old man. He had 3 masters. His eldest master was a legendary healer, possessing unparalleled medical skills, capable of reviving the dead and healing the wounded. His second master was an unmatched martial artist, proficient in all 18 martial arts styles, capable of killing a bull with a single punch. His third master was a reclusive master, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. You little brat, you've mastered everything the 3 of us learned in a lifetime in just 6 years. However, we old folks have nothing more to teach you. Go do what you want. You brat, stop torturing this old man. You're invincible now. Go down the mountain and wreak havoc on your senior sisters. Thinking of what his masters had told him when he left the mountain, Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile. That's right. Through 5 years of diligent training, he had mastered everything his masters had learned in their lifetimes, even surpassing them. Now he had returned, vowing revenge and to make the Su family, responsible for the Lin family's destruction, pay the price. The next morning. Screech. A taxi pulled up and stopped outside a villa. The villa combined Chinese and Western architectural styles, appearing grand and imposing. A plaque above the door read Lu family. A figure stepped out of the taxi, it was Lin Hao. He didn't immediately visit his senior sisters, but instead went to the Lu family. Back when the Lin family was at its peak, countless families fawned over them, and the Lu family was one of them. To establish a connection with the Lin family, the Lu family proposed a marriage alliance, with Lu Rulin and Lin Hao as the betrothed. Because the two families were on good terms, and there was the marriage alliance involved, it was only right and proper for him to pay a visit. Standing before the villa, looking at the solemn plaque, Lin Hao felt a pang of nostalgia. Back then, the two families were close, and he had visited the Lu family several times. In the years since, it had become even more magnificent. It seems the Lu family has developed quite well these past few years. He couldn't help but think of that elegant and quiet girl, pure and stunningly beautiful. That was his fiancée. She was so beautiful 6 years ago, I wonder how stunningly beautiful she is now. The thought of seeing his fiancée soon stirred even Lin Hao's usually calm heart. What are you doing? Is this a place for you? Get out of here. A cold shout rang out. He looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that Lin Hao's presence at the entrance had attracted the attention of the security guard, who menacingly approached to shoo him away. Lin Hao remained calm. I'm here to see Lu Ruolin. Please inform her. The guard was taken aback, sized him up, and couldn't help but sneer. Lin Hao had just come from the mountains, wearing a faded shirt and jeans with several holes. He was, in a way, cleaner than a beggar. You? Looking for the young lady? Do you have keys made? How many? As if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, the guard mocked mercilessly. Who was their young lady? A renowned business whiz, her suitors stretched from Shanghai to Beijing. The guy before her looked like he'd just come down from the mountains, trying to scam the Lu family. Lin Hao's face darkened. While he didn't care about these small fry, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could dare to act so arrogantly in front of him. Just as he was about to explode, a slightly hesitant voice sounded from the side. Young Master Lin. An elderly man in a tang suit looked at Lin Hao with surprise. He was the Lu family's butler. The two families had been on good terms in the past, and he had met Lin Hao before. 6 years had passed, and aside from having shed his childishness and appearing much more mature and composed, his appearance hadn't changed much. He was as unremarkable as ever, so the butler recognized him immediately. What puzzled him was how Madame knew Lin Hao would be visiting the Lu family recently. Old Lu. Lin Hao also recognized the butler, his expression returning to calm, and he replied with a smile. Come with me. The butler nodded and led the way. Upon arriving at the living room, the butler asked Lin Hao to wait while he went to inform Madame. An hour passed. Just as Lin Hao was growing impatient, Madame Lu Ruolin's mother finally arrived. Madame Lu, holding a cup of coffee, leisurely sat down on the sofa and elegantly took a sip. Speak, she said, what business do you have at the Lu family? She glanced at Lin Hao indifferently, her tone icy, her disdain undisguised. Lin Hao's heart sank. From the moment he was made to wait an hour without even a cup of tea, he had a premonition. Even now, he couldn't accept it. How kind Madame Lu had been back then. Every time he visited the Lu family, she treated him to the best food and drink. And now? His gaze was as if he were looking at a beggar on the street. Perhaps the kind and gentle Aunt John he remembered had changed long ago, when his Lin family was destroyed. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao said in a low voice. Aunt Jiang, I've come to see Ruolin. Before he could finish speaking, Madame Lu interrupted him. How much? Lin Hao was taken aback. What did she mean? I said, how much money do you want to dissolve your engagement with Ruolin? Chapter 3, Goodbye to the female lead. The protagonist is stunned. How much money do you want to dissolve your engagement with Ruolin? Swish. Lin Hao's expression instantly changed. He was about to angrily rebuke her. What did she take him for? Just then, Madame Lu continued, 1 million. And don't you dare bother my daughter. Ha! Lin Hao laughed angrily. In your eyes, your daughter, the dignified eldest daughter of the Lu family, is only worth 1 million. Madame Lu frowned, then relaxed. 5 million, I'll give you 5 million, don't push your luck. The marriage agreement from back then wasn't proven. Giving you 5 million is more than enough from the Lu family. Indeed. It was she who proposed the marriage alliance. The Lin family agreed, and the two families reached a consensus without a formal marriage contract. However, the Lu family had publicized it extensively to curry favor with the Lin family. Almost everyone in Shanghai's high society knew about it. Given the Lin family's power at the time, even without a marriage contract, the marriage alliance was a done deal. But who could have imagined that the Lin family would offend the Su family? They vanished overnight. The reason the Lu family is giving Lin Hao money to dissolve the engagement isn't because they feel indebted to him. It's simply to silence the gossip in high society. Enough. Seeing that Madame Lu was about to continue her nagging, Lin Hao finally couldn't help but interrupt. You want a marriage alliance? You want to annul it? I simply won't agree. Annul the engagement? Fine, then let Lu Rulin come and talk to me personally. Farewell. With that, Lin Hao turned and left with a flourish, leaving behind a livid Madame Lu. Watching Lin Hao's retreating figure, she picked up her phone and dialed young Master Su's number. Beep beep beep. The call connected. Madame Lu's previously gloomy face instantly transformed into a fawning smile. Young Master Su, that Lin Hao really did come looking for me. It turned out that she knew Lin Hao would be visiting the Lu family in recent days, all thanks to Su Liang's information. Lin Hao was unaware that an invisible net had already been cast against him. Leaving the Lu family, Lin Hao went to the Lu group. After making inquiries along the way, he also learned some information about Lu Rulin. The CEO of the Lu group, a business whiz, aloof and stunningly beautiful, with countless suitors. He went to find Lu Rulin to get to the bottom of things. Was it she who proposed breaking off the engagement, or was it merely her mother's idea? The security at the Lu group was even tighter than at the Lu family home, and Lin Hao, unsurprisingly, was stopped at the gate by security guards. To see Lu Rulin, he had to find another way. Luckily, he was quite agile and managed to climb over the fence on the other side. After several twists and turns, he finally met Lu Rulin in the CEO's office. Who are you? Looking at the disheveled young man before her, Lu Rulin frowned slightly. And Lin Hao? He was completely stunned, a voice screaming in his heart. Break off the engagement? Impossible. I'll never call it off. Rulin can only marry me. I said it, not even Jesus could stop me. Having spent 6 years on the mountain, Lin Hao had never seen such a beauty. He had heard countless times about how beautiful President Lu was. Even seeing her in person, he couldn't help but be stunned. Her oval face was exquisitely beautiful, her slightly furrowed brows exuding a cool and authoritative aura that inspired a desire to conquer. Her hair was pulled up high, and there was a mature woman's charm between her brows. Why the hell am I having this feeling? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. Lin Hao quickly shook his head in fright. Coming back to his senses, seeing Lu Rulin's furrowed brows and the posture of calling security, he hurriedly said, Rulin, it's me, Lin Hao. Don't you remember me? Lin Hao. Lu Rulin stirred, a long-forgotten memory beginning to resurface in her mind. Her mind was now filled with Su Liang's image. The memory from 6 years ago certainly seemed distant. Lin Hao was originally the young master of the Lin family. 6 years ago, a sudden upheaval wiped out the Lin family, and Lin Hao disappeared without a trace. Everyone assumed he was dead. You're not dead. Back then, I went to the mountains with my master, and now I'm back. Lin Hao forced a smile as he explained. Lu Rulin nodded. So you came to find me because... Lin Hao. So nonchalant? Aren't you curious about what I did in those 6 years? And what am I supposed to do now that I'm back? I just went to the Lu family. Aunt Jiang wants to dissolve our engagement, so I came to ask your opinion. He paused, then added with an air of nonchalance. Don't worry, the engagement was arranged by my parents back then. If you don't agree, I won't force you. He looked at Lu Rulin nervously after speaking. Although she was already one of his chosen concubines, he still hoped to hear the answer he wanted. He thought this would win her favor, but Lin Hao quickly realized something was amiss. Lu Rulin's expression shifted rapidly, a complex mix of fear, resentment, shame, and anger. After a long pause, she took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Then let's annul the engagement. Ha! Lin Hao was dumbfounded, utterly stunned. What the hell was going on? It wasn't exactly different from what he expected, but rather the complete opposite. He asked blankly, why? There's no why. Lu Rulan's expression was very serious. After all, she had interacted with Su Liang countless times, their relationship was deeply rooted, and she knew him quite well. Given Su Liang's domineering nature, if he knew about her engagement to Lin Hao, he might very well kill her to silence her. Annulling the engagement would at least prevent one more tragedy. It wasn't that she liked Lin Hao or wanted to protect him. In reality, aside from the engagement, the two had no relationship whatsoever, they were merely acquaintances. She just didn't want to hurt innocent people. It must be said, to become the female lead, she truly has the responsibility and magnanimity. Ugh. Lin Hao, however, wasn't going to appreciate it. Just as he was about to question her, Lu Rulan's expression changed. She quickly covered her mouth and went to the bathroom next door to dry heave. Lin Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his heart skipped a beat, and an utterly absurd thought surged within him. Chapter 4: The female lead experiences morning sickness. The first meeting between the protagonist and the antagonist. Lin Hao walked out of the office in a daze, his mind churning. Lu Rulan's sudden vomiting had reminded him of the allure of a mature woman she possessed. At the time, he thought it was his imagination and didn't think much of it, but now, combining the dots. That vomiting, could it be a sign of pregnancy? This thought was immediately dismissed. How could it be? She was his fiancée. One of the most irresistible women in his harem, even Jesus couldn't stop her. The thought of Lu Rulan being taken by some scoundrel and pregnant made his heart ache so much he could hardly breathe. Therefore, Lin Hao left the office. He couldn't accept the truth, and he no longer had the will to question Lu Rulan about why she had broken off the engagement. Wait, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Lin Hao paused, trying to reassure himself. That womanly allure was just my imagination, the vomiting was just nausea. His medical skills were no less than his master's, but he wasn't capable of determining pregnancy at a glance, and couldn't be certain that Lu Rulan was pregnant. There was something else that puzzled him, the fear, shame, and anger in Lu Rulan's eyes. The president of the prestigious Lu Group, a top figure even in high society. Who could possibly elicit such emotions from her? Lin Hao rallied his spirits, his eyes gleaming. He needed to find the truth. If Lu Rulan was pregnant, there must be someone she was having an affair with, right? He needed to find that person. If he couldn't find them, then it meant he was overthinking things. Actually, taking Lu Rulan's pulse would be simpler. But he dared not, afraid that if it were true, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Stop! How did you get in here, kid? A loud shout rang out. A burly security guard blocked his way. The security guard who had stopped Lin Hao at the gate not long ago was him. He had just changed shifts and saw the kid as he came over from the gate, thinking he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes several times. You just came in like this. Lin Hao feigned innocence. Inwardly cursing his bad luck, was he really going to mess with the security guard today? Stop talking nonsense, get out of here right now, or I'll call the police. The security guard wasn't listening to his explanation. He threatened him while pulling him towards the door. No bro, I can walk myself. Lin Hao's eyes darted around. I heard President Lu was very beautiful, a peerless beauty, I just wanted to see if it's true. Hearing him praise Lu Rulan, the security guard softened his grip and said proudly. Of course, our president is stunningly beautiful, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. The security guard had seen plenty of people like Lin Hao. Lu Rulan was too famous. Every day, countless people come to the company, drawn by his reputation, just to catch a glimpse of him. There are charismatic CEOs, elegant gentlemen, glamorous white-collar workers, and ordinary people. But they are all stopped at the door by the security guards. Unexpectedly, this young man found a loophole and slipped in. "Oh, President Liu has so many suitors, I wonder if she's dating anyone." Lin Hao had said all that to the security guard, just to get to this last question. If Lu Ruolin was close to anyone, the security guards in the company would definitely know best. After dragging Lin Hao to the company gate, the security guard relaxed and became more talkative. The president's suitors could stretch from Shanghai to Beijing, but to say who's successful, there really aren't any. But what? Lin Hao's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that the next sentence was the truth he was looking for. But in the last few months, the president has been spending more time with young Master Su. Young Master Su? Which young Master Su? Should keep your voice down. The security guard was startled by Lin Hao's loud voice and whispered a reprimand. Gossiping about the president's relationships in private could get you fired. Seeing Lin Hao's excitement, he looked around to make sure no one was paying attention before speaking. Of course, it's the eldest son of the Su family. Not only does he have a powerful family background, but he's also incredibly handsome and has a refined and approachable demeanor. If we have to say who's worthy of our CEO, it has to be young Master Su. Lin Hao couldn't bear to hear the security guard's next words. The words Su family and young Master Su kept flashing through his mind. He gritted his teeth, the Su family again. Unaware of Lin Hao's unease, the security guard continued his effusive boasting. A familiar Rolls-Royce came into view. The security guard tensed up and quickly opened the door to let him through. As the car approached, he even saluted, bowing and scraping obsequiously. Lin Hao noticed this and frowned. Perhaps by coincidence, the young man in the back seat also happened to be looking at him. For a moment, their eyes met. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Lin Hao stood there, his brow furrowed. In that brief exchange of glances, he had seen a mocking glint in the young man's eyes. He was certain the two had never met before. Why would he show him such an expression? Who was that? Him, he's the young Master Su I told you about. Whoosh asterisk. Lin Hao's expression changed. His aura instantly sharpened, like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. This young Master Su had been getting close to Lu Ruolin lately. He was likely the one trying to steal her away. He took a few steps to follow, but was stopped by security. "Brother, don't make things difficult for me. You'd better leave quickly." Seeing this, Lin Hao toned down his imposing manner. It was broad daylight, he couldn't force his way in. It wouldn't be good if the police were called. Left with no other choice, he could only anxiously wait for that young Master Su to emerge. Chapter 5, Having dinner with the female lead causes the protagonist to have a complete mental breakdown. It was noon. The sun was blazing, baking the earth. Lin Hao stood guard at the door, drenched in sweat. The physical heat was nothing compared to the anxiety in his heart. Why hasn't that young Master Su come out yet after being in there for so long? What are he and Lu Ruolin doing? Could he be in the office, on the sofa, on the desk? If it weren't for the group of security guards watching him intently, he would have rushed in long ago. A kind security guard asked him to leave, but he wouldn't budge. What a joke! He's practically glowing with greed, how could he just leave like that? This touched the hearts of the security guards. They couldn't help but marvel at the charm of the CEO. They were willing to brave the scorching sun just to catch a glimpse of the CEO. Just as Lin Hao's patience reached its limit, the familiar Rolls-Royce pulled out. Inside the car was another person, Lu Ruolin, CEO Lu. The security guards, keeping their eyes down, pretended not to see anything and silently opened the gate. Lin Hao's spirits lifted, he gritted his teeth and chased after the car. The Rolls-Royce wasn't going fast, and Lin Hao, having practiced martial arts for years, had no trouble following it. The car didn't go far, stopping in front of a 5-star hotel. The bodyguard who was driving got out and opened the car door for Su Liang. Lu Ruolin got out of the car from the other side herself. Their relationship seemed rather casual. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't the man get out of the car to open the door for his female companion? At the very least, Shouldn't a bodyguard open the door for the woman? Lin Hao, who was secretly watching, breathed a sigh of relief, but then a sense of unease returned. Su Liang got out of the car and walked towards the hotel entrance, with Lu Rulan quickly following. Ah! Isn't this relationship reversed? It looks like Lu Rulan is fawning over Su Liang? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and followed. He didn't confront her directly, choosing instead to continue observing from the shadows. The two reserved a table in the lobby. The waiter ordered, and then the two chatted and ate like ordinary business partners. Lin Hao thought he was just overthinking things. But what he saw next made him explode on the spot. Su Liang, having finished his meal, glanced casually at the scene, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. He had come today for two reasons: first, to see this protagonist. Second, to see if the plot would still unfold as originally planned with his intervention. Upon seeing the protagonist, he found him indeed unremarkable, fitting the stereotype of someone who subtly displays arrogance. The plot had changed. Instead of the original story where the protagonist had just descended the mountain and Lu Rulan had him work as a security guard at the company, the original plot hadn't followed. The plot had changed, and he was unharmed, confirming his suspicion that he didn't need to worry about how the story would unfold. So what if I killed the protagonist? Would that cause any problems? Seeing that Su Liang had finished eating, Lu Rulan stopped eating as well. She appeared calm, but inwardly she was extremely anxious, on the verge of tears. Su Liang used to come to see her often, but only every few days, because she couldn't bear it. Why was Su Liang coming so frequently these past 2 days? Having eaten and drunk her fill, she wondered whether Su Liang would take her home or continue to her office. A mix of emotions welled up inside her. A hand appeared before her, holding a tissue. The meaning was clear: she was to wipe her mouth. Looking up, she saw Su Liang looking at her gently, his demeanor refined and elegant. But Lu Rulan felt no warmth, instead, a bone-chilling coldness. Only she knew what kind of devil lurked beneath this gentle and refined exterior. She dared not look any longer and quickly averted her gaze. Just as she reached for the tissue, a voice as warm as a spring breeze rang in her ears. "Let me help you." With that, Su Liang held the tissue to her mouth and gently wiped it. His movements were as tender as if he were treating a girlfriend. Thank you." Lu Rulan thanked him hastily, her voice flustered and incoherent. "With our relationship, why be so polite?" Su Liang hadn't finished speaking when he exclaimed in surprise. The system, which previously only notified him when he won over the female lead and brought her into his family, suddenly popped up again. Ding Lin Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding Lin Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. After understanding, Su Liang suddenly realized that the system had launched a new function. Attacking the protagonist would earn him villain value. Villain value could be used for system lotteries. Previously, rewards were only obtained by bringing the female lead into the family, but now there was another source of rewards. Tisk. Su Liang clicked his tongue. This was making him a mortal enemy of the protagonist. Whatever, before, he was just irreconcilably vengeful for stealing the female lead, he'd just make sure she was dead. But his plan needed to change. Originally, he planned to kill the protagonist as soon as he appeared, eliminating any future trouble. Now it seemed he still had some use. Rather than killing him, it's better to squeeze out his last bit of value, letting him exert his final burst of energy. Attacking the protagonist yields villain points, which can be used to improve strength through lucky draws. With this balance of power, what will the protagonist have left to fight him with? Plundering villain points is essentially a disguised way of robbing the protagonist of their luck. Unfortunately, Lin Hao doesn't have much luck, it will likely be drained soon. If only there were more protagonists. After draining the luck of one protagonist, kill them and move on to another. Like harvesting leeks, one crop after another. Su Liang had a vague suspicion. This world isn't just the world of the novel Invincible, descending the mountain to wreak havoc on senior sisters. Because the dozen or so female protagonists he's taken in aren't characters from this novel's world. This is one of the reasons he decided not to kill the protagonist for now, to squeeze out his last bit of value. His strength is invincible in this novel's world, but who knows which other protagonists are there? A returning elite soldier, a martial arts master, a retired god of war, a son-in-law of the Dragon King. Su Liang wouldn't let any opportunity to strengthen himself slip by. Of course, if this protagonist posed even the slightest threat to him, he would kill without hesitation. No matter how valuable they were, they still had to be killed. Seeing Su Liang wipe Lu Rulan's mouth, Lu Rulan surprisingly didn't refuse, as if it were commonplace. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. The facts were undeniable, he had no choice but to believe them. Judging from their intimate posture, Lu Rulan showed no shyness or blushing, indicating they had definitely been together for a long time. There was a 99.9% chance they had done even more intimate things. Then Lu Rulan's morning sickness was real? He was being cuckolded, his head was being turned green. The green grassland couldn't even begin to describe it. Lin Hao couldn't accept it for a moment. No. Suddenly, he realized something and looked closely. He quickly discovered the key point. Lu Rulan not only didn't blush, but she was even paler than before, a familiar look of fear flashing in her eyes. Swish! A flash of inspiration struck him. At that moment, Lin Hao understood everything. So, Lu Rulan's compliance was all due to the coercion of that young master of the Su family. What did he use to coerce her? Nothing more than the Su family's power. Perhaps he had some leverage over Lu Rulan. Thinking of Su Liang forcing her to do all sorts of things, even the possibility that she was pregnant with his child, Lin Hao trembled with anger and coldness. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain value plus 999. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise in his eyes. His mentality exploded just from being a little intimate with the female lead? This protagonist's mentality is terrible. This is nothing. If he knew Lu Rulan had already fallen for him, wouldn't he die on the spot? Chapter 6, Hospital Test Reveals Pregnancy. The female lead is stunned. Having guessed the whole story, Lin Hao was furious. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill Su Liang immediately. In the end, he restrained himself. He noticed several experts hidden in the surrounding corners, presumably secretly protecting the young master of the Su family. These individuals possessed some skill, but in his eyes, they were insignificant. The reason he didn't act was that he didn't want to alert them. His enemy wasn't just Su Liang, but the entire Su family. Once Su Liang was killed, given the Su family's power, even his considerable strength wouldn't be enough to contend with them. Moreover, he clung to a last glimmer of hope. Perhaps possibly Lu Rulan wasn't actually pregnant. That's how people are, they won't believe the truth until they see it with their own eyes. After teasing Lu Rulan for a while, Su Liang prepared to return to the company. His parents had moved their business to the capital, leaving everything in Shanghai to him. The company was already piled high with documents. His objective had been achieved, now it was time to slowly cultivate the protagonist's character. Before leaving, Su Liang left a female bodyguard to keep watch. She was to report back to him if anything happened. Things like the female lead and the protagonist developing feelings for each other were impossible to happen in front of him. Lu Rulan was tense all over. She only breathed a sigh of relief after Su Liang left. Just then, a waiter carried a plate of greasy braised pork trotters past her, making her feel nauseous again. She covered her mouth, taking a while to calm down. She asked the waiter for the bill and was just picking up her bag to go back to the company when a figure blocked her way. Lin Hao, what are you doing here? Lu Rulan frowned. Judging from Lin Hao's clothes, he didn't seem like someone who could afford a 5-star hotel. He was probably here to see her. Lin Hao's expression was incredibly complicated as he took a deep breath. I've learned quite a bit these past few years, and my medical skills are pretty good. Seeing you vomit twice, may I take your pulse? He paused, seemingly considering her concerns, and continued. Don't worry, no physical contact is needed. I can take your pulse using a thread-like method. As he spoke, several thin threads appeared in his hand. Lu Rulan's face darkened. Anyone wouldn't be happy if someone suddenly stood up and said you were sick. Taking your pulse using a thread, huh? Did he think it was some kind of myth? That's an old-fashioned flirting tactic. Noticing Lin Hao's incredibly serious expression, Lu Rulin was suspicious. After a moment's thought, she agreed, taking one end of the thread and wrapping it around her wrist. Lin Hao had no intention of flirting at this moment, he was only filled with apprehension about to learn the truth. After securing the threads, he couldn't wait to begin taking her pulse. Lu Rulin remained indifferent, eager to see what tricks he would pull. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's expression was grave, his face shifting with each passing moment. Worry, anticipation, fear, anger, collapse. How could this be? Lu Rulin was indeed pregnant. The truth came to light, shattering his last shred of illusion. Lin Hao muttered to himself listlessly, looking utterly lost. For some reason, seeing Lin Hao like this, Lu Rulin's heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition gripped her. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Hee, it's a happy pulse, congratulations, you're pregnant." Lin Hao's expression at this moment was incredibly complex, a mixture of tears and laughter. At this moment, he even hated Lu Rulin. Boom! Lu Rulin's mind went blank, she stood frozen, her face turning deathly pale. Her multi-million-dollar handbag fell to the ground with a thud. After regaining her senses, she shook her head violently. "No, impossible, you're lying. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital for a checkup." Lin Hao left with those words and walked towards the door, his steps unsteady, his body swaying. Could it be? Lu Rulin bit her lip. She thought back to how many times she'd been too tired to take precautions. Combined with her recent unusual symptoms, frequent nausea, loss of appetite for greasy food, even vomiting. And most importantly, she'd overlooked it, her period was late this month. Lu Rulin couldn't stand it any longer. She grabbed her bag and rushed out. She had to go to the hospital. First People's Hospital. After her examination, Lu Rulin paced anxiously down the corridor, awaiting the results. A short while later, a female doctor handed her the report, smiling. "Congratulations, you're going to be a mother. The baby is very healthy." Lu Rulin was momentarily stunned. If she hadn't been holding onto the chair, she would have fallen to the ground. After a long pause, she had to accept reality. Regaining her composure, she began to order a secret. Her pregnancy absolutely could not be revealed. Lu Rulin was always decisive and quick, but she couldn't escape the eyes of those who were watching. The female bodyguard, hiding in the shadows, acting as both protector and surveillance, quickly reported the matter to Su Liang. Meanwhile, a farce was unfolding at the entrance of the Su group. A young man was wreaking havoc among a group of security guards. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but Lin Hao? It turned out that after Lin Hao stepped out of the hotel, a gust of wind made him shiver. Just now, he had indeed felt some resentment towards Lu Rulin, pitying her misfortune and angering at her lack of self-control. You're engaged, yet you're pregnant with someone else's child. Now, having calmed down, he knew it wasn't Lu Rulin's fault, the blame lay with Su Liang. Everything was forced upon him by Su Liang. Enduring it only fueled his anger, while backing down only made him feel more cheated. His fiancée was pregnant, how could he tolerate this? Was he even human? Immediately, Lin Hao went to Su Liang's company and stormed in aggressively. Chapter 7 Personal Secretary Shui Yuron. The protagonist has come knocking? Half an hour earlier, Su Liang arrived at his company. The Su Group, located on the most bustling commercial street in Shanghai, was surrounded by several office buildings. As soon as he entered the building, a beautiful figure greeted him. Her gaze towards Su Liang shone with admiration and adoration. Shui Yuron, his personal secretary, was also a member of Su Liang's family. As her name suggested, her strengths were exceptionally prominent, a stunning figure. Her long hair reached her waist, her oval face was flawless, and beneath her slender eyebrows shone a pair of bright, intelligent black eyes. President Su is so busy, yet you finally deigned to come to the company today. Shui Yurong said with a hint of resentment as she led the way. Ever since he'd recruited her into the company, he'd made her handle everything, effectively becoming a hands-off manager. If it weren't for certain documents requiring the president's signature, he probably wouldn't even come to the company. Of course, she was mostly touched that Su Liang trusted her so much. Li Wanjun? Didn't she go to the branch office for an inspection? Why don't you fill in for her for now? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. He treated the women who had entered his household quite well. He didn't mind their occasional jokes or minor tantrums, they added a bit of spice to the relationship. But if they displeased him, a lecture was inevitable. Previously, some women had entered his household only to discover that Su Liang was surrounded by beautiful women, leading to breakups and accusations of emotional deception. In the end, they were all thoroughly subdued. I'm talking about Li Wanji, not Li Wanjun, okay? Shui Yurong, somewhat annoyed, rolled her eyes at Su Liang, exuding charm. Her relative just passed away, Mr. Su, you should talk to her. She's been missing you terribly. They chatted and laughed all the way to the CEO's office, where Su Liang began processing the documents on his desk. Processing documents was really just signing them. Shui Yurong had already read all the documents. He had a lot of faith in this female lead's abilities. A Harvard PhD in economics, she had published numerous international papers and was a true top talent. Unsurprisingly, she would be a key assistant to some protagonist, helping him manage his business, but unfortunately, Su Liang had already snatched her away. He remembered when he was pursuing her, she had just returned from abroad and was looking for a job. Through a series of sweet words, coercion, and even deception, he finally won her over. His efforts paid off. He not only gained a business management genius but also acquired godlike driving skills from her. Shui Yurong didn't disturb him. She made Su Liang a cup of tea and slowly closed the door behind her as she left. Bang bang bang. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. After receiving Su Liang's permission, Shui Yurong entered, looking slightly flustered, and said, President, a fight has broken out outside. It turned out that someone wanted to enter the company to see Su Liang but was stopped by the security guards without an appointment. The person directly attacked, attempting to force their way in. The opponent was very strong, dozens of Special Forces security guards couldn't withstand a single move from him. Now he had fought his way in. Oh. Su Liang continued signing, responding with a curt yes without even looking up. He probably already knew who the person was. Just now, a series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding Lin Hao is trembling with anger, villain value plus 555. Ding Lin Hao's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 998. Ding Lin Hao hates you to the bone, villain value plus 999. Su Liang was somewhat puzzled. He thought he hadn't done anything. He just had a meal with the female lead. How did it become like he killed the protagonist's beloved friend? He still didn't know that he had indeed caused a death. Seeing Su Liang's complete composure, Shui Yurong also calmed down. Watching Su Liang's hands move swiftly, documents flying through his fingers, displaying an air of unwavering composure even in the face of imminent danger. His handsome profile, when serious, was so captivating that she gradually became mesmerized. After signing the last document, Su Liang stretched. Let's go see what's gotten into him. Downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Lin Hao take down the last security guard. In no time at all, Lin Hao had fought his way from the entrance to the lobby. These Special Forces soldiers were no match for him. Even the martial arts practitioners who had been protecting Su Liang from the shadows revealed themselves, watching Lin Hao with grave expressions. He did have some restraint, he hadn't truly injured the security guards, and they would be fine after a while. Actually, if he hadn't been afraid of killing or crippling them, he would have been even faster. As for the martial arts practitioners, he didn't care at all. In his eyes, they were no better than these security guards. At this moment, many company employees had gathered in the lobby, all curiously watching the drama unfold. The president is here. Someone shouted, and the crowd parted, forming a passage. While long time no see, CEO. You've gotten even more handsome. Mwah. You fangirl, it hasn't been long at all. It's only been a few days. Don't you know that a day apart feels like 3 autumns? A female employee's eyes lit up, exclaiming repeatedly. Some loyal followers blocked Lin Hao's path. CEO, run. This guy's target is you. We need to stop him. What? He wants to hurt the CEO. A group of girls, upon hearing this, immediately protested, blocking Lin Hao's way. They wanted to buy Su Liang time to escape. Our CEO is such a good person, what did he do to offend you? Are you going to hurt him? Could it be that the CEO sexually harassed his sister or younger sister? That shouldn't be possible, judging by his appearance, he's not exactly handsome. Even if he did, it's their honor. If only the CEO had sexually harassed me, I'd definitely offer myself up, I'd take the initiative. Hearing these fawning voices, Lin Hao's face darkened. He frowned and looked ahead, only to see Su Liang with a playful expression, blatant mockery. His anger, which had gradually subsided after venting, surged again. While he was away, she took advantage of his fiancée and got her pregnant. He can't quell his hatred without killing Su Liang. Chapter 8, Slapping the Protagonist Away. How could he not suffer a severe beating? Crack. Lin Hao slammed his right foot into the ground, causing the hard marble floor to crack like a spiderweb. He leaped high into the air, launching himself forward. In a flash, he stepped over several people, using their shoulders as footholds. Then, without slowing down, he charged toward Su Liang, his right fist clenched, aiming a powerful punch at Su Liang's face. Even before he reached him, a whistling sound filled the air. This punch was delivered with his full strength, using internal force, and with a determination to kill. One punch, let alone a person, even a bull would be sent flying, then die a gruesome death from the internal force. As for the consequences of killing Su Liang, to hell with the consequences. He could just go abroad and develop his career. Even if the Su family had immense power, they couldn't do anything to him. Everything happened too fast, no one had time to react. They only saw Lin Hao suddenly leap over the crowd, appearing in front of Su Liang in the next instant. Ah! Many female employees screamed in terror as a punch was about to land on Su Liang's face. Suddenly, the screams stopped abruptly. The previously aggressive Lin Hao was now lying on the ground. What the hell? Was he trying to stage an accident? The contrast was too stark. Someone with sharp eyes saw Su Liang make his move, but the speed was too fast, causing this effect. Rewind 1 second. Lin Hao threw a punch at Su Liang, the wind whistling, filled with killing intent. However, just as the punch was about to land, Su Liang slowly raised his hand. Lin Hao was surprised. Was he trying to block it with his hand? He sneered inwardly. Even if he blocked this punch, Su Liang's entire hand would be crippled. He quickly realized something was wrong. He felt the surrounding air suddenly freeze, making it difficult to breathe. His entire body seemed frozen, his movements incredibly sluggish. Su Liang was right in front of him, yet he couldn't strike him. This was being locked onto by an aura. How is this possible? Lin Hao was horrified. Before he could think further, Su Liang's raised hand slowly descended. It appeared slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast and possessed immense power. At the critical moment, Lin Hao raised his left hand to protect himself, and the slap landed solidly on his arm. A faint crack sound rang out. He knew his arm was ruined, numb. Not only that, but the immense force slammed him heavily to the ground. Transformation Realm Grandmaster. Lin Hao's pupils dilated, his teeth grinding to powder, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had witnessed his second master's strength, this was the power of a grandmaster. Both were grandmasters, but it seemed he wasn't as strong as this guy before him. Lin Hao was stunned, questioning the meaning of life. When did reaching the grandmaster realm become so easy? Didn't his second master say that those who reached the transcendent grandmaster realm were at least 50 or 60-year-old men? He even said that at his age, reaching the peak of dark force made him invincible. Su Liang was about the same age as him, yet stronger than his second master? Lin Hao felt a surge of despair. Faced with such a powerful opponent, he had no power to resist. Su Liang has such power, so what about the vast Su family? How can he possibly deal with the Su family and avenge his parents? Ding Lin Hao's mentality explodes, villain value plus 999. Ding Lin Hao feels despair, villain value plus 1000. Just as Lin Hao closed his eyes to await his death, Su Liang spoke. Call the police, call Tang Xin, and have her handle it. Shui Yuron looked on with admiration. While others might not have seen it, she stood behind him and saw it all clearly. The aggressive Lin Hao was slapped to the ground by Su Liang. Oh, okay. Hearing Su Liang's order, she snapped out of her daze and quickly grabbed her phone to make a call. At that moment, several bodyguards swarmed in and restrained him. Lin Hao didn't struggle. He looked at Su Liang in disbelief. He wasn't killing him? Was it because of the law? A life for a life? Absolutely not. With the Su family's power, even if they killed him in front of so many people, it would be fine. The law is only for restraining ordinary people. This statement was perfectly illustrated in the face of a behemoth like the Su family. After the bodyguards moved Lin Hao aside, the scene beneath him was revealed, a marble floor riddled with cracks. That's right, Su Liang had held back. If he wanted Lin Hao dead, that one strike would have been fatal. But at the crucial moment, he transferred most of his power to the marble beneath him. One slap confirmed Su Liang's guess. In that instant, there was no protagonist's halo triggered, nor any divine retribution for killing the protagonist. In other words, he could kill the protagonist at any time. Previously, he had some concerns about the protagonist's halo, wondering if he could survive. Now, those worries vanished. In fact, faced with absolute power, even the protagonist couldn't escape death. There was another reason for not killing the protagonist, maintaining his refined and elegant image. Didn't you see those female employees' eyes filled with lust? A good image would be very beneficial for him in bringing the female lead into his home later. Of course, letting Lin Hao go like that wasn't realistic. Dare to try and kill him? He'd be skinned alive. Tang Xin, the police station's beauty and the captain of the criminal investigation team, was also taken into his possession. She was originally a junior police officer with an excessive sense of justice. Led by Su Liang to catch bad guys, her goodwill gradually grew. How many of these incidents were orchestrated by him, only Su Liang himself knew. Finally, a hero saves the damsel in distress moment, and everything fell into place. Once Lin Hao is arrested, she'll treat him well. The station is full of his men, what can the protagonist do against him? Shortly afterward, a police car roared in and stopped in front of the Su Group building. A policewoman stepped out, with short, shoulder-length hair, giving her a heroic and spirited air. Her delicate, fair face was like a full moon, her large, bright eyes brimming with righteousness, and her figure was curvaceous. An angelic face, a devilish figure, this was the epitome of a woman. Su Liang was nearby. Tang Xin pretended not to see him and waved her hand, ordering her men to arrest him. Even now, she often recalls the time they spent catching bad guys together. With Su Liang's help, none of the bad guys escaped. However, after that night, Su Liang rarely appeared. But every time he did appear, he would play some kind of good versus bad game with her, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Now, it's been almost a week since he played that game with her, and she's a little upset. Su Liang raised an eyebrow and gave her a look, the meaning of which was self-evident. Tang Xin instantly understood, and her beautiful face gradually flushed red. Seeing that Lin Hao had been arrested, she quickly got into the car, and the police car sped away. Chapter 9, finally, the female lead is pregnant. Let's give birth to the child. The CEO is so kind. They even came to our door, and he only called the police to arrest them. If it were me, I would have crippled him. They tried to hurt our CEO. I'm furious. They should be dragged out and shot for 10 minutes. Handsome, gentle, and kind, he's truly a perfect man. The eyes of the female employees in the company sparkled, their gazes towards Su Liang, seemingly wanting to devour him. And what about their gentle, kind, and perfect CEO? Watching the police car drive away, Su Liang sent a message to Tang Xin. The gist of it was that she should treat Lin Hao well, using all the extrajudicial means available, and also be ready to shower and wait for him that night. Let's go. Go back and report to me on the recent situation at the company. Su Liang glanced at Shui Yurong and prepared to return to his office. He'd already come all this way, and his personal secretary had been so diligent. Of course, he deserved a reward. What? Her period just ended? Haven't you heard the saying, more friends, more paths, more girlfriends, more paths? Shui Yurong blushed instantly, pursing her lips, her buttocks tightening slightly. Buzz. Just then, her phone vibrated. Su Liang raised an eyebrow and clicked to view. It was a message from the female bodyguard he had assigned to protect and monitor Lu Rulan. It detailed Lu Rulan's actions. From Lin Hao's pulse diagnosis to her going to the hospital for a checkup and confirming her pregnancy. Lu Rulan is pregnant. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but be excited. For half a year, he had been partying every night, and none of his dozen or so leading ladies had shown any signs of pregnancy. He had even started to doubt his own health, and had scheduled a checkup for a few days later. Now, Lu Rulan was pregnant, proving it wasn't his problem. Su Liang had a car prepared to go to the Lu group. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Shui Yurong breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help feeling a pang of loss. Lu group. President's office. After returning from the hospital, Lu Rulan locked herself inside, even keeping her female secretary, who was supposed to be reporting to her, out. Lu Rulan sat on the sofa, lost in thought, one hand gently stroking her lower abdomen. How did I suddenly get pregnant? What if Su Liang finds out? Will he make me abort the child? Thinking, her pupils gradually regained their brightness, her eyes hardening. She decided that she would give birth to the child. Even if Su Liang threatened to bankrupt the company, even if the Lu family was wiped out, she would not hesitate. Bang bang bang. At that moment, there was another knock on the office door. Thinking it was her female secretary coming to report, Lu Rulan composed herself and went to open the door. The first thing that caught her eye was an incomparably handsome face. Who else could it be but Su Liang? Where was her little secretary? She stood behind like a quail, looking utterly ashamed. The CEO had ordered her to stop everyone and not see anyone, but she truly couldn't stop Su Liang. Fortunately, Lu Rulan didn't notice her. Actually, the moment she saw Su Liang, her face instantly turned pale. Why is Su Liang here again? And after she confirmed her pregnancy? The result was predictable. Su Liang knew about her pregnancy. Su Liang smiled slightly. As if he were in his own home, he pulled the stiff Lu Rulan into his office, closing the door behind him. The secretary tried to follow but almost bumped into the door. Sitting on the sofa, Su Liang looked her over, his gaze lingering on her lower abdomen for a moment. Then he looked at her face. It was slightly pale, her eyes filled with worry, fear, and despair. Am I that scary? He thought to himself, then spoke. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Asterisk swish asterisk. Lu Rulan trembled, her voice trembling with fear. What do you want? I can't possibly abort this child. A huge question mark. When did I say I didn't want the child? I'm ecstatic. The villainous family system's goal is to increase family members, and having children naturally brings rewards. More children, more blessings, right? Enough. Seeing her still wallowing in self-pity, acting like she'd rather die than give birth to the child, Su Liang impatiently interrupted. When did I say I didn't want children? Lu Rulan's voice trailed off, her expression instantly freezing. Indeed, Su Liang hadn't said he didn't want children, it was just her assumption. But that shouldn't be the case. Didn't Su Liang only treat her as a plaything? Still bewildered, Su Liang came to her side and pulled her into his arms. Don't think so much. Just focus on giving birth to the child. I'll take responsibility. You'll also need to adjust your work schedule from now on. Everything must be for our child's sake, understand? His voice was incredibly magnetic, making it hard not to believe him. Lu Rulin nodded blankly. Her body slowly relaxed, nestled in Su Liang's arms. A strange sense of security welled up inside her, and she no longer seemed so afraid of Su Liang. For the next while, Lu Rulin handled company documents, while Su Liang stayed with her. This was their first child, and he valued it very much. That evening, Su Liang and Lu Rulin went back to her home together. For work convenience, Lu Rulin also had an apartment near the company, and Su Liang was quite familiar with the area. The bedroom, living room, kitchen, balcony, garden everywhere bore the marks of his presence. When they arrived home, a candlelight dinner was already prepared. Most of the dishes on the table were beneficial for pregnant women. This was naturally prepared by the nanny at Su Liang's request. In addition, Su Liang had various tonics prepared, piled up almost like a mountain in the living room. Seeing how much Su Liang had done for her, or rather, for the baby in her womb, Lu Rulin felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She could sense that he genuinely wanted her unborn child to be born. Su Liang accompanied her for a candlelight dinner. Lu Rulin had never seen him so gentle before. She was somewhat flattered and overwhelmed. After dinner, they went for a walk in the nearby park, which was good for the child. Gradually, Lu Rulin's fear of Su Liang lessened. In fact, her affection for him grew little by little because of his care. Since he planned to spend the night with Lu Rulin, he had to cancel his appointment with Tang Xin. Su Liang sent her a message, telling her not to wait and to go to bed. Meanwhile, Tang Xin was still waiting for Su Liang to pick her up at the station, fantasizing about their wonderful evening. Unexpectedly, she received a message that he couldn't come, and her mood instantly soured. Captain Tang. At this moment, a team member came to report to her. After arresting Lin Hao, the interrogation was assigned to him. Interrogation about what? Of course, it was about why he killed Su Liang. What? That Lin Hao won't budge. Tang Xin was stunned at first, then flew into a rage, striding towards the interrogation room. Seeing Tang Xin's state, the teammate wiped non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed their captain was truly enraged. When the captain is angry, the consequences will be severe. After silently mourning for Lin Hao for 3 seconds, they quickly followed, genuinely afraid he'd be beaten to death. Chapter 10, the protagonist suffers endless torment, while Su Liang finds himself in a gentle embrace. In the interrogation room, Lin Hao sat on an iron chair, his hands and feet cuffed, unable to move. A high-wattage light shone directly on his face. It seemed to illuminate the darkness within, forcing the criminal to confess obediently. Lin Hao looked extremely disheveled. His upper body was torn in many places, with shocking whip marks. If it weren't for his years of soaking in medicinal baths and tempering his body on the mountain, he wouldn't just have whip marks. It would have been torn flesh. Not only that, his flowing, tousled hair was also standing on end, and a faint smell of burning lingered. This was a specially made interrogation chair for martial artists, connected to a power source for convenient electrotherapy. With a loud bang, the interrogation room door was pushed open. Lin Hao weakly raised his head and saw the beautiful policewoman who had arrested him during the day. She seemed to be a captain. Why did you kill Su Liang? Confess the truth. Tang Xin bombarded him with questions the moment she entered. Lin Hao remained silent. What the hell was he supposed to say? Was he supposed to say that Su Liang had forced his fiancée into getting pregnant? That he couldn't stand being cuckolded and that's why he killed Su Liang? He'd been cheated on, and she wanted him to admit it? Didn't he have any pride? You won't talk, huh? Fine, have the guts. To be honest, she was fuming with nowhere to vent her anger and was genuinely afraid that Lin Hao would confess immediately. Without hesitation, she pressed a button next to her, going straight to the highest setting. A new round of electrotherapy begins. Ding. Lin Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding. Lin Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Ding! Lin Hao is undergoing torture in a dark and oppressive interrogation room, while Su Liang is sleeping with a beautiful woman in his arms. The sudden system notification in his mind made him raise an eyebrow. He already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Don't be fooled by Tang Xian's shyness and docile demeanor in front of him. In reality, she's a female tyrant, like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. That Lin Hao is in for a rough time. Su Liang's mind was completely absorbed in the system. His villain value has exceeded 10,000, meeting the requirements for the lottery. 10,000 villain values only allow one draw. He wondered what he would get. Deep Blue O weight system, lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a reward new energy battery technology clue. Why does this lottery feel so unreliable? I spent 10,000 villain points and only got a clue about new energy electronic technology. It's nothing compared to the previous rewards. Okay, this is a family system. Recruiting people into the family and having many children is the main job. Getting a reward from the lottery is already pretty good. What's the most profitable industry in the world today? New energy vehicles are undoubtedly one of them. And batteries are the guarantee of range for new energy vehicles, and also the most difficult technology to overcome today. It's no exaggeration to say that a breakthrough in new energy battery technology would lead to the rapid rise of a new energy vehicle company. The assets would be at least hundreds of billions, possibly even trillions. Obtaining a clue to such a technology seems quite promising. Su Liang began to investigate. Soon, his gaze turned strange. Because the clue pointed directly to one of his women, Li Wanjun. The clue was that Li Wanjun had rejected a suitor's confession when she returned to her alma mater a few days ago. Immediately, Su Liang sent a message to the female bodyguard secretly protecting Li Wanjun, inquiring about what had happened that day. It's worth mentioning. Su Liang didn't treat the women who entered his household like decorative objects. They all had their own jobs. For those without jobs, Su Liang would arrange what they wanted to do. Su Liang also arranged for female bodyguards to secretly protect them, trying not to disturb their lives. These women were all at least 90 out of 10 beautiful, and it was inevitable that they might encounter some naive men sometimes. That's where the bodyguards came in handy. Not only that, they also served a surveillance function. You see, they were all leading ladies. What if one day a male lead suddenly appeared and fell in love at first sight? Su Liang would be furious. With female bodyguards present, such a possibility was completely eliminated. Although entering his home meant these women had already reached a certain level of favor and wouldn't easily betray him. But even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Su Liang absolutely wouldn't allow it to happen. He quickly received a message. It contained a detailed record of everything that happened to Li Wanjun that day. Because he had instructed the female bodyguards to only notify him if these women encountered danger, were surrounded by other men, or experienced any emergency. Being confessed to and rejected was a trivial matter that didn't need to be reported. Su Liang was certain the problem lay in this confession. His eyes quickly scanned the message, and he soon found the key information. That day, Li Wanjun returned to Shanghai University to collect her master's degree. At the university gate, she encountered a classmate named Mu Bai who confessed his feelings to her. Mu Bai, Li Wanjun's classmate, had been pursuing her since they entered university. 4 years of undergraduate studies, 3 years of graduate school, a full 7 years of pursuit. Although he was repeatedly rejected, he never gave up. In the last 6 months of his graduate studies, Li Wanjun still rejected him, but not as intensely. This gave Mu Bai a glimmer of hope. Finally, on the day he received his degree, he confessed. The result, naturally, was a clean and decisive rejection from Li Wanjun. Tisk. After witnessing this confession, Su Liang clicked his tongue, a flood of thoughts rushing into his mind. It was a memory of his own pursuit of Li Wanjun. A few months earlier, Su Liang had noticed Li Wanjun and, through investigation, discovered that Li Wanjun's mother had suddenly been hospitalized with heartache. The examination revealed it was early-stage lung cancer. So, he bribed the doctor to alter the medical records. The diagnosis was changed from early stage to late stage, and Li Wanjun was notified to raise money for immediate treatment. Li Wanjun's family was only middle class. How could they afford cancer treatment? She tried everywhere to raise money, but no one was willing to lend her any. Just when she was about to collapse in despair, Su Liang appeared before her like a ray of light. He not only arranged for her mother to be transferred to a better hospital but also secured a VIP ward. Li Wanjun was deeply moved. "Mr. Su, thank you so much. Consider this a loan, I will definitely repay you." "Okay, but repaying it won't be easy. How about you come work for me?" Su Liang smiled at her, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. And so, Su Liang brought her into the company. The rest was easy. Through Su Liang's constant care and concern, Li Wanjun slowly succumbed. To be fair, Li Wanjun was quite capable. Within a few months, she had secured the position of marketing manager. As expected of the female leads, they're all incredibly talented, and their names sound beautiful too. The problem lies with this girl named Mubai. Mubai, that name it screams protagonist. Looks like his guess was right. This is a fusion of urban novel worlds. There are so many female leads, there are definitely plenty of protagonists. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 11. What the Su family has their eye on will belong to the Su family sooner or later. The next day, Su Liang slowly opened his eyes, and a stunningly beautiful face came into view. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him intently. Noticing he was awake, Lu Rulin hurriedly turned her face away, explaining, You're pressing on my hair." Su Liang then realized that his head had somehow moved towards Lu Rulin, pressing down on her hair. After gently moving it away, Lu Rulin gave him a coquettish glare, looking slightly languid. "Ha!" Su Liang chuckled. It seemed the impression he'd made before was too deep. Now, a small favor had won her over. To verify this guess, he had breakfast with Lu Rulin again. As he left, he indeed found that her favorability had increased even more. He was in a good mood. At this rate, getting a reward from Lu Rulin wouldn't be far off. Just as Su Liang had expected. Under his gentleness and companionship, Lu Rulin's initial aversion and fear began to slowly dissipate. Her goodwill was also gradually increasing. Upon leaving Lu Rulin's residence, a Rolls-Royce was already waiting at the door. Su Liang got in. The driver, who also acted as her bodyguard, handed him a document. He took it. It contained detailed information about Mubai. Mubai, male, 25 years old, eldest son of the Mu family. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Mubai to be from the Mu family. Although the Mu family was far from being as powerful as the four great families, it still had some reputation and a fortune of tens of billions. Continuing on. At 18, Mubai's father Mu Feng planned to arrange a marriage for him, but unexpectedly, Mubai vehemently opposed it. Mu Feng said with exasperation, "You have to go through with this marriage, whether you like it or not, or forget about inheriting the family business. Get out of the Mu family." Mubai was quite resolute. He left without hesitation. He hasn't returned to the Mu family in 7 years, nor has he taken a single penny from them. He earned his own living expenses and tuition for university and graduate school. He's also working on a research project with his brother, currently underway, to overcome the battery technology hindering the development of new energy vehicles. After reading this information, Su Liang's expression was playful. Born into a wealthy family, unwilling to leave the family for an arranged marriage, pursuing his true love, developing new technology to reach the pinnacle of life, a perfect protagonist template. His gaze fell on a few words: overcoming new energy battery technology. Found his target. Just wondering how the research is progressing? Get this Peng Ming out of here. Peng Ming was Mubai's good friend, the one who worked on the project with him. To plan this technology, he first needed to understand their research progress. Once they completed it, it would be his turn to reap the rewards. Directly threatening the protagonist was a bit risky. The protagonist was the type who was fearless. Aside from his closest loved ones, they had no weaknesses. Using his father as a threat seemed like a good idea, but the technology he possessed would become his bargaining chip. Their lives were insignificant. Any flaw in this technology was intolerable to Su Liang. Indeed, in his view, although the technology wasn't fully developed, it was already his. And what's that saying again? In Shanghai, whatever the Su family sets their sights on will eventually belong to the Su family. Even a penny falling from the sky will end up in the Su family's possession. Pang Ming was the protagonist's good brother. The two had been researching together for years, indicating a high level of trust, making him a valuable pawn. Yes. Hearing Su Liang's order, the driver quickly sent out a message to have someone handle it. Cafe. In a private room. Su Liang sat by the window, gazing out, stirring his coffee unconsciously with a spoon. Not long after, a slightly overweight young man stumbled in. A man in a suit behind him slowly closed the door. This was Peng Ming, whom Su Liang had arranged to meet. It was less of an appointment and more of a forced arrival, you could tell by his bruised and swollen face. Pang Ming glanced behind him. The burly man in the suit stood like an iron tower in the doorway. He couldn't help but recall the man's words to him. "Our young master wants to see you." Pang Ming had been furious when he heard that. Just because he wanted to see me, did I have to go? Let him come to me himself. And then he received the harsh reality check. Looking back ahead. An extremely handsome young man sat by the window, with a bodyguard in a suit standing on either side of him. Pang Ming knew this was the young master who wanted to see him. He was somewhat afraid and walked over cautiously. "Pang Ming, right? Don't be nervous, sit down." Su Liang smiled slightly and gestured. His smile seemed to have a magical power, making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze, easing Pang Ming's nervousness. After sitting down, he mustered his courage and asked, "I wonder why you've called me here." Su Liang unhurriedly sipped his coffee. "I wanted to ask you something, and also ask for your help." "What is it?" Peng Ming was puzzled. They didn't know each other and hadn't had any prior interaction. What did such an important person want to ask him? "I wanted to ask how is your new energy battery research going?" Asterisk whoosh asterisk. Pang Ming, as if a cat had stepped on its tail, jumped to his feet, looking at Su Liang in disbelief. This new energy battery technology had been a secret research project between him and Mu Bai, never told anyone. How did this person know? He immediately voiced his doubts. "How did you know we were developing a new battery?" "Never mind that, just answer my question." As Su Liang finished speaking, his two bodyguards stepped forward simultaneously. A strong sense of oppression enveloped Peng Ming. He had no doubt that if he didn't speak up, the two bodyguards would show him what a punching bag's size was like. "Finally," he answered, "it's entered the final stage." "Oh." Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "Final stage? That means it's not finished yet. The progress is a bit slow. Should we create some pressure to make him finish faster?" The entire private room fell silent for a moment. The only sound was the clinking of the spoon against the cup as Su Liang stirred his coffee. Pang Ming felt suffocated, barely daring to breathe, a thin layer of sweat already forming on his forehead and back. "Since you've asked the question, could you please do me another favor?" Su Liang's smile remained unchanged. For some reason, seeing Su Liang's gentle smile again sent chills down his spine, raising goosebumps. Chapter 12, the script arranged for the protagonist. You mean? Pang Ming was a little nervous, even using honorifics. "I want complete new energy battery technology." Hearing Su Liang state his purpose, he wasn't so surprised. He'd already guessed something. If he didn't want this technology, why would he approach someone as insignificant as him? Unfortunately, his calculations were wrong, Peng Ming said. "You've got the wrong person. First of all, the new battery hasn't been successfully developed yet, and it's been Brother Bai in charge all along. I'm just assisting." No, I'm looking for you." Su Liang shook his head. After a pause, he continued. "Who said I was asking you for the technology?" It was obvious that this technology was in the protagonist's hands. A supporting character like Pang Ming had no access to the core technology.
Then you mean?
I want you to get the complete technology from Mu Bai when he finishes it. Su Liang spoke casually, but it terrified Pang Ming, who pointed at him, speechless. You want me to betray Brother Bai? Then he added, no, impossible. Brother Bai is my brother, my dearest friend and family. I would rather die than betray him. Su Liang scoffed at Pang Ming's words.
His claim of not betraying him was simply a matter of insufficient leverage or inadequate threats. Give him leverage?
He might not even appreciate it, and Su Liang was too lazy to offer any.
Different people require different approaches. For someone like Pang Ming, a simple and direct method was necessary. Su Liang glanced at his bodyguard, who knowingly produced a document.
Pang Ming, male, 25 years old, lives in Sunshine Community, south of the city. His father is a foreman at a construction site, his mother works in a restaurant, and he has a younger sister in junior high school. The document contained information about Pang Ming.
Home address, number of family members, occupations, everything was meticulously investigated.
As the bodyguard read it aloud, Pang Ming's face gradually paled, losing all color. Looking at Su Liang as if he were a devil, Pang Ming asked, What are you investigating my family for?
Now it's up to you how you perform. Don't disappoint me. If you don't get what I want, I'll be angry. And if I get angry, the consequences will be severe.
After finishing his coffee in one gulp, Su Liang stood up and walked towards the door. As he passed Pang Ming, he paused and patted him on the shoulder.
Don't doubt my abilities. Believe me, the consequences are not what you want to see.
Although he didn't say it explicitly, he understood perfectly. If he didn't do as the other man said, his family would likely be in danger. For someone who always had several bodyguards with him, making them disappear was no more difficult than killing a few ants. Su Liang left, and Pang Ming stood there, stunned, for a long time. Finally he slumped to the ground, seemingly exhausted, his pupils dilated, utterly dejected.
Su Liang arrived at the Su group. He intended to speak with Li Wanjun to understand the specifics. Li Wanjun had gone to the branch office for an inspection yesterday and returned today.
After some consideration, Su Liang decided to put pressure on Mu Bai to speed up his research and development. On the way, he had already come up with an interesting scenario. After getting out of the car, Su Liang gave instructions to his subordinates, then went upstairs, greeted by two beautiful women. The scenario was actually quite simple. How to pressure the protagonist. Of course, by having a villain appear and cause trouble. And he was perfectly suited for the role, essentially playing himself. First, he would tell the protagonist that the female lead's mother was seriously ill and that he had intervened to resolve the situation, letting him know the reason for the female lead's rejection of his confession, giving him a glimmer of hope. Wouldn't he then think that it wasn't that the female lead didn't like him, but rather that someone else had taken advantage of her vulnerability, naturally leading him to believe that the villain was not a good person? The protagonist, well, he's a total hypocrite. His own actions are always excusable, but others' actions are utterly unforgivable. When the protagonist finally finds the female lead, he'll discover she's already fallen for him. After learning the villain's identity, he can only feel furious and helpless. Will this lead him to think, I need to develop the new battery as soon as possible and crush the villain under my feet? Of course, this is just one of Su Liang's imagined scenarios. There's a sequel. The protagonist comes from a wealthy family. If, faced with the villain's coercion, he can't take it anymore and returns to his family, staging a no more trying, just going home to inherit the family fortune scenario. Su Liang also has a countermeasure. It'll be time to demonstrate his power, and he'll simply wipe out the Mu family. At that point, the protagonist will be desperate, and developing the new battery will be his only way out. He'll surely fight tooth and nail for it. The moment he successfully develops it, it will be time for the villains to reap the rewards. Su Liang will not only quickly obtain the new energy battery technology, but also amass a wave of villain points, a double win. Mu Bai is unaware that his fate has already been arranged, like a puppet on a string. You guys talk, don't call me if you need anything. Arriving at the president's office door. Secretary Shui hurriedly said this and rushed back to her own office. Li Wanjun needed to report on her work, so she quickly slipped away,
leaving behind Li Wanjun with a resentful look. This sisterly behavior is so disloyal. Shortly after following Su Liang, she learned that there were other women. She wasn't particularly dissatisfied, in fact, she was relieved. Seeing the secretary slink away, a smile appeared on Su Liang's face. She can run away for a day, but she can't run away forever. Thinking of something, Su Liang suddenly said, I heard that when you went back to school the other day, someone confessed to you, and he'd been pursuing you for 7 years. Ha! Li Wanjun looked completely bewildered, then her heart tightened, and she quickly explained. Brother Liang, don't misunderstand. I rejected him when he confessed. He pursued me for 7 years, and I never said yes. Relax, don't get agitated. Of course I believe you, but you didn't tell me anything, which makes me a little unhappy. Li Wanjun was stunned. She quickly realized that Su Liang wasn't angry, but rather trying to negotiate. I'm sorry, Brother Liang, what can you do to forgive me? Chapter 13 Script in progress. The protagonist experiences plasma wall separation on the spot. Shanghai University. A slightly thin figure emerged from the research lab. His hair was disheveled, he had dark circles under his eyes, and looked extremely haggard. This was Mu Bai. The failed confession 2 days ago had dealt him a heavy blow. He still couldn't understand it. Just a few months ago, Li Wanjun's rejection of his advances had become less forceful. He had been overjoyed about it for a long time, working tirelessly on new battery technology, preparing a surprise for Li Wanjun. But he still failed. Failure was bad enough, but this time Li Wanjun's rejection was even more decisive and straightforward than before. He was completely baffled. Walking along the road, the conversation of several people nearby caught his attention, and he couldn't help but prick up his ears. Have you heard? Mu Bai's confession failed. TSK, he chased her for 7 whole years and didn't even touch her hand. How pathetic. What's so pathetic about it? It was expected. He should look in the mirror and see what kind of idiot he is. Does he even deserve to pursue Li, the school beauty? By the way, I heard that Li, the school beauty, is now working at the Su Group and has become the marketing manager. I know that too. I even know some inside information. A few months ago, Li's mother was seriously ill, and it was young Master Su who paid for her treatment and helped her get admitted to a major hospital. She joined young Master Su's company to pay off her debts. I didn't know Li, the school beauty, had such a story. I heard that young Master Su is quite the gentleman. They're a perfect match. Several students passed by, their voices fading as they walked away. Mu Bai stood there, stunned, unable to recover for a long time. A flash of inspiration exploded in his mind. So that's how it is. He finally understood why Li Wanjun's attitude towards him had changed. Li Wanjun's mother was ill, and because her family couldn't afford the medical expenses, that young Master Su suddenly appeared and helped her. Appearing when she was most helpless, one can imagine how grateful Li Wanjun was, perhaps even developing some feelings for him. Damn it, he's taking advantage of her in her time of need. Mu Bai was furious. In his opinion, that young Master Su must have been lustful, and Li Wanjun had definitely been deceived by him. Thinking of his goddess, whom he had pursued for 7 years, being completely manipulated. He trembled with anger. No, I have to stop all of this. Mu Bai quickly left the school, he had to go save his goddess. When he arrived at the Su Group by taxi, he found neither Su Liang nor Li Wanjun there. When he asked where they were, they ignored him completely. He had no choice but to wait. But he waited until nightfall without seeing anyone. As time ticked by, knowing he wouldn't get there, he had no choice but to go back and come back earlier the next day. On his way back, as he passed a restaurant, a familiar figure caught his eye. Mu Bai's spirits lifted, and he looked closely. Sure enough, he saw Li Wanjun. However, she was now holding the hand of a handsome young man, her face beaming with a happy smile. A pang of pain shot through his heart.
The goddess he pursued had already fallen into someone else's arms. Seeing Li Wanjun about to be led into the car, he quickly stepped forward and called out, "Wanjun." "Whom?" Hearing someone call her name, Li Wanjun turned around and frowned when she saw it was Mubai.
"Please call me by my full name, thank you." Her voice was cold, carrying an icy distance. Mubai suppressed his heartache and handed over a bank card. "I heard your mother is sick and hospitalized. I have some money here. If it's not enough, just let me know." Truly devoted. Su Liang observed this protagonist with interest, but after seeing his luck, he felt somewhat disappointed. His luck was too low, far lower than Lin Hao's. He'd probably be finished after the first part of the story. He knew that this was at most a protagonist in an entrepreneurial story, maybe with a lucky break to inherit a family fortune, but still incomparable to someone like Lin Hao. However, even a small mosquito is still meat, and it still needs to be harvested. Li Wanjun paused for a moment, then shook her head. "No need, with young Master Su's help, my mother's condition has improved." She looked at Su Liang again, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. If he hadn't appeared before her like a ray of light, she probably would have collapsed. The target's eyes were only on Li Wanjun when he saw her, and only then did he look at Su Liang beside her. A face so handsome it was almost unbelievable, a perfect physique, far more handsome than any of the celebrities on TV. He was filled with hostility towards this guy who had stolen his goddess. Mubai was certain this guy was deceiving Li Wanjun's feelings. Otherwise, how could he have appeared so coincidentally when Li Wanjun's mother was ill? His gaze returned to Li Wanjun, and he said, "You don't need to wrong yourself. How much did he spend treating your aunt? I'll pay him back." His tone was full of confidence. He had the right to be confident. Once his technology was successfully developed, becoming the world's richest man wouldn't be a dream. "Li Wanjun, go back. It's not about the money. I like this job, and there's someone I like here." She shook her head, looking at Su Liang, her eyes filled with shyness. She was making her stance clear. Su Liang shouldn't punish her anymore, right? Asterisk swish asterisk. Mubai felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart. It pierced his soul. He took a deep breath, his expression becoming affectionate, and said, "When I was little, I didn't know what love at first sight meant, until 7 years ago, when I saw you for the first time." "You know what? Every time I saw you, my heart would race. At that moment, I knew you were the one I would pursue for life. I've been pursuing you for 7 years, from university to graduate school. I've never given up, not before, and not now. Wanjun, come back with me. I'll take good care of you." Knowing that Su Liang's opportunistic advances had earned him a place in Li Wanjun's heart, he knew that to win back his beloved goddess, he could only play the emotional card. Li Wanjun looked completely bewildered. She wondered if Mubai had lost his mind. Confused and frightened, she was almost in tears. It's all this guy's fault. Why did he have to say so much? Now she's doomed. Won't Brother Liang be angry? But I really have nothing to do with him. Li Wanjun was on the verge of tears, a punishment was inevitable. It's all that bastard Mubai's fault. Li Wanjun's face was full of resentment. "Please watch your words. I'm very satisfied with my current job, and young Master Su treats me very well. If Su Liang hadn't been there, and she hadn't needed to maintain her ladylike image, she would have already stormed off." Ahem. Su Liang felt it was time for him, the villain, to make his entrance. He coughed and said, "Bro, isn't it a bit much to steal someone away in front of me?" 2 days ago, his confession was met with a major blow. Then at noon, he heard there was more to the story, a dramatic turn of events. After waiting forever to finally see his goddess, he discovered she was already in someone else's arms. These successive blows drove Mubai to the brink of madness, and he roared at Su Liang. "Shut up. Ding Mubai is emotionally unstable, villain value plus 333. Su Liang's brow twitched. This protagonist is a bit volatile. Who gave him the audacity to act so aggressively in front of him? But before he could react, Lee Won-jun couldn't hold back any longer. Mubai, what are you yelling about? What did young Master Su do to you? Apologize right now. You actually want me to apologize to him?
Mubai stared at her in disbelief, his gaze as if she were a complete stranger. He had pursued her for 7 whole years, even setting aside romantic feelings. They had at least 7 years of friendship as classmates, right? And she was yelling at him for someone who had deceived her feelings, and even wanted him to apologize.
Do you know he was deceiving your feelings?
Mubai completely exploded, turning to Su Liang.
Don't think I don't know you helped Won-jun because you're after her, right?
I despise people like you the most, toying with other people's feelings and then dumping them.
So what if your family has some money? Does money give you the right to do whatever you want?
Ding. Mubai's mentality collapses, villain value plus 666.
TSK. Even with her mentality exploding, she only got this much? Su Liang seemed somewhat uninterested, then reached out and pulled Lee Won-jun into his arms. Mubai froze.
Previously it was just speculation, but now that he saw it for himself, he was dumbfounded. A surge of anger welled up within him, and he was about to rush forward.
I'm going to kill you. However,
before he could even act, several bodyguards blocked his way, and he was met with a barrage of punches and kicks.
Chapter 14, the protagonist has a mental breakdown and goes home to inherit the family business.
In this confrontation, the villain emerged victorious, driving away triumphantly with the female lead. Mubai lay on the ground, watching the departing car, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness.
Sorry, money really can buy anything. Su Liang's arrogant words echoed in his mind. This blow to him was immense.
He believed money wasn't everything, he could live well without it. So when his father told him to get out of the house if he didn't accept the arranged marriage, he agreed without hesitation.
And indeed, that was true. He met his dream girl in university and had close friends to study with.
However, now, his mindset had gradually changed. Money isn't everything, but without it, nothing is possible. He couldn't even keep his beloved goddess. Mubai slowly stood up, his hand trembling as he reached into his pocket, finding a number he hadn't dialed in a long time.
Beep beep. The call connected.
Never before had he so desperately wanted to return and inherit the family fortune.
The call connected quickly. Dad, I was wrong. I want to come home and inherit the family business.
Shortly after, a luxurious Mercedes pulled up and stopped in front of him. A burly man, acting like a bodyguard, stepped out of the car and said respectfully, "Young master, please." The Mercedes took Mubai away, but a figure appeared in the background and sent out the message. Meanwhile, at Lee Won-jun's home,
Su Liang was extremely busy.
His phone screen lit up. He glanced at the message and a predictable smile appeared on his face.
Lee Won-jun was being punished, and she harbored deep resentment towards Mubai.
If he hadn't come looking for her, she wouldn't be suffering like this.
Later, Su Liang played with a lock of hair, seemingly casually asking,
"I heard you have a graduation dinner tomorrow."
Swish. Lee Won-jun's face changed, and she quickly replied, "Yes, there is a party, but I'm not going tomorrow." She thought Su Liang was angry and was afraid he would misunderstand. Su Liang raised an eyebrow.
Asking at this crucial moment, no wonder she was overthinking it.
Going? Why aren't you going?
I'll go with you tomorrow.
Lee Won-jun was a little confused, unsure of Su Liang's meaning, but she nodded nonetheless. The next evening. Shanchue International Hotel.
At the entrance, a group of young men and women were gathered. Today was their class's graduation dinner. They chatted in small groups, their conversation always revolving around their post-graduation plans, and two prominent figures, Mubai and Lee Won-jun.
Lee Won-jun was their class monitor and also the school beauty.
Mubai was also a ruthless man. He had pursued Lee Won-jun for 7 years, from 4 years of undergraduate studies to 3 years of graduate school.
Ever since Mubai's confession, it's been a hot topic of conversation.
You guys didn't see it. Mubai presented 999 roses for his confession, and the class monitor rejected him without hesitation.
Really? They've been classmates for years, surely he wouldn't be so heartless.
Head, if it weren't for their classmate relationship, the class monitor probably wouldn't have even given him a second glance.
Mubai's so devoted love couldn't win over the class monitor. I wonder what kind of man she'd even consider.
The group chatted happily, time passing slowly, and the party was almost over.
Almost everyone's here, except for the class monitor and Mubai. They're not going to skip it, are they?
No, I asked the class monitor, and she said she'd come. But Mubai isn't replying to my messages. Haha, he probably confessed and failed, so he's too scared to come see us, right?
Wow, look! A limited edition Ferrari.
A voice drew everyone's attention. A bright red supercar drove towards them and stopped in front of them. The group was astonished. Then a figure stepped out of the car, and gasps erupted.
Because this person was one of the people they'd been talking about Mubai.
He was now dressed in an Armani suit, his shoes gleaming, and his hair styled impeccably. He looked like a completely different person.
Pang Ming, standing in the crowd, was equally shocked. Was this really his best friend?
Feeling the attention, Mubai was quite pleased. The feeling of being the center of attention was wonderful.
Good evening, everyone.
He greeted everyone with a smile, his eyes scanning the crowd, trying to find that familiar figure. He wanted to prove himself to Li Wanjun and win back his goddess. But to his disappointment, Li Wanjun hadn't arrived yet. He had already gone to his best friend Peng Ming's side. After some questioning, the classmates learned that Mubai was actually from the Mu family.
Does that mean he's worth billions? A poor student instantly becomes a rich second-generation heir. A top-tier young master is right beside me?
Naturally, a group of students fawned over him.
Brother Bai is so handsome. Brother Bai is forever a god. He actually gave up his privileged life to come to school for training.
I admire him greatly.
Brother Bai, do you remember me? Your old deskmate, don't forget me.
The class monitor actually rejected Brother Bai.
What a pity.
If she knew who Brother Bai was, she would probably regret it, right?
Mubai enjoyed the moment.
He was used to being looked down upon, and now he felt a sense of triumph.
At this moment, another Rolls-Royce drove up.
When they saw the figure getting out of the car, the group gasped again.
It's the class monitor. The class monitor's here.
They were both shocked and confused.
Li Wanjun had arrived in a luxury car. Was she being kept?
Wait, that car, it looks like that young Master Su's.
What? Could it be young Master Su inside?
Su Liang, the eldest son of the Su family, now in charge of the Su group, worth hundreds of billions. I heard the class monitor works at the Su group, deeply trusted by the president, and even serves as a manager.
It's true.
I'm going to see such a powerful figure today.
Ah, I'm dying. In an instant, the entire room erupted in commotion. Just then, the figure they had been waiting for appeared as promised. Su Liang. Chapter 15: The supporting character's fate.
The passionate female lead.
Hello everyone, let me introduce you.
This is Su Liang, my boyfriend. Li Wanjun introduced him as she approached the group, her face beaming with happiness.
When Su Liang said he would appear as her boyfriend, she was surprised, then overwhelmed with emotion and joy.
Every woman wants to introduce her boyfriend to her loved ones and friends.
Especially since this boyfriend is so outstanding.
Whoosh! This caused a huge stir, and the crowd was instantly stunned. They had assumed their class monitor was being kept by this young Master Su, but it turned out they were actually boyfriend and girlfriend.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is our class monitor marrying into a wealthy family? A top-tier wealthy family at that. I'm so envious.
I wish I could be young Master Su's woman, even just a mistress would be great. No wonder she rejected Mubai, the young master of the Mu family, without hesitation. Some exclaimed in amazement, some were envious, and some who were jealous of Mubai looked at him with mockery.
Before, some thought the class monitor would regret rejecting Mu by now. Who would have that thought?
Compared to the Su family, the Mu family, with assets of tens of billions, didn't even have the right to be compared to them.
Su Liang smiled and greeted them, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Mu Bai in the crowd.
Seeing how drastically he had changed, the smile in his eyes deepened.
Cherish every moment, because you never know when it might be gone.
He had already mobilized his family's resources, secretly gathering information. Bringing down the Mu family was a matter of a single thought for him.
He came today to give this protagonist a blow. He wanted to tell him one thing. Even if you're the young master of the Mu family, you're still an ant in his eyes. If you want to win back his goddess, then work hard.
Work hard to develop the technology.
Mu Bai's face was extremely grim.
Seeing his goddess introducing Su Liang as her boyfriend in front of all their classmates, he felt a pang of heartache. His fists clenched tightly. He wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat Su Liang, the one who stole his goddess. But he didn't dare. Last night, he went back and investigated, only to discover just how powerful the Su family behind this young master Su truly was.
He remembered his father telling him back then.
In Shanghai, you can mess with anyone, but never mess with Su Liang. Because messing with other top young masters might offer a sliver of hope, but if you offend Su Liang, your entire family will be wiped out. Ding Mu Bai has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 555. Mu Bai was glaring angrily at Su Liang, oblivious to the strange expression on his best friend Peng Ming's face. The moment Su Liang appeared, his face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. Only then did he realize that the young master who had threatened him was actually the eldest son of the Su family, and despair filled his heart. Before, after learning that his best friend was the young master of the Mu family, he had considered telling Mu Bai.
Now, he didn't even dare to think about it.
According to Su Liang, once Mu Bai develops the battery technology, his only destiny is to obediently hand it over. The entire class arrived, and the group entered the hotel and went to their reserved private room. Upon learning of Su Liang's arrival, the hotel manager eagerly followed, personally attending to him. This made everyone sigh. This was the high-class lifestyle of the Su family's young master.
Mu Bai? He wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Li Wanjun also felt very honored. She wasn't the kind of woman who craved vanity.
But that didn't stop her from being proud of finding such an outstanding boyfriend. As each dish was served, dinner officially began. However, because of Su Liang's presence, the meal was somewhat oppressive. The private room was extremely quiet, as everyone was afraid of making a sound that might disturb Su Liang.
After dinner, Su Liang prepared to leave with Li Wanjun.
He felt somewhat bored with these people. They were from completely different worlds. However, before leaving, he had to maintain his image. He stepped forward, smiling at the crowd.
Tonight, everyone should eat and drink to their heart's content.
Enjoy the rest of the activities to the fullest.
All expenses will be on young Master Su. Hearing such domineering yet friendly words, the crowd cheered.
Long live young Master Su.
Young Master Su is so generous. His background is powerful, yet he's so refined and approachable.
Signature, what is presence?
This is presence. Thank you, young Master Su, you're my eternal god. Then, under the fervent gazes of the crowd, Su Liang left with Li Wanjun.
Mu Bai had only come because of Li Wanjun. Now that she was gone, he had no desire to stay. He told his best friend and left as well. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Su Liang and Li Wanjun together. Ding Mu Bai's mentality exploded, villain value plus 777. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Liang quickly noticed Mu Bai at the door. Villain value delivered to his doorstep, why not take it?
This gathering was a success.
Not only did he strike a blow at the protagonist and reap a wave of villain values, but Li Wanjun's favorability also increased. He believed that if he asked her to have his child, she wouldn't refuse, on the contrary, she would be more than happy to. The system's requirement was to bring the female lead into his household to receive the reward, but getting them to have children was the long-term solution. Because no matter how many female leads he had, there would only be a few hundred at most, and he would eventually run out. Therefore, getting the female lead pregnant was his next strategic plan.
Damn it, am I just supposed to watch Wonjun be deceived forever?
Mubai slammed his fist hard against the wall, a trickle of blood flowing down, but he didn't care.
The reason was simple. Just now, when he saw Su Liang take a liking to him, he even raised an eyebrow.
His eyes held smugness, mockery, and sarcasm.
How could he not understand?
His previous thoughts were all correct. Su Liang was just playing around. Once he got bored, he would discard Li Wanjun without hesitation.
How can I stop all this?
The thought of the Su family's deeply entrenched power made him feel powerless. If only the Mu family had the same power as the Su family.
Whoosh!
A flash of inspiration struck him.
That's it, I can build the Mu family into a force like the Su family.
Don't underestimate the Mu family just because they currently only have assets of tens of billions. Once he develops that technology, they can definitely rival the Su family. And now he's back in his family.
He can mobilize a large sum of money to buy equipment. Research and production will be much easier then.
Thinking this, his breathing quickened, and he hurriedly drove home.
After dropping Li Wanjun off, Su Liang went to Lu Roland's house.
He hadn't yet obtained the reward from this female lead. For the mother of his first child, a few small favors are all it takes to win her favor. Why wouldn't he be happy to do so?
Chapter 16, The Protagonist's Three Senior Sisters. There will be more sisters in the future. Arriving at Lu Roland's house, Su Liang knocked on the door.
The nanny had already gone home for the evening, leaving only Lu Roland at home.
Looking through the peephole, she saw Su Liang and quickly opened the door. Her expression was a mixture of surprise, joy, and trepidation.
You're here. Su Liang hadn't come to see her for almost 2 days. She was afraid that his concern was just for show, and that he was back to his previous threatening ways.
Have you missed me?
Su Liang smiled slightly, extending a hand from behind him, holding a bouquet of violets. Lu Roland took the flowers, feeling a sense of relief mixed with shyness, and gave a soft reply. It seemed Su Liang had truly changed. It was all because of the child in her belly.
Have you eaten? I'll make you something.
Entering the living room, Lu Roland arranged the flowers and asked Su Liang, who had plopped down on the sofa.
I've eaten, now make me a cup of tea.
She obediently took out tea leaves and began fiddling with a tea set. Speaking of which, Su Liang had forced her to learn how to make tea. Su Liang liked tea, so he made her learn so she could enjoy it more when she came. The man sat on the sofa, the woman beside him making tea. This warm scene resembled that of a married couple. Ring 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 ring.
Su Liang's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Tang Xin calling. He glanced at Lu Roland, who was diligently making tea, and went to the balcony. Although he didn't mind answering another woman's call in front of one woman.
Lu Roland was currently developing feelings for him, so he was still quite concerned.
Brother Liang, someone wants to bail out Lin Hao. The call connected. A crisp, pleasant female voice rang out.
Oh. Su Liang raised an eyebrow and asked, who is it?
Chen Jianjia. Then let him out. Su Liang's expression was somewhat amused.
It gets boring to keep taking advantage of one person. It's time to put Lin Hao out there for a spin. Chen Jianjia rescuing Lin Hao was actually within his expectations.
Lin Hao has 3 masters, and correspondingly 3 senior sisters. The eldest senior sister is Chen Jianjia.
Chen Jianjia comes from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and runs the century-old Baikatang. Nowadays, Western medicine is prevalent, and traditional Chinese medicine is gradually declining. To prevent the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, the Chen family had sent his daughter, Chen Jianjia, to study under a renowned medical master.
Upon returning from her studies, Chen Jianjia took over Baikatang. This revitalized Baikatang, showing signs of a resurgence. However, this was a situation Western medicine didn't want to see.
According to the unfolding plot, they would continuously send people to cause trouble at Baikatang, only to be repeatedly humiliated by the protagonist.
Just as Su Liang was pondering his next move, Tang Xian's voice rang out again.
Brother Liang, have you found me another new sister?
Ha! Su Liang chuckled lightly, don't worry, you'll have more and more sisters in the future. Tang Xin was the one who only discovered Su Liang's entourage of women after losing her virginity.
Back then, she had quite a temper, even accusing Su Liang of deceiving her in her feelings, but she was eventually subdued. After that, she never inquired about how many women Su Liang had. This time, she asked again because she was shocked by the news she received from Lin Hao. A woman was already pregnant with Su Liang's child. Yes, under the ruthless methods of this violent woman, he finally revealed the reason. Faced with death, face didn't matter so much. Brother Liang, when are you coming to see me? I want to have your child too. That's how direct the violent policewoman was. She called to report information, but that last question was what she really wanted to ask. She absolutely couldn't fall behind. After chatting for a few more minutes, she returned to the living room, where Lu Rulin had already brewed tea. Enjoying Lu Rulin's gentleness while sipping tea, she was quite relaxed. Meanwhile, at the police station, Lin Hao was dragged out of the small, dark room, looking utterly disheveled. Before, he looked like a beggar, now, he was even worse than a beggar. Tragic, utterly tragic. Chen Jianjia frowned deeply. Looking at the disheveled man before her, she seriously doubted whether this was truly her junior brother. I'm sorry, but because he's not targeting an ordinary person, and he's so tight-lipped, we had to resort to some special methods. Seeing her confusion, Tang Xin explained with a smile. Chen Jianjia. Special methods? He's barely clinging to life, isn't he? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao instinctively trembled. His gaze towards her held a hint of fear. He had never been so afraid of anyone before, truly. This woman was truly ruthless. Beating him with a whip, shining lights on him, that was one thing, but the electrotherapy was practically non-stop. He would only stop when he was about to give up, and then start a new round once he recovered a little. If it weren't for his relatively good physique, he would have been exhausted long ago. After resting for a while, he regained some strength and followed Chen Jianjia out of the police station. After leaving, he glanced back. The police station behind him looked like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. He never wanted to come back here again. Seeing Chen Jianjia in front of him, Lin Hao finally had the mind to take a good look. He was stunned at first glance. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, no less beautiful than Lu Rulin. Her features were sharply defined, as if sculpted by the world's most perfect sculptor. Her bright eyes shone like jewels. Her figure was slender and graceful, like a masterpiece of art. Her skin was fair and delicate, as soft as silk, and she carried a faint herbal fragrance. Most importantly, she possessed an aura of righteousness, like a living bodhisattva saving the world, making her seem unapproachable. With a thought, Lin Hao guessed who she was. On the way down the mountain, his masters had told him about his senior sisters. Eldest senior sister Chen Jianjia, a descendant of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, now runs the 100 Herbs Hall, and is an apprentice of the first master. Second senior sister Xiao Qingxiu, the leader of the Star Moon sect in Shanghai's underworld, known as Bloodstained Qingxiu, is an apprentice of the second master. Third senior sister, Dongfang Shanyan, a beauty that stands out amidst the fading bloom of youth, is a rising star, apprenticed to third master. Third senior sister is currently on an international tour. Second senior sister is involved in the underworld, she's definitely tainted with blood and gore. Only eldest senior sister, who spends her days in the pharmacy and clinic, carries a faint herbal scent. Eldest senior sister, master sent me down the mountain to find you. Finally, we meet. Lin Hao smiled, extending his hand to shake hands. His current appearance, a forced, wide grin, was more like a grimace. Chen Jianjia didn't even glance at his hand, forcing a smile of disgust as she said, "Let's go back first." She then went to get the car. Lin Hao's face stiffened. Was he being rejected? Looking at his disheveled appearance, worse than a beggar's, he shook his head helplessly. Soon, an Audi pulled up in front of him, and he quickly got in. Chen Jianjia kept her eyes straight ahead, secretly thinking that this car was no longer worth keeping.
Chapter 17. Any heroine he sets his sights on will never escape his grasp. The next day, Su Liang had breakfast with Lu Rulin in the morning and then went out. Before leaving, he checked the system. Lu Rulin's favorability had indeed increased again. Today was his scheduled checkup date. Since none of the women around him had gotten pregnant, he suspected something was wrong with him and decided to get checked out. It wasn't until he learned that Lu Rulin was pregnant that his concerns were dispelled. After thinking about it, he decided to go for the checkup anyway. With so many women, only one had gotten pregnant in 6 months, a checkup was necessary. Also, he wanted to see how Chen Jianjia had arranged to bring Lin Hao out. That's right, the hospital he booked was by Kaitang. Chen Jianjia was one of the heroines he was currently pursuing. Booking an appointment at her hospital was also for closer contact and to pursue her. Kaitang was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, which had to make some changes with the changing times. Some medical examination equipment has been added to make it easier for customers to understand their health status at any time. Su Liang arrived at Bai Chaotang at the agreed time. Just as he entered the gate, he bumped into Chen Jianjia, who was about to leave, with Lin Hao silently following behind her. Young Master Su. Chen Jianjia was quite surprised to see Su Liang. The two knew each other, and their relationship was quite good. Su Liang possessed the air of someone from a prominent family in both his demeanor and speech. Most importantly, she didn't sense any of the spoiled, arrogant airs of a wealthy young master from Su Liang. Knowing that Lin Hao had offended Su Liang, she had gone out today intending to take him to apologize. Unexpectedly, before she even left the house, Su Liang showed up at her door. She assumed he was there to confront her. When Su Liang explained that he was there for a medical checkup, Chen Jianjia was surprised. When Lin Hao saw Su Liang again, he seemed calmer. However, the fleeting hatred and anger in his eyes revealed that he still harbored resentment. He led Su Liang to the VIP reception hall. Chen Jianjia said apologetically, "This is my junior brother. He just came down from the mountain and doesn't know much about social etiquette. He acted rashly and caused you trouble earlier, for which I am very sorry. I went out just now to bring him here to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." She then looked at Lin Hao. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Su." Apologize to Su Liang? Not only did he cheat on me and get Lu Rulin pregnant, but now he wants me to apologize? Lin Hao's hidden anger almost reignited. However, remembering that he had promised this senior sister, he could only reluctantly say it. "I'm sorry. Ding Lin Hao has become angry with you, villain value plus 666. It still has to be Lin Hao. Compared to that protagonist with a mental breakdown and only 777 points, he's the one to collect villain points." Su Liang looked at him mockingly. Chen Jianjia's current state clearly indicated that Lin Hao hadn't told her the truth. This was within his expectations. Protagonists, after all, fall in love with every woman they meet. Of course, they wouldn't reveal to one woman that they risked their lives for another. This suited him perfectly. If Chen Jianjia knew he had other women, winning her over would become much more difficult. Of course, it would only increase the difficulty slightly. Any woman he set his sights on would never escape his grasp. Seeing him remain silent, Chen Jianjia's heart sank. Just when she thought Su Liang wouldn't forgive her, he suddenly spoke. "If it were anyone else trying to kill me, you know the consequences." He paused, then Su Liang's gaze fell on Chen Jianjia, his tone slightly ambiguous. "However, since he is your junior brother, Jianjia, I'll let him go this time." Then thank you, young Master Su." Chen Jianjia blushed slightly, and seeing Lin Hao still standing there stunned, she immediately changed the subject. "Young Master Su has forgiven you, why don't you thank him quickly?" Anger flared in Lin Hao's eyes. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? They stole his fiancée, and now they're trying to steal his senior sister? Chen Jianjia's reprimanding voice rang out. He felt like he was spitting blood, and replied perfunctorily. "Thanks. How dare you talk like that? Is this how you thank someone?" Chen Jianjia was furious upon hearing this.
This guy caused all this trouble, and she went to great lengths to help him resolve it. And he acts like everyone owes him $1 million.
How could her master have taken such a jerk as a disciple?
If she hadn't written to ask her to take care of him, she wouldn't have bothered at all.
Alright, Jinjia, young people are bound to be hot-blooded, it's normal. Take me to get a checkup.
Seeing this, Su Liang knew it was time to step in and mediate. With a look of exasperation, Chen Jianjia looked away and stared at Su Liang.
I'll take you there right away, no, I'll examine you myself. Perhaps feeling indebted, she added.
She was the manager of Baikatang, usually handling difficult or serious illnesses. For something as trivial as an examination, she didn't need to get involved.
Su Liang smiled, this was exactly the result he wanted.
Ding Lin Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Lin Hao trembled with anger.
What does young and impetuous mean? You're about my age, aren't you? What's with that tone of lecturing a junior?
Seeing the two leave the VIP room, he quickly followed. He had to be constantly vigilant towards Su Liang. He absolutely couldn't let him take advantage of his senior sister. Before the physical examination, Chen Jianjia first took Su Liang's pulse.
Actually,
the diagnosis was always done by several senior physicians in the shop. Even when she did treat patients, it was always female patients. After all, men and women shouldn't be so intimate. This was the first time she'd ever touched a man's hand. A faint scent of hormones wafted over her, making her blush and her heart race. Lin Hao entered and saw the stunningly beautiful senior sister, her slender hand resting on her enemy's wrist.
Su Liang was wearing an expression of enjoyment. He immediately flew into a rage. Stop.
The sudden voice startled the already guilty Chen Jianjia. Looking up, she saw Lin Hao strode towards her menacingly.
What's your name?
She raised an eyebrow and demanded angrily. My medical skills are no worse than master's, I'll take his pulse. Lin Hao hesitated again upon reaching him.
He couldn't help it, Su Liang was too strong, he couldn't defeat him.
Chen Jianjia hesitated upon hearing this. Master's letter not only asked her to take care of her junior brother but also said that his medical skills were now on par with his own. If Su Liang was truly unwell, it would be safer for him to diagnose him. Seeing her hesitation, Su Liang's expression instantly deepened, his gaze intense. I don't trust his medical skills, I want you to take my pulse.
Then all right then.
Chen Jianjia's heart raced under his gaze, and she placed her hand on his again. She and Su Liang had known each other for a long time.
Chen Jianjia was well aware of his feelings. However, she had always considered revitalizing traditional Chinese medicine as her goal and hadn't agreed.
Now, her resistance to him is getting weaker and weaker. Lin Hao was furious.
Still doesn't trust his medical skills?
Su Liang is clearly just trying to take advantage of senior sister.
Chapter 18 The Female CEO's Self-Conquest.
After taking his pulse, the formal examination began. Upon entering the examination room, Lin Hao tried to follow, but the door slammed shut, hitting him in the face. Blood pressure, pulse, electrocardiogram. Chen Jianjia examined Su Liang in all areas, from internal medicine to surgery, except for some sensitive spots.
Su Liang didn't mind a full-body checkup. He believed it would be a good experience in this setting. Let's wait, we'll be close to winning over this leading lady soon. We can always do another checkup later.
Then, it will be a complete examination, leaving no part unchecked.
During the X-ray, Su Liang's upper body was revealed to Chen Jianjia. 8-pack abs, perfectly proportioned muscles, a masterpiece. If Chen Jianjia hadn't been so resolute, she would have already succumbed. Not long after, the test results came back. Chen Jianjia stared wide-eyed at the report, the data far exceeding those of ordinary people.
After a long pause, she took the report to Su Liang. According to the test results, your body has absolutely no problems, on the contrary, you are perfectly healthy.
There's just one thing, your cell activity is much higher than normal, more stable, and of better quality.
Oh?
Is there a problem? Su Liang raised an eyebrow and asked. There's no problem at all, it's just. At this point, Chen Jianjia blushed slightly and took a deep breath. It's just that, in the future, when you have a relationship, the chances of conceiving might be lower. Ah. I've heard that low cell activity makes it difficult to conceive. Is high activity also true? Could it be that his cells are too dominant and inferior cells aren't worthy of fertilization? Then how can he possibly have many children? Su Liang frowned and asked, is there a way to solve this? This is the first time I've encountered a case like yours. Chen Jianjia shook her head. Afraid of worrying Su Liang, she quickly added. Don't worry, it just reduces the chances. Once a life is conceived, its quality will definitely be very high. Don't overthink it. Others aren't 100% pregnant either, and many people use contraception to avoid pregnancy. Holy crap! There's such a thing? If she gets pregnant, the quality will be very high? Does that mean she'll give birth to a child with excellent genes? Will Lu Roland's baby have an IQ of 200? Su Liang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Turning his head slightly, he noticed Chen Jianjia's worried expression. From what she had just said, he knew she cared about him. A thought struck him, and Su Liang sighed. Sigh, with this kind of disease, I'm afraid no one will want to marry me in the future. It's not a disease, and who said it's not possible? Chen Jianjia immediately became anxious, speaking without thinking. She quickly realized Su Liang was staring intently at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Jianjia, would you like to marry me? Forget about marriage for now, just get him first. Then he can do whatever he wants. Chen Jianjia, a young and innocent woman, couldn't possibly resist such teasing. She quickly changed the subject and fled. Outside the examination room, Lin Hao paced back and forth in the corridor, his heart burning with anxiety. He was extremely worried about his senior sister being alone with Su Liang. As time ticked by, he finally couldn't resist knocking on the door. Bang bang bang. The knocking startled Chen Jianjia awake. Su Liang didn't press the matter. Just as he had expected, it wouldn't be long. He emerged from the examination room. Su Liang was as composed as ever, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lin Hao was furious. His anger was like a raging river, unstoppable. He clenched his fists, determined to stop Su Liang. We absolutely cannot let Su Liang succeed. Ding. Lin Hao was furious, villain value plus 999. Evening. Lu's group. All the employees noticed something. Their icy CEO had changed. Before, he always had a cold demeanor when they saw her. Now, when she greets him, he nods in response and occasionally smiles. Especially today, their CEO's smile never faded. Could something good have happened to the CEO? For Lu Roland, it was indeed good news. Because before Su Liang left this morning, he told her that he would come to find her tonight to go to the opera house together and go shopping with her. A single sentence, a promise, made Lu Roland happy all day. Therefore, after finishing her work, she went downstairs and waited early. She wasn't kept long. A familiar Rolls-Royce arrived on time. Su Liang waved to her. Lu Roland happily opened the car door and got in. The two first went to a private restaurant for dinner. Don't let the name fool you, the cuisine there rivals, and may even surpass, that of top-tier hotels. The 10 most famous dishes and the 8 major cuisines can all be found there. These dishes are generally unaffordable for ordinary people because only one table is served per day. Even the wealthy have to queue and make reservations. However, there are always a few who transcend these limitations. These rules are meant to be broken in their eyes. Su Liang was one of them. Upon his arrival, the owner personally came out to greet him. Seeing that Su Liang had ordered many dishes, most of which were beneficial for pregnant women, Lu Roland was even more moved, and her affection for Su Liang was rapidly increasing. Soon, a sumptuous meal was laid out before them. During the meal, Lu Roland picked up some food, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it in Su Liang's bowl. This is what you like to eat. Putting aside the time Su Liang used to force her to eat and feed him, this was the first time she had proactively served him food. A smile appeared on Su Liang's face. Just taking her out for a meal, ordering some dishes good for the baby, and she's already fallen for him? Winning her favor is really effortless. It seems like we're not far from hitting the gold coin mark. Then he fell into deep thought. With Lu Rulan as a successful example, a few small favors would be enough to win her over. I wonder if that would work for the other female leads? Chapter 19. The protagonist's mentality exploded. After enjoying dinner together, Su Liang and Lu Rulan went to Shanghai's largest opera house. After watching a performance of Farewell My Concubine, it was already 8 p.m. It was peak evening shopping time. Wow, look how handsome this guy is. That girl looks so happy. A perfect match, a match made in heaven. I'm a fan of this couple. Looks are secondary, just look at their aura, they're definitely not ordinary people. The two walked down the street, attracting attention wherever they went, getting a 100% head turning rate. Hearing people say that she and Su Liang were a good match, Lu Rulan felt joy. After Su Liang's companionship and care over the past 2 days, her previous fear had vanished, replaced by happiness and a strong sense of security. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of a figure not far away. Lin Hao had changed his clothes today, looking quite presentable compared to his previous beggar attire. He had come out to find a bar, intending to drown his sorrows in alcohol. His mental state was truly on the verge of exploding. In just a few days since leaving the mountain, his experiences had almost equaled those of the 6 years he had spent there. He went to his fiancée's house only to be jilted, then sought out his fiancée only to be told to break off the engagement, and even discovered she was pregnant. He sought revenge on Su Liang, only to be slapped away and sent flying, discovering that Su Liang was even stronger than his second master. He thought Su Liang wouldn't kill him, but after being arrested, he learned what it meant to be worse than dead. Even now, the thought of that dark room sent chills down his spine. After being rescued by his senior sister, he apologized to his enemy, nearly causing him to vomit blood. Then he discovered that his senior sister was showing signs of being seduced by Su Liang. He wanted to stop it, but found himself powerless. Neither power nor strength could he match Su Liang. A gasp came from ahead. He looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the two figures in the center of the crowd, Lin Hao froze. It was Su Liang and Lu Rulan. The two were walking down the street like a loving couple. He had originally planned to turn and leave. He couldn't beat them, and watching Su Liang bully his fiancée was worse than death. He vowed that once he had the strength, he would kill Su Liang and rescue Lu Rulan immediately. However, when he saw Lu Rulan's expression, he stopped in his tracks. Lin Hao noticed that the fear and anger towards Su Liang were gone from her face. A genuine smile appeared on her face, tinged with a faint happiness. That meant... What the hell? What happened? He was locked up for a day, what on earth happened? That's his fiancée. Her pregnancy was practically forced upon her. If she falls for someone else, what am I? Absolutely not. Lu Rulan, have you forgotten how Su Liang treated you before? No, she must have been deceived by Su Liang's sweet talk. He couldn't have been wrong about the anger in Lu Rulan's eyes earlier. That deep-seated fear couldn't have changed so quickly. The only explanation must be that Su Liang said something, promising to marry her and give her a proper status in the future. Women are always emotional creatures. Especially after having children, they are easily deceived by sweet words. But Lin Hao knew that Su Liang was a playboy, surrounded by countless women. That afternoon, he had secretly gone to the Su group. He saw Su Liang with two women whose elegance and beauty rivaled Lu Rulan and senior sister Chen Jianjia, their relationship very intimate. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He had so many women and he wasn't satisfied, he even tried to seduce senior sister. How could such a playboy possibly offer a woman a future? He had to make Lu Rulan see Su Liang's true character completely. Noticing the furtive Lin Hao, a strange glint flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He and these protagonists were truly born enemies, they seemed to run into each other everywhere they went. If you want to come, then come along. Su Liang smiled faintly.
They happened to pass a women's clothing store, and he pulled Lu Rulin inside. "Since we're here, how can we not buy a few things?"
Lu Rulin was incredibly touched.
She thought Su Liang would only accompany her shopping at most, but he even went to buy her clothes.
Her goodwill towards him skyrocketed.
To express her gratitude, she asked Su Liang to help her choose clothes. Even the super short and thin clothes she used to wear, she wanted to buy them for him to see. Seeing her shy expression, Su Liang casually pointed to a few outfits that looked good. To Lu Rulin's surprise, he chose all proper clothes.
Long evening gowns, knee-length pleated skirts, and even CEO-style business suits. She planned to have them wrapped up.
Her figure was a natural clothes hanger. As long as it wasn't too exaggerated, everything fit her perfectly. Moreover, she had a kind of misophobia. She wouldn't allow anyone else to wear the clothes she'd worn. Normally, she'd buy clothes and take them home immediately. She didn't care about the money. At this moment, Su Liang smiled and stopped her.
"Let me see how it looks." Of course, Lu Rulin wouldn't refuse his request and immediately went into the fitting room. Then, she tried on one outfit after another.
Su Liang watched with great interest, becoming a judge and scoring her clothes.
These were all designer clothes, and paired with Lu Rulin's stunning beauty, weren't they even better than those models?
He had an even more interesting idea in mind. That was to gather all the leading ladies together and have them change into different outfits for him to see. It could be a fashion show. A show that only he could see. He could even be more innovative and daring with the clothes, and hold his own Victoria's Secret fashion show. After trying on a few outfits, Su Liang had had his fill.
Lu Rulin asked the saleswoman to wrap up all the clothes.
Then she went to the other side of the booth and picked up several very sexy outfits. After having them wrapped up, she secretly glanced at Su Liang. Ding Linhao's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 1,000.
Outside the store,
Lin Hao, who witnessed everything from afar through the glass, was utterly dumbfounded.
What did he see? Lu Rulin was actually trying on clothes for Su Liang.
Every time he saw her change clothes, displaying her stunning beauty to Su Liang, Lin Hao felt an unbearable heartache. That was his fiancée, and he could only watch from afar. His mental state was collapsing. And then, he saw Lu Rulin go to another section. Those interesting clothes, she was picking out miniskirts. It was obvious who she was going to wear those to, and Lin Hao was completely devastated.
Chapter 20, The protagonist's heart is riddled with holes.
Upon reaching the counter, Lu Rulin intended to swipe her card. She was already deeply touched that Su Liang had accompanied her to buy clothes. She would feel embarrassed to let him pay as well. Before she could even take it out of her bag, a hand was already extended in front of her. In that hand was an exquisite purple gold black card.
"Use mine." Su Liang smiled gently.
This is a purple gold black card." From the moment Su Liang entered the store, the beautiful cashier had been paying attention to him. He was simply too handsome and had such an air of elegance. Without realizing it, she was mesmerized. And when she saw the black card in his hand, the cashier was even more shocked and speechless. She had never seen such a black card before, but she had heard legends about it. A purple gold black card, issued by the Swiss headquarters, limited to 20 worldwide, unlimited credit limit. Unexpectedly, the handsome man in front of her was not only good-looking and had a great presence, but also incredibly wealthy. Luckily, she reacted in time, her hands trembling as she accepted the card, her heart pounding with excitement. After swiping the card, the cashier respectfully handed it back to her.
Su Liang put it away. Glancing at the system, Lu Rulin's favorability towards him rose again.
These clothes were only worth a few 100,000 or 1,000,000, in his eyes, they weren't even worth much. Money, to him, was truly just a string of numbers.
Why wouldn't he use some money to boost Lu Rulin's favorability and quickly accumulate gold coins? Indeed, Lu Rulin was genuinely moved.
Since growing up, this was the first person to buy her clothes and spend money on her. It made her feel a long-lost warmth. Watching the two leave the store, the cashier stared blankly at the doorway, lost in thought for a long time. A man like Su Liang was someone she could only dream of, she didn't even have the right to a one-night stand. All she felt was envy for the woman beside him, someone who could often be by his side. The two strolled along the street for a while longer.
As they prepared to go home, a men's clothing flagship store caught Lu Rulan's attention.
A thought struck her. Looking at Su Liang beside her, she said expectantly, "You bought me clothes earlier, let me buy you something too." These past few days, Su Liang had been incredibly attentive to her. She felt she had to reciprocate. Although he lacked nothing, she couldn't let him think she was a woman who only knew how to receive. Besides, in her heart, a woman buying clothes for her man, that's what makes a family. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, a smile appeared on his face. "Okay. But I'm not very good at choosing clothes, could you help me pick some out?" Lu Rulan readily agreed, smiling happily. The two then went into a men's clothing store. Inside, Lu Rulan indeed began selecting clothes for Su Liang, looking very serious. A dozen minutes later, Lu Rulan brought several outfits to Su Liang and asked for his opinion. "Since you chose them, I'll take them all." Lu Rulan smiled and had them packed up. The sales assistant took the clothes from her hands with a look of delight. Don't be fooled by the few pieces of clothing, the total price was over $1 million. Her commission was substantial. "Wait." Su Liang called out to her. He took out a suit from among the clothes. "Wrap up the rest, I'll try this one on." He had previously gained the suit thug buff after recruiting a female lead into his family, but hadn't yet tested its effects. Suit thug buff requires wearing a suit, increases the host's aura by 1 level, strength by 50%, and mixed martial arts to god level. This buff was dispensable to him because his strength was already invincible. His acquired skills, such as Bajiquan and military assassination technique, were also god level. He usually preferred casual wear and had never tried a suit before. Today he could give it a try. This made Lin Hao, who was secretly watching, grind his teeth. What does it feel like to see your fiancée, the woman you love, earnestly buying clothes for another man? Only he knows the feeling. It felt like another knife stabbing into his heart. Just then, he saw Su Liang take a dress into the fitting room, with Lu Rulan waiting outside. His eyes lit up. A perfect opportunity. He had long wanted to tell Lu Rulan about Su Liang's hypocrisy. However, she was always with Su Liang, making it impossible to get close. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. He had to be quick, before Su Liang came out after changing, to tell Lu Rulan the truth. Lin Hao didn't dare delay and quickly ran over. The scene shifts. Seeing Lin Hao suddenly appear, Lu Rulan frowned deeply. Didn't they agree to break off the engagement? What's this guy doing here again? She didn't want Su Liang to misunderstand. "Rulan, I've come to tell you something." Before he could finish, Lu Rulan interrupted. "Please call me Lu Rulan, we're not acquainted." Feeling stabbed in the heart again, Lin Hao didn't dare delay and continued. "Listen to me, don't believe Su Liang's sweet talk, he actually has many women outside. I saw him with 2 women from his company, and I also saw him flirting with other women outside. Don't be fooled by him." After saying that, he looked at Lu Rulan, expecting her reaction. However, he didn't see the scene he imagined, Lu Rulan angrily storming off. Instead, her expression was calm. "Finished?" "Lin Hao." "What? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Lin Hao was completely bewildered. This was totally different from what he expected. "Su Liang has other women outside after he got together with you. Aren't you angry at all? Get out of here if you're done." Her voice was icy, laced with anger. Lin Hao was even more dreadful of life. He revealed Su Liang's true character, and Lu Rulan not only didn't thank him, but was also furious with him. What the hell is going on? How could he possibly know? Lu Rulan already knew everything he said. Could she control what Su Liang did? She didn't ask for much. In her heart, she was content as long as Su Liang treated her the way he did.
Why was she angry with Lin Hao?
Lin Hao's words were clearly meant to ruin her relationship with Su Liang. It was no wonder she was angry. To prevent him from succeeding, Lu Rulan said,
I know everything you've said.
No matter how many women Su Liang has outside, as long as I have a place in his heart, that's enough. Her words were half true and half false.
As a woman, and a proud woman at that, how could she be willing to share her man with other women?
But she had no choice.
Who told Su Liang to be even more domineering than her?
She felt things were pretty good now. Su Liang wasn't so fierce towards her anymore, and he'd come to see her when he had time.
Holy crap?
Lin Hao was dumbfounded.
The meaning of Lu Rulan's words couldn't be clearer.
This was her way of saying she'd be willing to follow Su Liang no matter how many women he had.
This was the aloof, arrogant female CEO he knew?
At this moment, his heart wasn't just stabbed a couple of times, it was riddled with holes. Ding Lin Hao's emotions have spiraled out of control, villain value plus 888. Ding Lin Hao's mental state has collapsed, villain value plus 999.
Chapter 21 The Terrifying Su Family.
Even the crown prince would call them brother. Just then, with a click, the fitting room door opened. Swish swish swish. All eyes turned towards him. When the figure emerged, everyone was stunned, and the entire room fell silent.
My God, he's so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Isn't he better looking than those oppas? Mom, I'm in love again. Damn it, even I have to admit, he is indeed a little more handsome than me.
Bro, are you sure it's a little, and not a whole lot more?
After a brief silence, the entire room erupted in cheers. Su Liang's charisma was exceptional. Wearing this suit, with the added boost, he exuded an even more domineering aura.
He sensed it, his strength had indeed increased, and he spotted Lin Hao at a glance. From the moment Su Liang appeared, Lu Rulan's gaze was fixed on him, her face filled with infatuation.
Lin Hao was heartbroken and also planned to run away.
If Su Liang slapped him again, he'd probably be crippled, if not killed. Just then, Su Liang's gaze fell upon him. He froze, as if targeted by some ferocious beast, unable to take a single step.
How is this possible? He was utterly horrified, feeling that Su Liang had become even more unfathomable. Or rather, he hadn't shown his full strength before. How the hell was he supposed to play this game? Thump thump thump. Su Liang walked towards him step by step.
The sound of footsteps echoed, and Lin Hao felt as if each step was pounding on his heart. He was drenched in sweat. In a short time, he felt as if he had been pulled from the water. All of this happened only between the two of them, no one else seemed to notice. Just as Su Liang was about to reach him, Lin Hao used all his strength to break free from the restraint and fled in panic. Ding Lin Hao has developed fear towards you, villain value plus 987.
Watching his disheveled retreating figure, a faint smile appeared on Su Liang's lips. I'll spare your life for now. That's right, if he hadn't deliberately let him go, how could Lin Hao have escaped? Mubai was currently adding equipment to his research lab.
Killing Lin Hao would take away a lot of the fun.
How was it? Reaching Lu Rulan, Su Liang asked.
Very good, very handsome. After saying that, Lu Rulan realized what she meant and shyly lowered her head. Su Liang was too lazy to change and planned to go straight back, but Lu Rulan rushed forward to swipe her card first.
Back home. Ding, do you want to add Lu Rulan to your family? Make her a family member?
Su Liang was just about to go to sleep when a notification sounded in his mind. He was immediately drawn to the system and discovered that Lu Rulan's favorability had already reached the required level. She was now his person, and her favorability had met the requirements. Of course, she could become a member of his Su family.
Su Liang didn't hesitate and chose yes.
Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have obtained medical skills god level. Swish. The notification sound faded, and a deluge of information flooded his mind. Su Liang was already used to this and felt no discomfort. These memories were like imprints on his mind, quickly digested by him. They were all knowledge about medicine. From treating minor ailments to solutions for intractable diseases, even cancer could be cured. There were countless prescriptions for treating illnesses, regulating the body, maintaining skin, and promoting pregnancy and beauty. Of course, the acupuncture techniques the protagonist uses to show off were also included. Tai Divine Needle, Giga 13 needles, the 8 heaven-defying needles, the 7-star life-extending needle, everything was there. It's no exaggeration to say. Among all the legendary doctors throughout history, he was second to none. Even those protagonists couldn't compare. The next morning, after leaving Lu Ruolan's house, Su Liang didn't go to the company, nor did he seek out other women. Instead, he returned to the Su family mansion. This brings us to his family. His grandfather was a founding father, now living in seclusion in the South China Sea. His father was one of the 9 cauldrons, a high-ranking official in the Chinese military, and now works in the capital. His second uncle is a business prodigy who founded the Su Group, which has now expanded into international markets. His aunt possesses unparalleled martial arts talent. She is a female warrior in the military, holding the rank of general. His mother manages the domestic market and has moved the Su Group to the capital. He also has a younger sister who is studying at a university in the capital. His mother's family, the Yun family, is also quite powerful, a reclusive family in the capital. This generation has only 2 daughters, his mother and his aunt. His second uncle has a daughter, his cousin, who is also studying in the capital. His aunt remains unmarried to focus on martial arts, and his other aunt is a workaholic and also unmarried. He is the only male heir in the Su and Yun families across 3 generations, highlighting his importance. With his status, even the crown prince of the capital would respectfully address him as Brother Liang. However, such a powerful family force was merely a stepping stone for the protagonist, ultimately leading to his family's destruction and death. Su Liang was speechless. In truth, if his predecessor hadn't been so subservient to the protagonist, completely disregarding him, he wouldn't have ended up like that. If he had paid even a little attention, killing the protagonist would have been child's play. When he first transmigrated, he panicked. Even with powerful protectors, he still felt insecure and called his grandfather to send reinforcements. Only after bringing the female lead into the family and experiencing a surge in power did he feel at ease. Then he ordered his protectors to either return or go into hiding. He didn't want a bunch of 60 or 70-year-old men following him. It was precisely because the powerful protectors were all sent away that the protagonist felt his underlings were easily defeated. But with just a word from Su Liang, those powerful figures would quickly gather. That power will make the protagonist feel true despair. Now that he's here, the tragedy of his family being destroyed won't happen. The ones who should be fearful are the protagonists. In other words, now the Su family in Shanghai is down to just him. His family has called him to go to the capital more than once. Especially his Yandere younger sister. If he doesn't go, she'll stop going to school and even go on a hunger strike. But Su Liang has refused them all. He planned to go later. After taking down the protagonist and looting all the female leads in Shanghai, he'd then go to Beijing to plunder. Now that his plan had been proven wrong, there was more than one protagonist. Going to Beijing was even less of a good idea. Shanghai was a key city where the protagonist would appear. He could wait until he'd dealt with most of the protagonists in Shanghai before going. Chapter 22: The villain can do what he wants. The calamity of Bai Chao Tang. The Su family compound. Located on the outskirts of Shanghai, it covers nearly 10 acres, a truly vast estate. Unlike some families that blend Chinese and Western architectural styles, the Su family's architecture is purely classical. Palaces, pavilions, terraces, and flower beds. Stepping inside feels like stepping back in time. Su Liang arrived at his villa. A bodyguard entered with several packets of medicinal herbs and presented them to him. Although the tonics he had sent would ensure the safe delivery of Lu Ruolan's child, he planned to concoct some more formulas to soothe the fetus and nourish the spirit to ensure absolute safety. He had acquired divine-level medical skills from her last night, so it was essentially a case of getting the benefit from her. Besides that, he also planned to concoct a poison. The kind of deadly poison that even the protagonist, using his Tai divine needles, couldn't cure, except for him. He'd give the protagonist a surprise. According to his information, Peace Hospital is about to take action against Baikatang. According to the plot, they'll send a critically ill patient to Baikatang to cause trouble. When Baikatang can't save the patient, they'll step in. However, because of the protagonist, no matter what kind of patient they send, they'll be cured. This actually boosts Baikatang's reputation. It also allows the protagonist to gain favor with the female lead. Furthermore, at the upcoming exchange meeting between traditional Chinese and Western medicine, the protagonist makes a stunning debut, completely solidifying his reputation. Since the patient sent by Peace Hospital isn't working, he'll just add some poison. Imagine. The patient appears at Baikatang, and everyone is helpless, then the protagonist jumps in to show off. However, he discovers he can't cure the patient either. His expression at that moment will surely be quite amusing. Just because of an interesting idea, he's going to poison someone, completely disregarding the suffering that person will endure. Regardless of whether the person worked for the Peace Hospital, even if they were an innocent passerby, Liang wouldn't care. Anyway, he wasn't a good person, nor was he a saint. He could do whatever he wanted. Afternoon. By Chao Tang. The street was bustling with people, who came and went constantly. Compared to the past when traditional Chinese medicine was suppressed and couldn't even raise its head, sometimes not even seeing a single patient for half a day. With Chen Jianjiao's return and appointment as manager, traditional Chinese medicine was gradually showing signs of resurgence. A middle-aged woman with an ordinary face, a thin figure, and a haggard appearance arrived at the entrance of Bai Chao Tang. Her name was Liao Ping. Due to long-term heroin use, her body was becoming increasingly weak, her immunity was plummeting, and a series of ailments had appeared. Her most recent checkup revealed sepsis. This was a disease with a very high mortality rate. The treatment costs were extremely high, and she had already exhausted her savings. Because she hadn't paid attention to her condition, it had become very serious. It was almost certain she would die. Just when she was in despair, a doctor found her. He told her he could provide her with the best treatment, without her having to spend a penny. His only request was that she do one thing. Faced with death, Liao Ping agreed without hesitation. After the doctor told her what she needed to do, she was somewhat surprised. She was to go to Baikatang, a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and have the doctors there cure her. If they didn't, she would cause trouble. Isn't that easy? So, like everyone else, she went to Baikatang, took a number, and waited in line. When it was her turn, an elderly man in a traditional Chinese clothing with white hair took her pulse. After a moment, the old man's expression turned serious. He then examined her eyes and asked her to open her mouth so he could see her tongue coating. The old man was very professional and quickly diagnosed her with sepsis. Liao Ping was very skeptical. She didn't believe in traditional Chinese medicine. Could someone really diagnose a disease just by taking a pulse? It was too mystical. Now, even if the old doctor diagnosed her illness, she would just scoff. She still believed that Heping Hospital could cure her. Immediately, she prepared to start trouble as planned. Before she could even speak, a burning sensation surged through her entire body. It felt as if she were about to burst into flames. Unable to bear the heat, her eyes rolled back, she foamed at the mouth, and began to convulse. This sudden turn of events startled everyone in the hall. Even those who had been arranged to join in the commotion were momentarily stunned. After regaining their senses, they assumed it was an impromptu performance and quickly began to cooperate. It's terrible. Call the police. Someone's died at Baikatang. I told you traditional Chinese medicine is just mystical. How could it possibly cure diseases and save lives? Now someone's dead. This is terrifying. I'll never believe in traditional Chinese medicine again. As several people shouted, panic ensued, and the crowd grew restless. After a flurry of activity, the hall fell silent. Quiet down. As everyone can see, this patient fell ill during the diagnosis process. It's not a problem with our treatment. Please rest assured, everyone. I will investigate thoroughly. If it truly was a problem with our medication, Bai Chao Tang will take full responsibility. Chen Jianjia, the manager, stepped forward. She held considerable authority, and a few words brought the situation under control. However, this was not what some people wanted to see. Someone spoke up loudly. That sounds nice, but the person's illness happened here. We at Bai Chao Tang will cure her. Before the person could finish speaking, Chen Jianjia forcefully interrupted them. A pair of cold eyes fell upon the speaker. She exuded a compelling aura, making it impossible to look down on her. The person turned away, not daring to say anything more. Manager, her illness is a bit strange. At this moment, the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, covered in cold sweat, approached Chen Jianjia. He had just confirmed the illness, but after Liao Ping's attack, he tried to diagnose her again, but couldn't find the cause. Or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't find the cause, it was an ailment he had never seen before. It seemed to have never occurred before. His blood was boiling, utterly unheard of. At this moment, the patient had already fainted. Her body was still convulsing, and judging from her furrowed brow, she was suffering even in unconsciousness. Seeing the shopkeeper arrive, the other elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctors stood up. They had all taken the patient's pulse and shook their heads, indicating they couldn't find anything wrong. Chen Jianjia, her expression grave, also approached and took the patient's pulse. Gradually, her brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Her bodily functions were relatively intact, some damage was due to heroin use, but her blood was very abnormal. It seemed boiling, burning. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. It seemed those people had come prepared. The next moment, seeing her pale face, some people began to jeer. Could it be incurable? Isn't traditional Chinese medicine TCM always boasting about its amazing effects? That it can cure people without surgery. TCM is just all show and no substance. If you really want to heal, you have to see a Western doctor. A series of unpleasant comments followed, and Chen Jianjia's face turned grim. She had known all along that the people at Heping Hospital were targeting Bai Chao Tang. They couldn't stand to see Bai Chao Tang succeed and didn't want TCM to rise. The previous attempts to cause trouble had all been deftly defused by her. This time, however, her heart sank further. Without knowing the cause of the illness, she had no way to prescribe a treatment. If only she knew her master's Tai Divine Needle technique. The Tai Divine Needle is miraculous, comprehensively regulating the body, capable of reviving the dead and healing broken bones. Even without knowing the cause, it can cure people. Unfortunately, she had never learned it. Just when everyone thought that even Chen Jianjia couldn't cure it, and Bai Chao Tang was about to collapse, a boastful voice rang out. Traditional Chinese medicine isn't just some fancy trick. Today I'll show you its true power. Chapter 23, the protagonist's boasting gets him struck by lightning. He becomes the laughingstock of the entire audience. Asterisk swish, swish, swish asterisk. A multitude of gazes followed the sound. A seemingly ordinary young man stepped forward, a confident smile on his face. The arrogant words from earlier had come from him. Who is this? Speaking so arrogantly. He wants to show us real traditional Chinese medicine? Who does he think he is? Several experienced doctors couldn't even diagnose the illness, and Manager Chen was helpless. And this brat can do it. Where did this guy come from? Does he think our 100 Herbs Hall isn't chaotic enough already? Clearly, even the people at 100 Herbs Hall didn't believe Lin Hao's words. Let alone others they were even less likely to. Feeling the disdain, mockery, and sneers coming from all directions, Lin Hao remained unfazed. He believed that once he cured this patient, all the doubts would vanish. Not all of them, though, some people still believed in him. That was Chen Jianjia. Her eyes lit up as she remembered the letter her master had sent her. The letter clearly stated that Lin Hao's medical skills were no less than her own. In other words, Lin Hao had mastered the Tai Divine Needle technique. A glimmer of hope rose in her heart. With his help, he could definitely save the person.
Seeing Lin Hao continue walking forward, someone stepped forward to drive him away.
Chen Jianjia stopped him and explained the reason to the crowd.
What? He's Manager Chen's junior apprentice brother. Is he really that good?
His medical skills have surpassed Manager Chen's masters.
Are you kidding me? Which traditional Chinese medicine practitioner isn't in their 70s or 80s? How old is this guy? Except for Manager Chen. Hey him? A master of traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine is really getting worse and worse. Manager Chen's medical skills are so amazing, and she said this brother's medical skills are amazing. I think he must be quite capable. Everyone was somewhat surprised to hear Chen Jianjia say that Lin Hao was her junior apprentice brother. However, many people still expressed doubts about Lin Hao's medical skills.
Walking up to him, seeing the expectation in his senior sister's eyes, Lin Hao returned a reassuring look. He felt a surge of excitement. It wasn't easy, his senior sister finally noticed him. Ever since Chen Jianjia took him out of the police station, she ignored him for several days, making him feel completely invisible.
That's all in the past.
From now on, he will let his senior sister gradually know how capable he is. It all started with curing the patient before him. Lin Hao was confident. He took a deep breath and picked up a set of silver needles. His expression was solemn as he began to insert the needles. One needle after another was inserted into the patient's various acupoints, quickly covering his entire body. Having reached this point, Lin Hao didn't relax, because the crucial step was yet to come. He raised his hand and flicked the tip of one of the needles. The needle began to vibrate rhythmically. By the time every single needle had begun to vibrate, Lin Hao was drenched in sweat. This process required the application of internal energy, and ensuring that the vibration of each needle was synchronized. It was extremely mentally taxing. Fortunately, everything was completed smoothly. Then, Lin Hao put his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He was prepared to receive the compliments and admiration of the crowd. Chen Jianjia stood to the side, watching intently. She was thrilled. After several years, she had finally seen the Tai Divine Needle again. No matter how many times she had seen it, it always seemed incredibly miraculous. She had tried to learn it more than once, but she simply couldn't master it. While Chen Jianjia remained calm, the old traditional Chinese medicine doctors beside her were completely out of control. This is actually the legendary Tai Divine Needle. Is it really the Tai Divine Needle? Legend says it can revive the dead and heal the wounded. I am fortunate enough to have witnessed it today. I can die without regrets. There's hope. The previous times the Tai Divine Needle appeared, there was almost no disease it couldn't cure. The old men were extremely exaggerated. Tears streamed down his face, his pupils contracted, and he babbled incoherently. Lin Hao removed his hands, but the silver needles on the patient's body continued to tremble. This miraculous scene astonished everyone present. Especially seeing the performance of the veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Perhaps this young man really could cure the patient? Time slowly passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The trembling silver needles slowly stopped, but the patient remained motionless. Everyone held their breath, hoping for a miracle. However, another 10 minutes passed. The so-called miracle still hadn't occurred. A collective gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. That's it. Chen Jianjia and the others shared similar expressions. The veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners' faces froze. What's going on? They looked at Chen Jianjia, their eyes filled with questioning. The Tai Divine Needle technique, they'd only heard of it. They didn't know the specifics of the process, nor how long it would take for the patient to wake up. Chen Jianjia was also puzzled. She had witnessed her master use the Tai Divine Needle technique more than once. Patients almost always woke up within 5 minutes of the needle stopping vibrating. Lin Hao's technique was identical to his master's, so why hadn't the patient moved at all after 10 minutes? Suddenly, their gazes towards Lin Hao began to turn suspicious. They were puzzled, doubtful, while Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded. His stoic posture crumbled, and he hurriedly reached forward to take the patient's pulse. He was shocked to discover that
there was absolutely no improvement.
The blood was boiling, and the patient's brow was still furrowed, seemingly resisting the inhuman torment.
In other words, his Tai divine needle technique was completely useless? Impossible. Lin Hao's face was filled with disbelief.
Undeterred, he pushed himself to exhaustion and performed the technique once more.
20 minutes passed. That's it. Damn it, he was so arrogant just now, and this is all he's got. What skills? He's just a fraud, he doesn't know a thing or two about medicine.
I actually believed he could cure this person, and even examined him seriously for half an hour.
I was such an idiot, really.
Ha, you've truly shown us what traditional Chinese medicine is all about, just flashy nonsense.
The crowd erupted in uproar. A barrage of unpleasant comments followed, practically aimed at cursing Lin Hao. Several elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners couldn't help but step forward to check on the situation. Gradually, their faces turned frighteningly pale. Because they discovered that the patient hadn't changed at all. They glared fiercely at Lin Hao. They'd thought the Tai divine needle technique had appeared, only to be so excited for nothing. Who knew this guy was so unreliable? A series of actions as fierce as a tiger, but utterly useless. And they'd wasted so much of their time. Wasting time is a minor issue, delaying patient treatment is the real problem. They could also sense it. If Bai Keitang couldn't overcome this trouble, the rising tide of traditional Chinese medicine would likely be completely suppressed once again. While resentful of Lin Hao, they couldn't help but begin to doubt. Does the Tai divine needle really exist? Chen Jianjia's expression was equally grim. She knew the effects of the Tai divine needle. It could even bring someone back from the brink of death. The only explanation was Lin Hao's skills were lacking. He must have bewitched his master, making him claim Lin Hao's medical skills were no worse than his own. Not only was he incompetent, but he also had to show off. Now, he hadn't cured the patient and had even tarnished his sex reputation. Chen Jianjia's impression of Lin Hao was already poor, and now it had worsened. And Lin Hao? Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, his face blank, utterly questioning the meaning of life. The Tai divine needle technique targets the entire body, it can even cure cancer, let alone other diseases. Therefore, even he, including Lin Hao, didn't suspect anyone had tampered with it. Then why, after using the Tai divine needle twice, was there absolutely no effect? Lin Hao himself began to wonder if he had learned nothing at all. Chapter 24. Let the bullets fly for a while. They're just pawns. Ding. Lin Hao's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 888. Ding. Lin Hao is questioning his existence, villain value plus 999. On the other side, Su Liang looked at a video in front of him, a faint smile on his face. The video was showing scenes unfolding inside by Chao Tang. As the instigator of everything, he certainly wouldn't miss this amusing scene. He had someone poison the people sent by Heping Hospital, and then he arranged for people to sneak in with hidden cameras to ambush them. Although he had already guessed this outcome, seeing it with his own eyes was still quite interesting. Soon, a commotion erupted in the video. Raising an eyebrow, he saw that a group of reporters had stormed into Bai Chao Tang. They seemed to have been prepared, setting up their cameras and microphones and starting to shout and yell. I heard someone died at Bai Keitang Clinic, is that true? What illness did the patient have? If Bai Keitang can't cure it, does that mean traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective? Manager Chen Yu said in the interview that traditional Chinese medicine isn't mystical, but now someone has died there. How do you explain that? Each question was a veiled attack on traditional Chinese medicine. She refused to believe these people weren't prearranged. Chen Jianjia frowned, beginning to explain. However, the patient was still lying there, and her explanation seemed weak and unconvincing. Just then, another group of people entered. The newcomers were doctors from Heping Hospital, each one arrogant and haughty.
The middle-aged man at the head of the group approached the Baikatang staff with a disdainful expression, speaking mockingly. I've said before, traditional Chinese medicine TCM is just metaphysics, without any scientific basis, and it can't be used to treat diseases at all. Now, they can't even cure a patient with sepsis. What qualifications do they have to practice medicine? His name is Liang, an attending physician at Heping Hospital. Since returning from studying abroad, he has been engaged in research in the field of cardiology, achieving considerable expertise. Having been exposed to foreign medicine, he has a deep contempt for TCM. Taking a pulse, looking at the eyes and tongue, and they can diagnose the illness? Prescribing some medicine and curing intractable diseases? What an international joke! And there's something even more ridiculous. No medicine needed, just a few acupuncture needles, and the patient will get better. It's utterly absurd, ridiculously outrageous. He shares the same views as his foreign teachers. Western medicine is the true cure for all evil, TCM is heresy and must be eradicated. His goal is to completely suppress TCM until it can't hold its head high. She doesn't have septicemia. Chen Jianjia looked at him coldly, preparing to state Liao Ping's condition, which was unprecedented in medical history. If it were really septicemia, traditional Chinese medicine has plenty of ways to treat it. Don't make excuses. Thinking she was changing the subject, Liang interrupted her rudely. Those whom you traditional Chinese medicine can't cure, we Western medicine will. I'm telling you, traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a charlatan. If you really want to be cured, you have to see a Western doctor. Liang felt incredibly satisfied after saying these words. He figured that if Professor Smith saw his performance, he would surely praise him. His words were undeniably persuasive, moving many in the hall. More and more people showed signs of agreement. Reporters even took notes of his words, showering him with praise. Liang responded to each of these comments. He not only gave Western medicine a boost but also once again denigrated traditional Chinese medicine. Then, Liang waved his hand, ordering the patient to be taken back for treatment. To further attack traditional Chinese medicine, he announced he would provide open treatment to the patient and report on his condition. As the group left, the other patients also gradually departed. After this incident, they too began to doubt traditional Chinese medicine. The people at Baikatang were filled with resentment but were helpless. Several elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctors shook their heads and sighed. It seems that after this turmoil, traditional Chinese medicine TCM will decline again. Chen Jianjia bit her lip, a sense of despair welling up inside her. From a young age, she aspired to lead the revival of TCM and worked tirelessly towards this goal. As a child, while other children played, she studied TCM classics. Later, she apprenticed under a renowned physician, believing she had mastered the skills and was now capable of promoting TCM. Unexpectedly, troubles came one after another. In the past, she could grit her teeth and overcome difficulties. But this time, she felt powerless. Seeing the change in her expression, Lin Hao opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. Initially, everyone doubted him. Chen Jianjia was the only one who believed in him. He had betrayed her trust and disappointed her. Lin Hao began to hate his own incompetence. Ding Lin Hao begins to doubt himself, villain value plus 1000. On the other side, Su Liang watched the video, taking in everyone's expressions. A smile of complete control spread across his face. Not enough, let the storm rage on. He looked at one of his subordinates. Let's begin. Soon, news about the events at Baikatang spread online, quickly climbing to the top of trending topics. A debate about traditional Chinese medicine TCM versus Western medicine was sparked. TCM is a fraud. If you really need treatment, you should see a Western doctor. Is TCM really metaphysics? Western medicine is the orthodox approach, TCM is heresy. The topic quickly dominated the top 10 of the trending topics list. A Rolls-Royce drove down the street. Inside the car, Su Liang scrolled through his phone, fairly satisfied with his handiwork. Actually, it wasn't entirely his doing. Peace Hospital was also orchestrating this to suppress traditional Chinese medicine. He merely fanned the flames.
Chen Jianjia must be getting anxious by now, right? Let's let things play out a bit longer.
Su Liang guessed correctly.
Bai Chao Tang wasn't just anxious, they were practically frantic.
Manager, something terrible has happened. A person rushed up to Chen Jianjia, frantically telling her about the trending topics they'd seen.
Chen Jianjia's face gradually paled.
She hadn't expected Heping Hospital to be so ruthless.
This was practically driving Bai Kaotang to its doom. In reality, Heping Hospital was also quite bewildered. Such a powerful online army, could they really afford to spend a few 100,000 yuan? Of course, they were happy to see it all happen, grinning as they prepared to watch Bai Kaotang close down.
Little did they know, in the eyes of the mastermind behind the scenes, they were nothing more than pawns.
Chapter 25, Su Liang feeds the female CEO. The protagonist becomes a laughingstock online.
When Su Liang arrived at Lu Rulan's house, Lu Rulan had already prepared a sumptuous meal and was waiting for him. After eating together, Su Liang took out several packets of traditional Chinese medicine to soothe the fetus and explained its effects.
Lu Rulan gratefully accepted the packets and asked the nanny to brew them immediately.
In the past, she would never have dared to drink medicine given to her by Su Liang.
Who knew what the reaction would be?
However, after Su Liang's care for her over the past few days, she had gradually lowered her guard. Her affection for him was also steadily growing. After last night, Su Liang was already imprinted in her heart. She was completely captivated.
2 hours later, Su Liang and Lu Rulan returned from a walk. The nanny brought over the brewed medicine. Lu Rulan was about to take it when Su Liang was faster, smiling at her.
"I'll feed you." His gentle words melted Lu Rulan's heart.
"Here, President Lu, it's time for your medicine." After the medicine cooled slightly, Su Liang scooped up a spoonful.
This was one of Su Liang's quirky habits. He handed her the spoon, and Lu Rulan leaned over, enjoying the act of feeding her.
Lu Rulan.
She was a little confused, feeling something was off. She opened her mouth blankly and drank the medicine. After finishing the bowl of medicine, Lu Rulan felt warm currents flowing through her limbs. Her eyes lit up, she had never felt so refreshed.
For a moment, her gaze towards Su Liang was filled with overwhelming gratitude.
This medicine was exceptionally effective, beneficial to both her and the baby in her womb.
Su Liang must have gone to great lengths to find this medicine, right? Lu Rulan thought to herself.
She also decided to repay him properly.
The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening.
The influence of the trending topic gradually spread. After being bombarded by the internet, Bai Chao Tang had become thoroughly famous. The usually quiet Bai Chao Tang was now surrounded by a huge crowd.
"Is this Bai Chao Tang?
I've lived in Shanghai for so many years, and I only found out about this place today.
Why is the door closed? I wanted to see the beautiful manager inside, Chen Jianjia. What a poetic name."
"So you're just lusting after her body, you shameless bastard." "I'm different, I came to see that idiot Lin Hao. He's hilarious, all that effort and no substance. I still prefer seeing his previous arrogant self."
The crowd was in an uproar.
They had all come because of his reputation. Some were there to see Bai Chao Tang make a fool of itself, some to see the stunning beauty, and some were simply there for the spectacle.
Inside Bai Chao Tang.
Seeing the situation turning against her, Chen Jianjia had the door closed. They watched the scene outside through the monitor, silent and the atmosphere heavy with tension. Lin Hao was among them. Ever since disappointing Chen Jianjia, he had been consumed by guilt. At this moment, his face was incredibly grim. Not long ago, he came across a video, clicked on it, and saw the comments. His mental state completely collapsed. The comments were unanimously calling him a fool, everyone was treating him like a joke. He'd become quite famous. Lin Hao was on the verge of tears. He wanted to be famous, but not in this way. Everyone present knew that this incident was inextricably linked to Heping Hospital, it was all a ploy to suppress them. This was a completely open conspiracy, and they were powerless to stop it.
"I'm going to settle accounts with them." Finally, Lin Hao's suppressed anger exploded.
He planned to teach those people from Heping Hospital a lesson. Just as he turned around, Chen Jianjia called out to him.
Come back here. What are you going to do? Settle accounts with Heping Hospital? Aren't we in enough trouble already?
She was utterly disappointed in this junior brother. All he knew was fighting and killing, he had no brains at all. Noticing her disappointed expression, Lin Hao trembled, but he could only suppress his resentment.
Manager, what do we do next? Someone asked worriedly.
In this situation, Bai Chaotang 100 Herbs Hall dared not even open its doors, let alone receive patients. Chen Jianjia pursed her lips and uttered a single word.
Wait. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Several veteran traditional Chinese medicine doctors, however, understood Chen Jianjia's meaning. That's right, wait. Hasn't Heping Hospital taken the patient back? Once the news spread that they couldn't cure the patient, attention would shift, and the turmoil surrounding Bai Chaotang would lessen considerably.
They had no doubt that Heping Hospital could cure the patient. It was a disease they had never seen before in medical history.
They didn't even know the cause, let alone how to treat it.
In fact, it was much as Chen Jianjia had thought.
Heping Hospital. Emergency room.
A group of doctors in white coats were bustling about. Lu Nang was among them, holding a patient's examination report in his hand, his eyes somewhat blank.
What kind of disease is this?
His blood was boiling, he'd never seen anything like it before. Since bringing the patient back, a large group of doctors had examined her. When the first test results came back, they were stunned. It wasn't sepsis at all, but a disease they'd never seen before. At first, they thought the patient had been poisoned. After repeated examinations, no toxins were found in the patient's body. Some doctors speculated that the sepsis had mutated, a guess that was agreed upon by the vast majority of doctors. After all, this patient had inhaled a lot of heroin, and her body had accumulated many minor ailments.
It wasn't surprising that it had suddenly erupted and mutated at some point.
This was a newly emerging disease in the human body, with high research value.
However, they couldn't continue their research.
They had no way to treat this disease, not even to alleviate it. And the patient's bodily functions were declining, it wouldn't be long before she died from organ failure.
This was exactly what Lu Nan was worried about. In an effort to suppress traditional Chinese medicine, he orchestrated media reports detailing patients' conditions.
Given the level of public attention this matter would garner. If a patient died at their clinic, not only would Bai Chaotang not be suppressed, but Heping Hospital's reputation would also suffer. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If they can't cure him, just send him back. Anyway, the incident happened at Bai Chaotang, and the inability to cure him is because Bai Chaotang delayed the treatment, it's not their fault. If the patient dies at Bai Chaotang, they'll have no choice but to close down. That's how it'll be done. Seemingly finding this method good, Lu Nang made the decision. However, before that, they still planned to try. What if they cured him? This is a disease that has never appeared in medical history before. If they cure him, they will definitely become famous overnight. On the other side. Upon receiving the message from Heping Hospital, Su Liang stopped paying attention. As long as everything is going according to his plan. Chapter 26, One sentence wiped out the Mu family. Su Liang's other women. When Lu Rulin woke up the next day, she had fully absorbed the effects of the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Now she felt completely relaxed, the fatigue from her previous all-night work sessions gone. Staring at Su Liang beside her for a long time, she got up to prepare breakfast. During the day, Su Liang didn't spend time with Lu Rulin, but instead went to see his other women. Because of Lu Rulin's pregnancy, he had paused his pursuit of other female leads and had no time to spend with them. Now that he had won over Lu Rulin, he would continue his unfinished business. Before that, he decided to comfort the others first. Su Liang arrived at Shanghai Airlines. A voluptuous, stunningly beautiful manager, easily 1.78 meters tall, greeted him. This was one of Su Liang's family members. Li Xiaomeng, formerly a newly graduated flight attendant. Whether it was her luck or misfortune, she met Su Liang on her very first day of work. She then succumbed to Su Liang's advances.
After winning her over, how could he let his woman become a flight attendant?
He directly placed her in a high-level position at her company.
Li Xiaoming felt lucky.
Now her work was easy, she only needed to give orders to her subordinates. Even the company boss treated her with utmost respect, afraid of accidentally offending her. A few days later, Su Liang reappeared. Her lessons finally came in handy, she went to great lengths to please him. Unfortunately, she was still too naive.
At lunchtime, Su Liang received news from Baikatang and Heping Hospital.
Both sides were on the verge of collapse. Baikatang couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion, while Heping Hospital's patients' conditions were worsening. Because they hadn't released information about the patients' conditions, public opinion, which had initially leaned towards Baikatang, had shifted to their side.
After reading the message, Su Liang closed it.
It wasn't time for him to make his move yet. Suddenly, another message arrived.
He clicked to view it. It was from Peng Ming, Mu Bai's best friend and another protagonist.
Su Liang had not only ordered him to present the new battery technology, but also to monitor Mu Bai's every move.
Is the equipment installed?
Instead of working hard to develop the technology, you're just loafing around outside.
Looks like it's coming to this. Su Liang raised an eyebrow.
The message said that after the equipment was installed, Mu Bai hadn't immediately started researching, but instead was preparing to take over the Mu family's business.
How could this be allowed? Wasn't this neglecting his duties? Immediately, Su Liang made a phone call and gave the order.
2 days passed, and the information about the Mu family was almost complete. They were ready to bankrupt them at any time, just waiting for Su Liang's command. As his orders were given, a business storm swept through Shanghai.
The Mu family. Head Mu Feng was explaining some things to his son, Mu Bai.
His son had decided to return home to inherit the family business, and he also planned to step down, gradually delegating power. "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely lead the Mu family to new heights."
Mu Bai's eyes were resolute. He hadn't forgotten Su Liang's mockery. He vowed revenge and to win back his beloved goddess.
Seeing his son's fighting spirit, Mu Feng was very pleased. Ring 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 ring. A cell phone rang, interrupting his words.
The call connected. An anxious voice came from the other end.
"Chairman, something bad has happened. The Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Tax Bureau, the Security Bureau, all these departments have suddenly come to investigate our company."
"What did you say?" Mu Feng's face changed drastically.
He stood up abruptly, his voice trembling. "Companies like theirs, more or less, have some degree of shady dealings and can't withstand investigation. The Mu Group is worth billions, and with his good interpersonal skills and connections, they usually wouldn't be investigated. But this situation, with multiple departments appearing simultaneously, means someone is targeting him."
"Don't panic. Cooperate. I'm coming right away."
Hanging up the phone, Mu Feng immediately prepared to go to the company.
Misfortunes never come singly. The phone rang again.
This time it was a business partner. They had recently finalized a major project.
"Our cooperation is cancelled. Don't contact me again."
"Hello, hello, hello." The other person hung up after saying that one sentence, leaving Mu Feng bewildered.
The phone rang again quickly.
Then, one call after another rang, almost all from people trying to distance themselves from him. Mu Feng's heart sank, his face turning pale and bloodless. If it weren't for his years of honed resilience, he would have collapsed long ago.
What was going on? Who was targeting the Mu family? Ring ring. This time it was a close friend.
The two had known each other since childhood, practically since they were toddlers. Unsurprisingly, it was also a call to sever ties with him. "Brotherly, for the sake of our years of friendship, could you please tell me who my Mu family has offended that's trying to destroy us?" He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with resentment and pleading. The other end of the line was silent for a moment before speaking.
"Yes."
He uttered only one word, yet it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it hard for Mufeng to breathe. The other end hung up the phone. Mufeng ignored it, muttering to himself.
It's over, the Mu family is finished.
Beside him, seeing his father's state, Mubai felt a strong sense of unease.
Finally, he couldn't help but ask. Dad, what happened? Has something happened to the group?
The entire business world of Shanghai was in turmoil. First, companies announced they were severing ties with the Mu Group and terminating their cooperation. Then, relevant departments uncovered a series of problems, including tax evasion, substandard products, and hygiene issues. Some of these were true, and even the false ones were largely ignored.
Because it was the Su family, Su Liang, who made the move. The Mu Group was seized and its funds frozen under various pretexts. The once thriving Mu Group was now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy.
Many powerful figures trembled, wondering how the Mu family had offended the Su family, while also feeling a sense of shared fate.
While the outside world was turbulent, Su Liang remained unaffected.
That afternoon, he arrived at the Shanghai radio station. He sipped tea, enjoying the service of the most beautiful host. This woman was also one of his women.
Liang.
When he met her, she was just a junior intern reporter. Back then, she came to the Su Group, ordered to interview Su Liang. Accompanying her were many other reporters. These people were highly respected in the industry, and she thought the interview was hopeless, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Su Liang pointed at her, clearly indicating that he wanted her to interview him. Their acquaintance began from that moment. After the interview, she returned to the company and was promoted to a full-time position, feeling grateful to Su Liang.
Under a chance circumstances, the two met again. When Su Liang invited her to dinner, she didn't refuse.
In their subsequent interactions, she gradually became attracted to Su Liang's charm, and things progressed naturally. Upon learning that her dream was to be a radio host, Su Liang immediately made her the station's primary presenter. She lived up to his expectations. With her outstanding figure, stunning looks, and most importantly, her beautiful voice, she quickly secured the position of the lead host. In the process, she gained a large following and even earned the title of Most Beautiful Host.
Chapter 27: The protagonist fights with a dog for food.
The villain triumphs over justice.
Su Liang emerged from the Shanghai radio station. It was nearly dusk.
He glanced at the message sent by his subordinate.
The situation between Baikeatang and Heping Hospital had taken a new turn.
Heping Hospital had returned the patient to Baikeatang.
Lu Neng, who had previously taken the patient, stated in an interview.
They could have cured the patient, but because the optimal treatment time was missed at Baikeatang, the condition worsened, and now they were powerless to reverse it. This diverted attention while once again disparaging traditional Chinese medicine and Baikeatang. His words were somewhat reasonable.
Baikeatang had indeed delayed the patient's treatment for a considerable time.
Especially that Lin Hao, with his fancy acupuncture techniques, which ultimately had no effect.
With this interview, Lin Hao was once again brought up for criticism. Actually, Lu Neng's words had many flaws. How arrogant he was when he took the patient away. However, those who are clear-headed are always in the minority.
Driven by online trolls, most people sided with Heping Hospital.
Is Baikeatang committing murder? Delaying treatment is tantamount to murder. My God, this is terrifying.
I even went to Baikeatang for treatment before, and just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. I'll never believe in traditional Chinese medicine again. That Lin Hao deserves to die.
He's indirectly causing death.
I suggest he be dragged out and shot for 5 minutes.
Baikeatang.
Watching Heping Hospital send the patient back again, everyone gritted their teeth in anger.
How could people be so shameless?
They couldn't cure her themselves, and seeing the patient's condition worsen, they sent her back. Chen Jianjia felt heavy-hearted. The patient's condition was already very serious.
If a treatment wasn't found soon, she would probably die. If she died here, Baikeatang would once again be thrust into the spotlight. Then it will truly be over. Few people know.
Amidst the nationwide, even global, attention drawn to Bai Chao Tang, The Mu Group, with a market value of tens of billions, has already collapsed.
Strangely, the Mu Group's sudden collapse only lasted an afternoon, yet no news has surfaced. It's as if it were just a trivial matter. No news reports, no one publicizing it, it's just calm.
That's right, Su Liang suppressed the news. No matter what he did, he had to maintain his refined image.
Of course, he couldn't be completely discreet, rumors still circulated. Su Liang didn't stop them. A little bit of news would enhance his deterrent effect. The Mu family. The Mu family father and son were evicted.
Bankers just came to foreclose on their property. The Mu family's market value of tens of billions is mostly based on asset valuation. In reality, they borrow from banks every year to develop new projects. Now that the Mu family is bankrupt, the banks are naturally getting restless.
In just one afternoon, Mu Feng seemed to have aged decades instantly, looking utterly dejected.
At noon he was a billionaire, but by evening he was kicked out of his home, left to wander the streets, reduced to a beggar. No one could accept that.
Mu Bai's expression was equally numb. After some questioning, he also learned that the Su family was behind it.
Before this, the Mu family had never provoked the Su family.
Why would they suddenly attack them?
The attack was swift and decisive, leaving the Mu family no chance to retaliate.
This was something Mu Feng couldn't understand.
But Mu Bai knew it was definitely because of him. I didn't do anything to you, yet you humiliated me, and now you're targeting my Mu family.
You're far too domineering.
Mu Bai gritted his teeth in anger, his hatred for Su Liang deepening. Looking at his father, whose heart was ashen, his heart ached.
Blood is thicker than water.
Even though they hadn't seen each other for 7 years, their father-son bond remained strong. He opened his mouth, ready to tell the reason, but hesitated for a long time before swallowing his words. He was afraid that if he told his father, knowing that everything was because of him, his devoted son, he would be driven to his death by anger.
As for him apologizing to Su Liang and begging him to spare the Mu family? Absolutely not.
Ultimately, he hadn't reached a truly desperate situation. He still had a path to rise again.
That was his soon-to-be-completed new energy battery technology. So what if the Mu family went bankrupt?
Once the technology was complete, he would build a Mu family that could rival the Su family. The situation wasn't that bad. He had already arranged all the equipment. It wouldn't be long before he perfected the technology.
Su Liang, I'll remember this grudge.
I'll repay it 1,000-fold. After making this vow in his heart, he helped Mu Feng up.
Dad, the current predicament is only temporary. Believe me, everything will be all right.
Mu Feng remained unmoved.
All right? Talk is cheap. The target is the Su family.
Even without the Su family lifting a finger, everyone else will suppress and ostracize them.
Want to go back to the way things were? Absolutely impossible.
Mu Bai didn't say much, deciding to wait until he had the technology developed before giving him a surprise.
That evening, Su Liang arrived at Tang Xian's house. This violent policewoman messages him every day. Su Liang thinks she's gone too far.
If he doesn't teach her a lesson, she'll think she's invincible. Ding, Mu Bai hates you to the bone, villain value plus 987. The voice in his mind made him raise an eyebrow.
TSK. Not easy.
He rarely exceeded 800 before, but now he's suddenly gotten this many. He picked up his phone. It was a video about Mu Bai.
Su Liang always takes the protagonists very seriously.
Not only Mu Bai, but also Lin Hao, both of whom he has people monitoring.
He wouldn't allow any accidents to happen.
The video recorded what happened after Mu Bai was kicked out of the Mu family home. He planned to take Mu Feng to a rented apartment, but the landlord had already taken the apartment away and wouldn't rent it to him anymore. Mu Bai gritted his teeth. This was too much. He wanted to stay in a hotel, but he didn't have a penny on him, and his cards were frozen and useless. He thought about staying at his best friend's house, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. It would cause him trouble. With no other choice, he went to the park, intending to make do there for the night. His hatred for Su Liang deepened. However, not long after lying down on the chair, a group of homeless people surrounded them again.
I went out to beg for food, and my house was robbed? Beat me up.
The father and son were brutally beaten and chased out of the park.
Interesting. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh, continuing to read. An hour later, Mubai and his son finally found a dilapidated park without any homeless people.
Due to the series of misfortunes, they hadn't eaten yet, and their stomachs were growling. They had no money, so they went to a restaurant to ask for some leftovers, but no one paid them any attention. Passing a trash can, Mubai saw an expired loaf of bread lying on the ground and reached out to pick it up. Suddenly, a dog appeared and snatched the bread away. After a struggle, he finally won and got the bread. He really had to fight a dog for food. How miserable! How could the word miserable even begin to describe it? What a talent! Su Liang sighed. He wasn't referring to Mubai and his son, but rather praising the person monitoring them. He had only given the order to make their lives miserable, and they had gone this far. A talent indeed, worth nurturing. Hanging up his phone, Su Liang felt no pity. He had to strike hard against these protagonists. Otherwise, he might very well be the one to suffer the same fate. Chapter 28. It's time to make my grand entrance and show off. The light in the heroine's eyes. The next day, Tang Xin, the captain of the criminal investigation team, took leave. A bunch of colleagues sent concerned messages, unaware that their beloved policewoman was currently bedridden from being teased. To Bai Tang. Su Liang got into his private car and stated the destination. Looking at the message on his phone, a faint smile appeared on his face. After doing so much, it was time for him to make his appearance. Bai Tang. Chen Jianjia was taking a patient's pulse. Only a few high-ranking members of Bai Tang, essentially a few veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, were in the ward. Oh, and Lin Hao as well. They watched silently, barely daring to breathe. The atmosphere was extremely tense. After taking the pulse, Chen Jianjia pursed her lips, her face even paler. The patient's breathing was growing weaker and weaker. Last night, the people at Bai Tang hadn't slept a wink. Some consulted classical texts, others searched for information, all in an effort to find a cure for the patient. But so far, they've found nothing. Chen Jianjia was truly desperate. Is there really no hope for reviving traditional Chinese medicine? She thought despairingly. Jianjia, you didn't even tell me you were in trouble. You don't consider me a friend. Just then, a gentle, kind voice rang in her ears. Chen Jianjia was startled and turned around to see Su Liang had arrived. Young Master Su. Her eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. A day had passed, and the Peace Hospital had given them another wave of publicity. It was safe to say that their Bai Tang was now famous throughout the country and even the world. Even asking Su Liang for help wouldn't help. The publicity was too high to suppress. The only way now was to cure the patient and dispel all the rumors. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Su. Su Liang's willingness to come to Bai Tang to see her showed his affection, and Chen Jianjia expressed her gratitude. A thought suddenly occurred to her. It's good that Bai Tang is closed. She won't have to struggle to revitalize traditional Chinese medicine anymore. Perhaps she could find love of her own. Thinking about it, she suddenly felt much better and secretly glanced at Su Liang. Handsome face, perfect figure, and an ethereal air, he was practically the perfect partner. Jianjia, do you trust me? Su Liang smiled at her. Chen Jianjia was stunned, warmed by that smile, and nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll help you cure him. What? Chen Jianjia was completely taken aback. The several elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctors beside her were also incredibly shocked. Could this renowned young Master Su actually possess medical skills? Lin Hao, having heard Su Liang's words, scoffed, his face full of disbelief. He couldn't cure him, how could Su Liang? Besides, Su Liang was about his age and already possessed the strength of a grandmaster of internal energy. Could his medical skills be exceptionally advanced? What a joke! Lin Hao didn't try to stop him, he was simply waiting to see the spectacle. Su Liang approached the patient, picked up a set of silver needles, and inserted them into the patient's body.
This is the Tai Divine Needle.
Seeing Su Liang's acupuncture technique, Lin Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with shock.
But he still couldn't believe he could cure the person.
Although he didn't know where Su Liang had learned the Tai Divine Needle technique, he had already tried it, and it had no effect on this illness. As Su Liang reached out and stroked the silver needles, all the needles began to vibrate, much simpler and easier than Lin Hao flicking them one by one.
Now the old Chinese medicine doctors could also see that Su Liang was using the Tai Divine Needle technique.
However, because of what had happened with Lin Hao before, they remained calm and didn't lose their composure as before. The more excited they were then, the more disappointed they became. The most shocked was Chen Jianjia.
She hadn't expected.
This elegant and wealthy young man actually knew medicine, and his skill was quite high, even knowing the Tai Divine Needle technique.
2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. 5 minutes passed as well.
The trembling of the silver needles stopped, and seeing that the patient remained motionless, everyone was somewhat disappointed. They thought it had been ineffective again.
Just after Su Liang put the silver needles away, a miracle occurred.
The patient, who had been like a vegetable, twitched her fingers slightly. Then, the patient's brow relaxed, and she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, the entire room fell silent.
After a brief silence, the room erupted in an uproar. It was really cured?
Several experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctors stepped forward to take her pulse and were overjoyed to find that the patient's symptoms had disappeared, and her weakened bodily functions were improving.
My God, she's really cured. Her body is recovering.
That's the real Tai Divine Needle.
Oh my God, what did I miss?
After checking that the patient's body was fine, the experienced doctors were completely stunned.
They beat their chests and stamped their feet, filled with immense regret for not watching Su Liang's acupuncture treatment more closely. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but glare fiercely at Lin Hao. It's all his fault.
He used a fake Tai Divine Needle technique before, making them excited for nothing.
Now he's even made them miss the real Tai Divine Needle.
Lin Hao's reaction was even stronger. He pushed aside several old traditional Chinese medicine doctors and took the patient's pulse.
The problem of boiling blood was gone, and bodily functions were recovering.
This was precisely the effect of the Tai Divine Needle.
Why? His Tai Divine Needle worked. But his had no effect at all? Could it be that the Tai Divine Needle technique I learned was fake? Lin Hao himself couldn't help but begin to doubt.
Ding, Lin Hao doubts his existence, villain value plus 999. Looking at the bewildered Lin Hao, Su Liang found it quite amusing.
Lin Hao's Tai Divine Needle was, of course, real.
As for why his Tai Divine Needle worked, that was because he used the antidote. As he picked up the silver needles, he took out the antidote from his personal storage space and covered the needles with it. He possessed many powerful acupuncture techniques, but he chose the Tai Divine Needles. He wanted to see how Lin Hao would react. He didn't disappoint him. Lin Hao had begun to doubt the authenticity of his acupuncture techniques. He approached Chen Jianjia. Toying with the protagonist was merely a pastime, his true target was the female lead. Next time you're in trouble, don't you dare not tell me.
Su Liang's smile remained as warm and gentle as ever.
Chen Jianjia was filled with excitement. She hadn't expected Su Liang to actually save the person.
Doesn't that mean the trouble at Baikatang is resolved?
Wiping her eyes, she was so excited she almost cried. Only she knew the immense pressure she had faced these past 2 days. Seeing Su Liang looking at her, she nodded and gave a soft reply. Her body had been tense the whole time, but now that the person was saved, she completely relaxed. The aftereffects of not sleeping all night also kicked in. She felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and she almost stumbled and fell. Suddenly, a warm embrace caught her.
You're too tired, rest for a while.
Okay. An unparalleled sense of security washed over her, and she leaned against Su Liang, not struggling to break free.
Lin Hao snapped out of his daze, instantly filled with rage. Release Senior's sister. Chapter 29. Su Liang, want to learn? I'll teach you. Let go of senior sister. Hearing the voice, Chen Jianjia woke up with a start.
Feeling everyone's gaze, her face flushed red, and she quickly got out of Su Liang's arms.
Lin Hao was furious.
Su Liang was really impossible to guard against. He pulled senior sister into his arms before she knew it. She definitely needed to be more careful in the future.
Seeing the elders' approving looks, Chen Jianjia wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground.
Just as she was about to look away, she saw Lin Hao standing to the side.
Why are you yelling? It's all his fault. Why did he have to say it? Making her so embarrassed.
As for whether she missed Su Liang's warm embrace, only she knew.
Lin Hao. Is it my fault? If I hadn't yelled, you don't know how much more Su Liang would have taken advantage of you.
After scolding Lin Hao, Chen Jianjia felt better and then looked intently at Su Liang.
Young master, so you just used Tai Divine Needle. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Want to learn?
I'll teach you.
Chen Jianjia was taken aback.
She recalled the Tai Divine Needle technique Su Liang had used. It was slightly different from what she had seen from her master. The technique was simpler. If Su Liang were willing to teach her, she might actually be able to learn it.
But that's Tai Divine Needle.
It can bring the dead back to life and heal broken bones. The thought that Su Liang was willing to teach her such an important acupuncture technique warmed her heart. Several elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners nearby were filled with envy, silently pleading.
I want to learn too. Teach me.
They all wished they could transform into beautiful women.
Wah!
Just then, they were drawn by the sound of heart-wrenching sobs. It was Liao Ping, who had just been cured, now breaking down in tears. Then, she went to Su Liang and knelt down with a thud. She was thanking Su Liang for saving her life. During that day and a half, no one knew the pain she had endured. Her body felt like it was in a furnace, as if she would be burned alive at any moment.
The physical pain was secondary.
The emotional pain was what drove her to despair. Although she was unconscious, she could sense what was happening outside, much like a person in a vegetative state. After she fainted, the people from Baikatang couldn't save her, and she cursed them 1,000 times in her heart. When the people from Heping Hospital arrived, hope rose in her heart. After being taken there, she learned that they couldn't cure her either, and she despaired. When she heard that she had a new disease and that they wanted to use her as a guinea pig for research, she was filled with rage.
I worked for you, framing by Chao Tang. Not only will you not cure me, but you're going to use me as a guinea pig.
However, even with her anger, there was nothing she could do.
She couldn't move at all. It seemed that only one outcome awaited her. Death.
This feeling of being unable to do anything and only waiting to die was the most agonizing. Then, she heard the people from Heping Hospital take her back to Bai Chao Tang, wanting her death to have one last purpose. Her rage surged even higher. Gradually, she felt her consciousness fading into darkness. Just when she thought she was going to die, she suddenly saw light. She was saved. She was endlessly grateful to Su Liang for saving her life. Little did she know, all the suffering she had endured was caused by her benefactor. What's your relationship with Heping Hospital?
Su Liang asked calmly.
Liao Ping realized what was happening and immediately spilled everything, without hiding a single detail. Heping Hospital treated her like that, they wished all the staff were dead. Several elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctors were furious upon hearing this. Although they had suspected it before, hearing it with their own ears still filled them with anger. Chen Jianjia bit her lip tightly, her face ashen. She was clearly furious. Suddenly, someone grasped her hand. Turning her head, she saw Su Liang looking at her tenderly.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Chen Jianjia's heart trembled, feeling a soft spot in her heart being touched. Lin Hao, standing beside her, gritted his teeth. It was all that Peace Hospital's fault. If they hadn't arranged for trouble, how could he have been so humiliated in front of his senior sister? And become a laughingstock online? He vowed to make Peace Hospital pay. Just as he had pronounced Peace Hospital's death sentence, he suddenly discovered a blind spot. He saw Su Liang holding Chen Jianjia's hand, their eyes locked, filled with affection.
Lin Hao's face grew increasingly gloomy, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. At this moment,
the others from Baikatang, who were waiting outside, heard the commotion inside and curiously went to investigate. They were stunned to find that the patient, who had been lying on the hospital bed and given a death sentence, had actually stood up.
Had the manager and his team really successfully cured him?
Soon, the ward was filled with people.
Someone couldn't help but ask, "Manager, what happened? The patient was saved?" Chen Jianjia was about to explain when Su Liang spoke first.
To be precise, Manager Chen cured the person.
A flurry of gazes. All eyes turned to him.
Including Chen Jianjia, everyone looked astonished. Su Liang smiled slightly and continued. Actually, these past few days, Manager Chen has been blaming himself for not curing the patient, and has been studying the condition.
A gasp rippled through the room. What?
The manager hasn't slept for days and nights researching the patient's conditions.
Truly worthy of the title, manager. This spirit of never giving up on any patient is admirable.
From this day forward, I'll stand with Bai Chao Tang to the death.
Damn it, Heping Hospital deserves to die. I'll never forgive them. Everyone was moved by Chen Jianjia, their eyes filled with admiration.
This move could be said to have won Chen Jianjia over. They would work even harder for Bai Chao Tang in the future.
Chen Jianjia. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She was completely bewildered.
Just as she was about to speak, Su Liang gave her a look, and she immediately shut her mouth. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctors were equally confused. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have truly believed Su Liang's words. Their gazes darted back and forth between Su Liang and Chen Jianjia, lost in thought.
Su Liang was clearly giving Chen Jianjia the chance to become famous.
Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman.
Meanwhile, Lin Hao was trembling with rage. What a cunning Su Liang! What a scheme!
He was giving the opportunity for fame to his senior sister, letting her become the miracle doctor who cured patients. That way, she would be the manager of Baikatang, and Baikatang wouldn't be suppressed. Instead, it would rise from the ashes.
Senior sister's lifelong wish was to revive traditional Chinese medicine, and Su Liang accomplished it in just a few words. Wouldn't she be moved to tears?
Ding Lin Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 999.
Su Liang's expression remained calm.
Becoming famous was too easy for him, he had absolutely no interest in it. Fame would only disrupt his life, it was a thankless task. Pushing Chen Jianjia forward was also part of his strategy.
It was indeed very effective, just look at Chen Jianjia's eyes now. That intense affection was almost melting away. Chapter 30, Be prepared like a chess pawn. The heroine's gratitude. Next, Su Liang continued according to plan.
He first sent Liao Ping out, and the media reporters who had been waiting outside immediately swarmed around her. Bai Chao Tang had been closed all along, and now that someone had finally come out, how could they let it go? Upon closer inspection, the reporter froze, feeling a sense of familiarity.
How could it be that patient?
The controversy between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine had escalated so much, all because of one patient. In the past 2 days, someone had already investigated and found all of the patient's information.
I am Liao Ping.
When she said her name, the scene stirred. They finally confirmed that this really was the patient.
Strange, wasn't she supposed to be dying? How come she's suddenly alive and kicking?
Then, Liao Ping explained the whole story to the cameras. It all started with her going to Heping Hospital for a checkup, where she was tricked into framing Bai Chao Tang in exchange for being cured. She even produced evidence of her checkup at Bai Chao Tang. She then recounted what had happened during her coma.
Actually, she was still conscious after falling into a coma. Peace Hospital, unable to cure her, decided to use her as a guinea pig.
At this point, her tone was filled with hatred for Peace Hospital. A group of reporters quickly took notes. Their keen senses had already detected this was a major news story.
A shocking twist. Peace Hospital framed Bai Keatang couldn't cure her, so Peace Hospital took her away. But they couldn't cure her either, so they sent her back. Finally, the person from Bai Keatang was cured. Who cured you? Someone asked excitedly. The fact that Bai Keatang cured the person means that traditional Chinese medicine has won this invisible battle. Facts speak louder than words.
Lu Nang from Heping Hospital's previous denigration seems so ridiculous.
It was Manager Chen from Bai Keatang. Liao Ping replied. Everyone was shocked.
They were all familiar with that beautiful doctor. They never expected that she was the one who cured the person. But it was strange, they had seen the video before, and Manager Chen never seemed to have made a move. At this moment, Liao Ping continued. Manager Chen studied my condition for 3 days and 3 nights to cure me. Following Su Liang's instructions, she attributed all the credit to Chen Jianjia and even wrote a script. Whoosh! This caused a huge uproar. A group of people frantically inquired about the details, quickly sending notes to the company editors, hoping to publish the news before other companies.
Not long after, related news spread online. A stunning reversal. Bai Keatang cured the patient. In this battle between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine emerged victorious. The inside story of the Bai Keatang incident, it was all orchestrated by Heping Hospital. Shocking. Heping Hospital went back on its word, treating patients like guinea pigs. Manager Chen never gave up on any patient, studying their conditions for 3 days and 3 nights. She is a contemporary goddess doctor, possessing both medical skill and beauty. The Bai Keatang scandal was quite a big deal, attracting widespread attention. Therefore, as soon as the news broke, it quickly became a trending topic. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I thought Bai Keatang was doomed, but this is such a reversal, it's unbelievable. Peace Hospital is shameless, sending someone to frame them, they have no sportsmanship whatsoever. Ha ha ha, this is gratifying. They wanted to bring down Bai Keatang, but they ended up losing more than they gained. Manager Chen is amazing, studying the patient's condition for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm moved to tears, brothers and sisters. Peace Hospital sent the person back, which means the person was beyond saving, but Manager Chen still cured them. A goddess doctor truly deserving of the title. After learning the truth, the internet exploded. Peace Hospital. Dr. Lu, something terrible has happened. A panicked voice came through. Lu Nang had just finished receiving instruction from a foreign medical professor and came out of his office. Hearing the voice, he couldn't help but frown and reprimand. What's all the shouting about? The man approached and handed over his phone. What? After reading the news, Lu Nang's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Bai Keatang really cured that patient? How could that be? They had tried countless treatments without success, concluding she was doomed. Now she'd actually been cured. It was a slap in the face, a complete slap in the face. Seeing Liao Ping's words, which implied their hospital had orchestrated it, his face turned ashen. Now, with online public opinion overwhelmingly condemning their Heping Hospital, he couldn't sit still. He had to step forward and clear his name, otherwise Heping Hospital would be finished. Soon, he arranged for an interview with the news media. During the interview, he stated that Liao Ping's claims were all slander, resolutely denying any attempt to frame Bai Keatang. He also said that the patient's recovery owed a great deal to their hospital. Seeing his far-fetched explanation, many people were unconvinced, but they couldn't do anything about it. Then, some of the dark secrets of Heping Hospital were exposed and circulated online. They demanded additional medical fees from patients halfway through surgery, used counterfeit drugs, and diagnosed minor ailments as cancer requiring surgery. Everyone was shocked. This was simply a heartless hospital. Instantly, Heping Hospital was condemned across the internet. Soon, relevant departments arrived, and after investigation, the allegations were confirmed.
Many doctors were imprisoned.
By Chao Tang.
Seeing the fate of Heping Hospital, Chen Jianjia let out a long sigh.
Thank you.
She looked at Su Liang, her eyes filled with gratitude. It was he who had just given the order to investigate Heping Hospital, expose its dark secrets, and bring them to justice.
What Chen Jianjia would never know was,
it was all arranged by Su Liang from beginning to end. Heping Hospital was merely a pawn in his game.
Thanking me isn't just empty talk. Su Liang raised an eyebrow at her. Chen Jianjia froze. Just as she was about to ask, Su Liang pointed to his cheek. The meaning was clear. Chen Jianjia's face flushed crimson.
Her heart raced, and her palms sweated with nervousness. She looked around, saw no one, but still hesitated. Finally, she mustered her courage and stood on tiptoe. Just as she approached, Su Liang slightly turned his head. Ding Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000.
Chapter 31 The Goddess Doctor. The protagonist's imminent nightmare. Lin Hao's eyes were bloodshot with rage.
Seeing the two ignoring him only fueled his fury. Senior sister, he shouted, finally bringing Chen Jianjia back to her senses. Su Liang, seeing Lin Hao glaring at him fiercely, smiled slightly.
Lin Hao.
His face stiffened, his anger trembling. To cover his embarrassment, Chen Jianjia completely ignored him and walked out of the room with Su Liang. Outside the room, the people from Baikatang cheered. Seeing Heping Hospital in such a state, they all felt incredibly relieved. Seeing Chen Jianjia approach, the scene fell silent, their gazes filled with admiration. The manager had hidden her talent far too well. Everyone was saying that Chen Jianjia was a divine physician of the world, the most beautiful divine physician. They worked at Baikatang, feeling honored to be part of it.
Chen Jianjia gave a few instructions, and the storm was over. Baikatang could reopen for business.
This drew cheers from the crowd. But one wave subsided only for another to rise. That afternoon, Chen Jianjia had just woken up after a rest when she received an invitation. It turned out that several major hospitals in Shanghai had joined forces to host a conference for exchange between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine.
They had invited a group of traditional Chinese medicine clinics, led by her Baikatang.
The reason, of course, was that Heping Hospital had lost this confrontation.
Not only did they fail to suppress Baikatang, but they also got themselves implicated.
After this incident, the popularity of traditional Chinese medicine reached its peak. Many people advocated for traditional Chinese medicine treatment when they were sick, while Western medicine was vilified. So, these hospitals decided to join forces. This was both to prove the legitimacy of Western medicine and to help Heping Hospital regain its factory.
Chen Jianjia's expression was somewhat unpleasant.
If she had truly cured that patient, if she knew Tai Divine Needle, she wouldn't be afraid of these people causing trouble at all.
But she didn't.
Even that evening, while having dinner with Su Liang, her complexion hadn't improved much.
Su Liang already knew about the trouble she was facing. But he still feigned curiosity and asked,
"You seem troubled.
What's wrong?"
Chen Jianjia smiled and told him about the invitation to attend the Sino-Western Medicine Exchange Conference.
"I thought something serious had happened. Why don't you just go and attend?" Chen Jianjia gave a wry smile.
Actually, she had originally been quite confident. Many difficult and complicated cases she had encountered in the past had recovered under her treatment. But this time, she realized her shortcomings. She still had so much to learn. They were clearly after me this time, and I'm a little unsure of myself.
If only I had your medical skills. She looked at Su Liang with admiration.
Even now, she found it hard to believe that Su Liang, a young master from a prominent family, had achieved such high levels of medical skill.
"Didn't I tell you I would teach you? 3 days will be enough."
Seeing the confidence on Su Liang's face, Chen Jianjia was somewhat dazed. After dinner, seeing her distracted state, Su Liang didn't try to engage her.
He said, "See you tomorrow," and left. Su Liang went to find his other women.
He couldn't neglect the other women while pursuing the female lead, he needed to comfort them all.
The chances of pregnancy were lower?
Then he'd try again, hoping for many children and much happiness.
Watching the car disappear into the distance, Qin Jianjia could still hear Su Liang's parting words echoing in her ears.
She felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation.
Lin Hao, secretly watching, breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that senior sister and Su Liang were separated.
He didn't know that tomorrow would be the beginning of his nightmare. If his nightmare hadn't even started yet, then Mu Bai was already in the middle of it. Last night, they slept under a bridge, eating food scavenged from garbage cans. They were living worse than dogs. This morning, they were starving and planned to dine and dash, even if they had to wash the dishes.
But seeing their condition, the restaurant refused to serve them.
For lunch, Mu Bai had to go to the school cafeteria and get leftovers. This fueled Mu Bai's resentment towards Su Liang, but his biggest desire was to develop the new battery technology as soon as possible. That afternoon, he went to his research institute at the university, gathered his best friend, and they worked tirelessly together. After reading Mu Bai's news that day, Su Liang put down his phone, a smile playing on his lips.
That's more like it. Research is what you should be doing. The next day.
Upon waking up, many people noticed several news items about traditional Chinese medicine (TCM) and Western medicine trending on social media. Several major hospitals had jointly launched a TCM Western Medicine Exchange Conference in Shanghai. Called an exchange conference, it was really just a competition to see who was superior. The fact that it trended on social media in such a short time meant there was definitely someone manipulating things behind the scenes. The storm at Baikatang had barely subsided when another tempest struck.
Baikatang.
Those people are still relentless.
Are they going to unite and suppress Baikatang? A supposed exchange meeting between Chinese and Western medicine? If they can't stand the rise of traditional Chinese medicine, they should just say so.
So hypocritical.
Don't panic. We have Manager Chen. They're just humiliating themselves.
Everyone seemed optimistic. The successful treatment of that terminally ill patient, coupled with the online hype, gave them a blind confidence in Qin Jianjia. They were happily busy at work.
After yesterday's reversal, Baikatang had become incredibly famous.
Unlike before, when they became famous through criticism, now they were practically being lauded.
Even more people were coming to see them.
Some came to join the fun, while others came seeking treatment.
Baikatang was bustling with activity. I came to see the goddess doctor. Wasn't she supposed to be at Baikatang? I don't see her. Hey look, isn't that Lin Ritin? My idol.
Someone spotted Lin Hao, who was busy working alongside them, and walked over as if seeing an idol. Idol, wait. Lin Hao had been assigned by Qin Jianjia to help distribute medicinal herbs. He was almost in tears. With his medical skills, he was being assigned to these menial tasks. Suddenly, someone shouted and walked towards him, and he was somewhat bewildered.
Are you calling me?
Of course, Brother Do, my idol, can you teach me a few tricks?
Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded. What does Brother Do mean? Dogu is the nickname we fans affectionately call you. How do you make those silver needles tremble so much? Teach me. Damn it, my girlfriend saw your tricks and insists I become your apprentice. Lin Hao. Bai Chao Tang also has a back door.
Unlike the crowded front door, the back door is little known and rather deserted.
Qin Jianjia stood at the door, seemingly waiting for someone.
The people of Bai Chao Tang trusted her implicitly, which made her smile bitterly.
I don't even believe myself. Now, my only hope is Su Liang.
Thinking of his confident words yesterday, Qin Jianjia couldn't help but feel a little hopeful.
As for Lin Hao? He completely ignored him.
Upon learning that he had become the internet celebrity Dogu, Lin Hao was stunned. I was using the Tai divine needle technique, not some kind of acrobatic trick, and definitely not a teddy bear. After dealing with that fan, he was still angry and went to the quieter back door to clear his head. Seeing Qin Jianjia standing at the door, he asked with some confusion.
Senior sister, What are you doing standing here? Waiting for someone.
Chen Jianjia didn't even glance at him, her words as concise as gold.
Waiting for whom? Could it be?
Just as the thought crossed his mind, a Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up and stopped at the door.
Chen Jianjia smiled and went to greet it. Sure enough, there was Su Liang, that guy he hated. Chapter 32 Su Liang's Step-by-Step Instruction.
Chen Jianjia led Su Liang to her office on the second floor.
What are you doing here?
Seeing Lin Hao had followed, Chen Jianjia frowned and said coldly. Lin Hao was speechless, glancing warily at Su Liang.
Could it be that I came to protect you, afraid you'd be deceived by Su Liang?
Alright, so many people have come today, go downstairs and help.
Chen Jianjia said, about to close the door. Lin Hao quickly said, if you're too busy, why don't you go? I have more important things to do. Chen Jianjia's expression was somewhat displeased.
What are you two doing, alone together? Lin Hao pressed. At this moment, Su Liang chuckled and suddenly interjected.
Jianjia, are you sure he's your junior brother? He seems a bit too nosy. Chen Jianjia shared the same thought. Since when did she need him to interfere in her affairs? Is there a problem with young Master Su teaching me medicine?
With that, he slammed the door shut. Standing alone outside the office, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. Su Liang was clearly trying to drive a wedge between him and his senior sister. Too despicable. Ding. Lin Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Su Liang's eyes flashed. It's time for this protagonist to get lost. Chen Jianjia was almost under his control, he didn't want a protagonist lingering around his woman.
What would Chen Jianjia's expression be if she kicked him out?
He seemed to have come up with another interesting idea.
Chen Jianjia's office.
Inside was a life-size mannequin for her to practice acupuncture.
Su Liang was also beginning his first teaching career. Of course, excluding in-bed instruction.
Teaching Chen Jianjia medicine wasn't just about winning her over, he also had the intention of nurturing her. He had so many women, and of course, family around him.
Did he really need to personally intervene when they fell ill?
Like when Lu Ruolin was pregnant, he didn't need to prepare the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. Having a woman who knew medicine would save him a lot of trouble. Besides, nurturing a goddess-like doctor would be a very rewarding thing. Chen Jianjia knew most of the common medical knowledge, so Su Liang only needed to teach her acupuncture techniques. His medical skills were godlike, he understood even the simplest applications of these acupuncture techniques perfectly. First, he explained the theoretical knowledge to her, then had her practice on a mannequin. Chen Jianjia picked up the needles, unsure which acupoint to start with, as Su Liang began his instruction.
Hold on.
Su Liang held her hand.
The morning passed in the blink of an eye. The lone man and woman had spent the entire morning in the room.
This greatly worried Lin Hao outside. Just as he was about to rush in, the door suddenly opened. Su Liang and Chen Jianjia walked out together.
Both of them looked normal.
Su Liang didn't seem to care at all, and Chen Jianjia was already used to it. A hint of joy was visible on her face. Through Su Liang's hands-on instruction throughout the morning, she had mastered the techniques of acupuncture. She had no further doubts after Su Liang told her he could teach her acupuncture in 3 days.
Lin Hao's gaze swept back and forth between the two. Chen Jianjia hadn't been defiled. Strange, a man and a woman alone in a room, could they really be teaching each other? Afternoon. In the same office. Su Liang and Chen Jianjia hadn't come out since they went in.
Lin Hao had already imagined several scenarios.
The goddess doctor in the office. I'm teaching the goddess doctor acupuncture. The female doctor did this to learn.
The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Lin Hao became. Unable to bear this torment, he had knocked on the door several times, each time met with Chen Jianjia's scolding. Lin Hao was even more confused.
Chen Jianjia opening the door meant they hadn't done anything. But he didn't believe Su Liang would be so honest.
It has to be said, the one who knows you best is your enemy, and that's absolutely true.
The next day was the same.
Lin Hao was about to go crazy.
What on earth were Su Liang and his senior sister up to in there?
On the third day, Lin Hao came up with a plan. It turned out there was a grove of trees not far away, directly opposite Chen Jianjia's office window. Grabbing a pair of binoculars he'd somehow acquired, Lin Hao climbed the tree to observe. Inside the office, he saw Chen Jianjia talking to Su Liang, and then Su Liang began to teach her step by step. Seeing this, Lin Hao's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the binoculars. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were doing something else entirely.
Even so, this wasn't something ordinary friends would do. He'd believe it if you told him they were a couple. Wait. So, this has been going on for 3 days already?
Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Ding. Lin Hao's physical barrier separates, villain value plus 1000. Su Liang, who was teaching Chen Jianjia the 13 needles of Gigu, paused. Soon he felt a murderous gaze and frowned as he looked. Having undergone marrow cleansing and meridian tempering, his eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people.
He immediately spotted Lin Hao, hanging from a tree like a monkey, holding binoculars. Is this some kind of acrobatic performance?
He'll stop at nothing to protect the female lead.
But what can he do even if he sees her?
After 2 days of hands-on instruction, Chen Jianjia had already mastered the Tai Divine Needle. Now, she was about to learn a new needling technique. The 13 needles of Gigu, even more powerful than the Tai Divine Needle, each needle awe-inspiring and terrifying. It's said to be able to snatch people from the clutches of Yama, the king of hell. She never expected Su Liang to know it too.
Is there anything he can't do?
This man is so charming, he attracts her at all times. Chapter 33. The protagonist is numb, and the senior sister actually did this kind of thing. Su Liang taught diligently, Chen Jianjia learned diligently, but Lin Hao was heartbroken. A day passed, and Lin Hao had contributed a considerable amount of villain points. Su Liang noticed that his luck had decreased by a third.
Hang in there, little brother. Once you're no longer of use, you'll die. Unlike Lin Hao's despair, Chen Jianjia was overjoyed.
Because she had already mastered the 13 needles of Gigu. In 3 days, thanks to Su Liang's hands-on teaching, she had mastered how to use needles skillfully.
She had even learned 2 different needling techniques.
She was no longer worried about the exchange meeting tomorrow. All of this was thanks to Su Liang. Su Liang's help to her far surpassed that of her master. She had no way to repay him.
I really don't know how to thank you. Then repay me with your body. Su Liang's smile was somewhat ambiguous. Chen Jianjia's face flushed slightly, but she didn't refuse.
After 2 days of interaction, she had already decided on Su Liang.
This was all thanks to the foundation Su Liang had laid. Chen Jianjia wasn't a casual person.
If it were anyone else, even if they could teach her these medical skills, they wouldn't agree to be personally instructed. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and said,
"You've helped me so much, let me help you too."
Her medical skills were superb. She was known as a goddess doctor, and she was more than just a doctor.
Su Liang must be exhausted from teaching her medicine just now.
Chen Jianjia decided to return the favor by giving Su Liang a massage.
Lin Hao lay listlessly on the tree.
Su Liang had been personally instructing Chen Jianjia for a day, and he had been hanging on the tree for a day. Seeing Su Liang taking advantage of his senior sister, he was heartbroken. Fortunately, senior sister held firm to her principles and prevented Su Liang from succeeding. Suddenly, he saw Chen Jianjia blush. Before he could figure out what was happening, Su Liang went to the window and drew the curtains.
An ominous premonition gripped his heart. A man and a woman alone in a room, with the curtains drawn. Combined with Chen Jianjia's blushing. Could it be that they're going to?
Lin Hao could no longer sit still. He tossed aside his binoculars, flipped down from the tree, and ran towards the 100 Herbs Hall. But halfway there, 2 middle-aged men blocked his way. Sensing the aura emanating from them, Lin Hao's expression turned serious. They were actually 2 peak-level experts of dark force.
Get out of the way.
Lin Hao's eyes were icy.
The two men remained silent, their bodies tense, ready for battle.
The thought of Su Liang and his senior sister's impending passionate encounter filled Lin Hao with anxiety.
He stomped the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow.
He intended to use his speed to escape their entanglement. Unfortunately, the two were prepared, having locked onto his path and blocking his way. Lin Hao's face darkened, he knew a battle was inevitable. Seeing the two attacking him, one threw a punch straight at his face, the other a kick to his side, their coordination impeccable. Each punch and kick was powerful and heavy, a hit would be fatal, or at least crippled. The best way to deal with the situation was to avoid it, but Lin Hao remained fearless and charged forward. The three of them engaged in a fierce battle on this somewhat secluded street. After Lin Hao defeated the two and escaped, an hour and a half had passed.
Dealing with the two hadn't been easy, he was now exhausted and panting heavily.
Without time to rest, he quickly ran towards Bai Chao Tang. When he arrived at Bai Chao Tang and was about to go to his office, Su Liang and Chen Jianjia were just coming downstairs. His gaze immediately fell on Chen Jianjia. Her steps were steady, so nothing seemed to have happened.
He let out a long breath.
It seemed he had overthought things, his senior sister hadn't let Su Liang succeed.
Wait.
Lin Hao suddenly noticed something crucial. Chen Jianjia's face was flushed, and upon closer inspection, her lips were slightly swollen.
Boom! As if struck by lightning, he was completely dumbfounded. How could senior sister do such a thing?
Ding! Lin Hao's mentality collapses, villain value plus 1000.
Tisk. Su Liang clicked his tongue.
As expected of the protagonist. Even two experts of the same realm couldn't stop him. With a thought, he reached out and pulled Chen Jianjia into his arms. The sudden turn of events startled her.
Feeling the familiar embrace, she finally relaxed.
Now, Su Liang could say he had already won over this female lead. He was just waiting to bring her into his family and start earning gold coins. The reason he hadn't drawn his sword yet was simply because the occasion wasn't right.
Su Liang knew her personality. Chen Jianjia's goal was to lead the rise of traditional Chinese medicine.
After his actions 3 days ago, he had almost achieved that. Now, by handing her medical skills, this goal was essentially accomplished. She was just waiting to showcase her skills at the exchange meeting tomorrow. The rise of traditional Chinese medicine was inevitable. Her lifelong dream was about to be fulfilled, which eased her mind and led to the scene just now. Besides reviving traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Jianjia also dreamed of a little romance. After tomorrow's event, Bai Chao Tang would be famous throughout the world, and her goal would be completely achieved. She would prepare a little surprise, and then everything would fall into place naturally.
Su Liang was quite patient with his woman.
As long as she was obedient. Ignoring Lin Hao, Chen Jianjia saw Su Liang out.
"Will you be here tomorrow?"
Seeing Su Liang get into the car, she asked expectantly. Su Liang pretended to hesitate, and just as Chen Jianjia became a little nervous, he smiled slightly. "Since you behaved so well today, I'll reluctantly come and take a look."
Swish! Chen Jianjia's face flushed crimson.
The scene that had just happened still made her blush and her heart race. She didn't even know how she had done such a thing. She had only intended to give a massage, but before she knew it, she was kneeling in front of Su Liang.
Chapter 34. The 3-day deadline has arrived.
The protagonist has no chance to show off. The 3-day deadline has arrived.
The Sino-Western Medicine Exchange Conference was held as scheduled.
Over the past 3 days, this exchange conference has stirred up a huge controversy online, attracting nationwide attention.
This is a showdown between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine.
Regardless of who wins, the other side will suffer a severe blow. The venue was the central square of Shanghai. People had been waiting outside since early morning, their discussions never ceasing. I still trust Western medicine more. The pulse diagnosis in traditional Chinese medicine is really unreliable. I've always supported traditional Chinese medicine. It's a tradition of thousands of years in our land. Isn't that better than the few hundred years of Western medicine's history?
I don't care about any of that. I came for the goddess doctor.
I thought all the great TCM doctors were old men in their 70s and 80s, but after seeing the goddess doctor, I realized I was wrong, terribly wrong.
The goddess doctor is the real idol worth following.
Promoting the culture of our land, isn't that much better than those who just wiggle their butts? The crowd outside the square grew larger and larger. If it weren't for the police cordon, they would have already stormed in. At 9 o'clock, doctors began to enter. Look, that's the director of Cross Hospital. We've never seen him at the hospital before. I didn't expect him to come in person. It seems they value this exchange meeting.
That's the vice director of St. Mary's Hospital.
If the director hadn't gone abroad for studies, he might have come too.
And Mary Hospital, Rope Hospital, these are all major international hospitals. With them joining forces, how can traditional Chinese medicine win?
Did you see that? These hospital leaders are following those two elderly foreign men like obedient students.
Holy crap! I just looked it up. Those two old men are named Smith and Andre, both big names in the medical field, winners of countless medical awards.
The first to enter were the initiators of this Sino-Western medicine exchange meeting. Seeing these hospital leaders following behind the two elderly men, they felt something was off. When it was discovered that these were big names in the medical field, everyone was stunned.
Next, it was the turn of the traditional Chinese medicine TCM representatives. Everyone realized that they didn't recognize any of the people who appeared.
Compared to the sensation caused by the Western medicine representatives' appearance, the entourage was much smaller. Among them were middle-aged and elderly people, the youngest being over 40. They were representatives from several TCM clinics in Shanghai. Although everyone knew they were just there to make up the numbers, they were still willing to contribute to TCM.
Until Chen Jianjia appeared.
To facilitate treatment, she was dressed simply today, in a shirt and jeans. Even so, she caused quite a stir.
Is this the goddess doctor?
She's so beautiful.
I've finally met her in person.
Did you guys notice? She's even more beautiful in person than in the videos.
I'm in love.
If traditional Chinese medicine wins this exchange, Western medicine won't be able to suppress its rise. I'm looking forward to seeing the goddess doctor show her skills. Ignoring the gazes and comments around her, Chen Jianjia scanned the crowd. Not seeing that familiar figure, she felt a pang of disappointment. Today was the day her dream would come true, and she hoped Su Liang would witness it. Composing herself, she withdrew her gaze and led the 100 Herbs Hall members into the venue.
After both sides entered, it was the audience's turn.
They would witness this grand event.
These were no ordinary people.
There were corporate executives, company presidents, government officials, all members of high society.
Once they entered, the crowd began to murmur again.
Unable to go in, they all took out their phones to watch the live stream. From the crowd, a figure appeared. Lin Hao felt incredibly aggrieved. After learning what had happened between his senior sister and Su Liang, he hadn't felt any better. He had spent the entire night in despair, filled with self-reproach.
He didn't blame his senior sister. What had she done wrong, being so beautiful?
It's all Su Liang's fault. Senior sister must have been deceived by him. It's also his fault for knowing Su Liang's ill intentions but being powerless to stop him. Knowing about today's exchange meeting, he approached Chen Jianjia, explaining that he wanted to represent Bai Keatang. He wanted to shine at this exchange meeting and prove himself to senior sister.
However, Chen Jianjia didn't give him a chance, rejecting him on the spot.
Chen Jianjia had lost trust in him.
To prevent him from causing trouble, she completely ignored him when selecting Bai Keatang's representatives.
Lin Hao was dumbfounded.
He's a legendary doctor. How could he be excluded from such a prestigious event? He wasn't even allowed into the venue.
Looking at the surrounding walls, he fell into deep thought.
The main hall.
After the host's rambling opening remarks, the representatives from both sides began to be introduced. First introduced was the Western medicine team, represented by Smith and Andre. The presentation highlighted two professors, their published papers, and their achievements in the medical field.
The traditional Chinese medicine TCM side was led by Professor Chen Jianjia.
The rules of the exchange meeting were then explained. 2 patients with the same symptoms would be sent to be treated by both sides, and the one whose treatment was more effective would be the winner. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the entire process would be broadcast live. Shortly afterward, 2 elderly women were wheelchairs brought in. They both had late-stage lung cancer and didn't have much time left. Upon hearing that the treatment would be free, they agreed without hesitation. They were already waiting to die anyway. What if the treatment was successful? In fact, the Western medicine side was taking advantage of their home field advantage. The previous patient had circulatory and neurological problems and was cured by Professor Chen Jianjia. They had also learned that she could treat difficult and complex diseases, rheumatoid arthritis. What about cancer? Could she cure that too? There had been no reports of traditional Chinese medicine TCM treating cancer. These 2 professors, however, are both highly accomplished in the field of cancer. Even if a complete cure isn't possible, getting the patient back to the intermediate stage of cancer is definitely achievable. They were very confident in this clash between TCM and Western medicine. Then both teams entered, each leading a group into a specially prepared room equipped with various medical instruments. It was essentially a small emergency room. Before entering, Chen Jianjia glanced at the audience seats, and that familiar figure came into view. Liang smiled slightly at her, offering encouragement. Chen Jianjia smiled back, her previously anxious heart calming down. Taking a deep breath, she led her team into the emergency room. Chapter 35: The 13 Needles of Gigu. The protagonist feels like a waste. Outside the scene. As seen in the live stream. On the Western medicine side, after entering the emergency room, various examinations began on the patient. On the traditional Chinese medicine side, someone was taking the patient's pulse. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's already confirmed to be cancer, what's the use of taking the pulse? It's over, this is cancer, traditional Chinese medicine has no hope of winning. Let's see if the goddess doctor has a solution. Hey everyone, look, the goddess doctor is making a move. Inside the ward. After taking the patient's pulse, several traditional Chinese medicine practitioners felt it was extremely difficult. For cancer, besides using traditional Chinese medicine to regulate the body, they had no other options. Involuntarily, they thought of the protagonist who had sparked this exchange, Chen Jianjia of Baikiatang. She was young, but even some veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners did not underestimate her. She was truly working hard for the rise of traditional Chinese medicine TCM. Let me take a look. Chen Jianjia stepped out from the crowd and approached the patient. 3 days ago, she was helpless against cancer. A day ago, after mastering the Tai Divine Needle technique, cancer was no longer a challenge for her. Now, having learned the even more powerful Gigu 13 needles, she remained calm no matter the illness. After taking the patient's pulse, Chen Jianjia knew what to expect and began to apply acupuncture. The group of TCM practitioners exchanged bewildered glances. They were all representatives sent by their respective TCM clinics, and of course, they possessed genuine skills. They were naturally familiar with acupuncture techniques. But they were still somewhat bewildered by Chen Jianjia's complete lack of preparation, starting acupuncture directly. They knew. The patient had late-stage cancer, a moment's carelessness could be fatal. The audience watching the live stream also held their breath for her. Watching Chen Jianjia apply needle after needle to the patient, their tension escalated. They were terrified that a single misstep would send the patient to their death. Laymen couldn't understand, but the experts in traditional Chinese medicine gradually noticed something amiss. Among them was Lin Hao, who had infiltrated the hall. Upon entering, he didn't immediately approach Chen Jianjia to demonstrate his Tai Divine Needle technique. He planned to wait until traditional Chinese medicine had exhausted all other options before stepping in. Then, he would make a stunning debut. Now, seeing Chen Jianjia administering acupuncture, his brow furrowed, a sense of familiarity washing over him. A flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered, wasn't this the 13 needles of Giguzi that his master had taught him? Lin Hao was utterly astonished. Because even his master didn't know the 13 needles of Gaguzi. He had only seen a fragmentary version in an ancient text, he didn't know the specifics of its application. Even his master couldn't use this needling technique, yet his senior sister was employing it. Could it be? He slowly turned his head, looking at Su Liang, who was idly playing with his phone in the hall. Could it be that Su Liang had genuinely been teaching senior sister these past 3 days, and wasn't just trying to take advantage of her? He shook his head. How could he possibly think of Su Liang as a good person? He preferred to believe that Su Liang was genuinely trying to take advantage, and that teaching medicine was just an excuse. If Su Liang knew his thoughts, he would definitely slap him across the face. How did you know what I was thinking? However, Lin Hao still didn't believe it. If that really was the 13 needles of Gigu, wouldn't it mean Su Liang's medical skills were even better than his master's? Besides, if his senior sister cured the person, how could he still show off? How could he change his image in her eyes? His gaze was fixed on the screen in the hall. Gradually, his heart sank, because the more he looked, the more it seemed to be the 13 needles of Gigu. Not only him, but other veteran TCM doctors also recognized it. The 13 needles of Gigu. In the emergency room, seeing Chen Jianjia administering acupuncture, the group of TCM doctors held their breath. A sudden exclamation startled them. Gradually, some of them realized what was happening, staring at Chen Jianjia with disbelief. My God, it really is the legendary 13 needles of Gigu. They understood immediately. Those present were all TCM masters, and had heard of the Tai Divine Needle and the 13 needles of Gigu. Then, hope arose within them. If it really is the 13 needles of Gigu, treating cancer shouldn't be a problem. Half an hour later. Chen Jianjia withdrew the needle from the patient, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead. Someone couldn't resist stepping forward to check, and after taking the pulse, they were astonished. The patient's condition has begun to improve. Immediately, someone else stepped forward. After more than a dozen people took turns examining the patient, they confirmed that the patient's condition was improving. That's right, improving. Even the most skilled acupuncture technique can't make someone recover instantly. It requires a recovery process. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes were on Chen Jianjia, their eyes filled with excitement. The improvement in the patient's condition meant that her 13 needles of Gigu were real. That was a legendary acupuncture technique. They had sought it their entire lives, and to witness it was enough to die without regret. Soon, the judges were called in, their faces full of bewilderment. Damn it, this is only the beginning, and you're telling me the patient is cured? According to regulations, they took the patient out for examination. The main hall. Lin Hao was utterly dejected. The facts were undeniable. Su Liang's strength not only surpassed his second master's, but his medical skills also surpassed his first master's. From teaching his senior sister the 13 needles of Gigu in just 3 days, he knew his medical skills had reached a new level. The more he compared himself to Su Liang, the more he felt like a complete waste. Ding Lin Hao's mentality is unstable, villain value plus 888. Su Liang put down his phone and looked at Lin Hao. He had just been reading news about Mubai, who was working hard on developing new battery technology and believed it wouldn't be long before he succeeded. Seeing his efforts, Su Liang was gratified. Su Liang hadn't had it easy either. He had even designed several scenarios to allow him to focus entirely on research and development. First, he played the villain and stole his goddess, stirring up his hatred. Hatred is motivation, after all. Then he bankrupted his family, keeping him focused. Mubai, I'm so damn stupid. Noticing Su Liang looking at him, Lin Hao tensed up, ready to run away at any moment. However, Su Liang didn't seem to care, glancing at him once and then ignoring him. This relieved him, but also filled him with resentment. Didn't he even deserve Su Liang's attention? Chapter 36 can't be called a miracle, it's downright outrageous. Not long after. The reviewers returned from their examinations, holding 2 sets of results for comparison, their faces filled with disbelief. Before the treatment, they had conducted multiple examinations, and both patients' conditions were similar. After another examination, they found that this patient's condition was significantly better and rapidly improving.
After much hesitation, they decided to release the test data. In the live stream, everyone was eagerly awaiting the results. Ha ha ha, hilarious. A few acupuncture needles and it's cured? No need for further examinations, that's too frivolous.
The person upstairs doesn't understand, don't talk nonsense.
How do you know it won't work? Do you understand the profoundness of traditional Chinese medicine? Are you kidding me?
That's late-stage lung cancer. If the condition improves even a little, I'll eat shit on the spot.
Everyone, stop arguing. Look, the test results are in.
The live stream chat was incessant until a comment appeared, slowly calming things down.
When the review panel released the test results, everyone was speechless.
Even those unfamiliar with medicine could see from the data that the patient's condition had improved.
Really, just a few acupuncture needles and she was cured?
Before they could even process what was happening, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The old woman, trembling, rose from her bed, slowly got out, and stood up.
This couldn't be called a miracle. It was utterly absurd, ridiculously absurd. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap? Wasn't it said to be late-stage cancer? Wasn't it said to be completely paralyzed and unable to move? Can anyone tell me what's going on? What's the big deal? Isn't this basic TCM practice? I just want to ask, is that guy upstairs who said he ate shit still here? Same question. Same question plus 1. Same question plus 10,086.
The live stream chat exploded, the chat filled with comments. The judging panel arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine TCM emergency room.
The TCM doctors, upon receiving the news, didn't show much change in expression.
They were quite confident in their diagnosis. However, when they saw the old woman slowly rise from her bed and eventually stand up, they were still quite astonished. But then they thought about it, it was the legendary 13 needles of Gagouzi.
Even a slight exaggeration was reasonable, wasn't it?
The judging panel was speechless with shock and quickly pushed the woman back for further examination.
Meanwhile, in the Western medicine emergency room,
the doctors in white coats had just completed a full examination of the patient, and 2 professors had determined the treatment plan. Just as they were about to begin treatment, someone burst in. After hearing the information the visitor reported, all the doctors were dumbfounded.
What? Impossible. That was their only reaction at that moment. We just finished examining the patient and determining the treatment method, and the TCM doctors have already cured her? Everyone thought it was a fantasy.
But when they left the emergency room and saw the patient sitting up in bed, and after seeing the before and after medical reports, they fell silent. Perhaps the previous examination was wrong, that person wasn't actually in the late stage of lung cancer.
This isn't fair. Someone raised questions in various ways.
Hearing this, the group of veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were furious. The others also objected.
You chose the venue, you picked the patient, and now you're denying it? Under pressure from public opinion, the Western medicine practitioners backed down.
They were willing to admit it, unless Chen Jianjia cured the other patient as well. That patient was someone they had personally examined, it was genuine late-stage lung cancer.
Chen Jianjia stepped forward as expected. An hour passed.
When she cured the other patient as well, the entire room fell silent. Even if the Western medicine practitioners found it hard to believe, they had to accept the facts before them.
The judging panel finally announced the results. Traditional Chinese medicine won.
This exchange between traditional Chinese medicine TCM and Western medicine has now come to an end. The Western medicine practitioners were bewildered and felt incredibly aggrieved. They held this exchange to salvage the image of Western medicine and, incidentally, to suppress TCM. But they were the ones being suppressed instead. The 2 elderly professors couldn't accept this reality. What they had dedicated their lives to conquering had been easily solved, leading to a sudden heart attack and requiring emergency treatment.
What do you mean by superior skill?
It was a complete victory. Before it even started, the goddess doctor had already cured him.
Saving one patient was a coincidence, but what about two? Keep yelling, you little devils. My god, TCM can even cure cancer. TCM is amazing. The goddess doctor is awesome.
Ha ha ha, today we showed them the mysterious power from the East.
Look at those Western doctors, they're such idiots. The live stream chat exploded.
Soon, news articles were edited and published online, dominating most of the trending topics.
Traditional Chinese medicine versus Western medicine exchange meeting. Traditional Chinese medicine outperforms Western medicine. Cancers that the world cannot conquer are no match for traditional Chinese medicine.
2 late-stage lung cancer patients cured in one morning, the most beautiful female doctor of our time. Bai Chaotang became famous, and Chen Jianjia became an overnight sensation.
Clap clap clap.
When Chen Jianjia emerged from the emergency room, thunderous applause erupted in the lobby. High-ranking officials and wealthy individuals alike cast benevolent glances at her. She could even cure cancer, she was a living miracle doctor, and they had to curry favor with her.
Ignoring their adulation, Chen Jianjia quickly looked in one direction.
Sure enough, she saw Su Liang, who was smiling at her.
She smiled back.
Her smile was radiant, like spring flowers in full bloom. This scene was captured by a photographer, gracing the cover of Time magazine and cementing her title as the most beautiful female doctor. Seeing Su Liang stand up to leave, Chen Jianjia wanted to chase after him. She was simply too excited. Her traditional Chinese medicine had become famous throughout the world, her lifelong dream had come true, and she couldn't wait to share it with someone.
Su Liang was the only choice. Suddenly, her phone rang.
She picked it up and saw a message from Su Liang.
Take care of your business first, we'll celebrate together tonight. Chen Jianjia paused.
Indeed, the exchange meeting was over, but she had many things to do.
Logically speaking.
Looking at his senior sister basking in the limelight on the high platform, Lin Hao should have been happy. But he just couldn't feel happy at all. The thought of his senior sister's ambiguous relationship with Su Liang filled him with heartache. Ding, Lin Hao has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 777. Chapter 37, Your dreams come true with your own hands.
Let's go visit the female lead's house.
Chen Jianjia spent the entire afternoon giving interviews, her head spinning. Unbeknownst to her, with her growing fame, someone had already set their sights on her. Being able to cure cancer was practically a walking treasure. Countless ambitious individuals had been mobilized. Especially from abroad, many unidentified individuals entered the country, either to kill her or to capture her. But these people, once near Chen Jianjia, would inexplicably disappear. This was, of course, Su Liang's doing. He had anticipated this and arranged for people to protect Chen Jianjia.
As for where the missing people went,
Su Liang didn't kill them, instead, he sent them to a place. A place filled with killing and destruction.
No one would believe it.
The young master of the Su family, who controlled everything.
He remained outwardly gentle and refined, treating everyone with elegance and affability. Evening.
Chen Jianjia declined all invitations and drove out of Bai Chaotang alone. When she arrived at the restaurant, Su Liang was already there, a candlelight dinner was prepared. Lin Hao, who had secretly followed, saw this and was furious. His senior sister had indeed come to see Su Liang. He wanted to go out and stop her, but after hesitating, he gave up. He felt incredibly aggrieved. That afternoon, he had also sensed someone targeting his senior sister, but before he could even act, she had already been dealt with. She wasn't even given a chance to be a hero. He knew without a doubt that it was Su Liang's doing. What shocked him was that among these people was a grandmaster of internal energy.
Only then did he realize his mistake. He was the eldest son of the Su family, how could he be protected by mere lackeys? The reason he usually didn't have them by his side was simply because it wasn't necessary.
Because his strength surpasses that of the others. He's a grandmaster of internal energy, and who knows how many other grandmasters he has under his command, or even stronger experts.
How the hell can anyone compete with that?
Lin Hao grew increasingly wary of Su Liang. At this moment, in his line of sight, Su Liang and Chen Jianjia sat facing each other.
Congratulations! Your long-cherished wish has come true.
Su Liang smiled and raised a glass of red wine. Chen Jianjia quickly picked up her glass, her face also beaming.
I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Bai Keatang would have been suppressed by Heping Hospital.
If it weren't for you teaching me medicine, I wouldn't have been able to make traditional Chinese medicine famous throughout the world. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but think of the 3 days of hands-on teaching, a feeling both warm and shy. He truly made her dream come true with his own hands.
No need for thanks, you understand.
Su Liang winked at her. Seeing this, Chen Jianjia blushed even more, remembering Su Liang's earlier promise to repay her with his body. She didn't refuse, her coming to the date today already represented her feelings.
There's a new movie that's really good, how about we go see it?
After finishing their candlelight dinner, Chen Jianjia mustered her courage and suggested going to the movies.
Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded with a smile.
After leaving the restaurant and strolling around the streets for a while, the two stopped in front of a movie theater. Chen Jianjia bought the tickets and returned, and Su Liang took her hand and led her inside.
The movie is about love.
The female lead is a strong, career-driven woman, single-mindedly focused on her business. The male lead is a wealthy young man who is willing to give everything for her. He secretly helps her secure most of the projects for her company.
Chen Jianjia watched intently.
She felt like the female lead in the movie, single-mindedly dedicated to reviving traditional Chinese medicine. Su Liang was the male lead. He appeared suddenly when she faced despair and helped her achieve her dream.
There were indeed some similarities. If reality hadn't been premeditated.
Su Liang was indifferent to the movie, but he wouldn't miss the opportunity and pulled her into his arms.
It was 10 o'clock at night.
The streets were much less crowded. But for some, the nightlife was just beginning. Lin Hao, who had been waiting outside for 2 hours, was extremely anxious. Finally, he saw the two of them emerge. When he saw Chen Jianjia holding Su Liang's hand, their intimate embrace causing him to freeze, his mind went blank. That's right, after watching a movie, their relationship had become even closer. They were practically a couple, just one step away from breaking the ice. Su Liang wouldn't break that barrier. When Chen Jianjia discovered he had other women, she'd have no reason to question him.
Deceiving his feelings? Did he? Oh, I have other women, you didn't ask me.
Perhaps some would call him a jerk. Su Liang would tell that person. He wasn't a jerk, he just wanted to give every female lead a home.
It's getting late, let me take you home.
Chen Jianjia froze. She thought Su Liang would take her to a hotel, or to his home. She never expected him to take her home. This suddenly caught her completely off guard, as she had already prepared herself to give herself to him. Little did she know, Su Liang had already investigated her home and found no one there. A hotel couldn't compare to the comfort of the lady's home. Chen Jianjia inexplicably got into the car. Before getting in, Su Liang gave a wink to a figure in the shadows. Seeing the Rolls-Royce speed away, Lin Hao snapped out of his daze and immediately wanted to give chase. Judging from their expressions, his senior sister had already succumbed. Now that Su Liang had taken her away, who knew what kind of position he'd put her in that night? He had to chase after them and stop them. He couldn't just stand by and watch his senior sister be taken advantage of by Su Liang. However, just as he was about to stop the car, an old woman emerged from the shadows. The aura emanating from her was unmistakable, a grandmaster of internal energy. She was the grandmaster of internal energy expert protecting Chen Jianjia. Lin Hao's face stiffened, his heart sank, and he dared not make a move. Ding, Lin Hao has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 888.
Meanwhile, Su Liang dropped Chen Jianjia off at her apartment building.
Getting out of the car, Chen Jianjia was still a little dazed. This wasn't quite what she had imagined. They had shared a candlelight dinner and watched a movie together, experiencing a feeling of love she had never felt before. With her wish fulfilled today, she was ready to give herself to Su Liang. If Su Liang made a request, she would agree. But he didn't. Was she overthinking things? Was Su Liang's invitation tonight not for that reason? A sudden pang of disappointment washed over her. Snapping out of her reverie, she looked at Su Liang and politely invited him in. "Young Master Su, would you like to come up for a while?" "Sure, let's go." Chapter 38: Su Liang's Power. The most mysterious and terrifying Skynet. Led by Qin Jianjia, Su Liang arrived at her home. The house was simply decorated, with many medical books displayed on the shelves, and a faint herbal scent permeated the air. After closing the door, Qin Jianjia suddenly realized that she was alone. Now, a lone man and woman. Her heart began to race. "Which room are you in? I'm a little curious, show me around." Su Liang looked around, then looked at her, his tone somewhat cryptic. "Ha!" Chen Jianjia was taken aback, then said nervously, Okay. She led the way, her heart pounding in her chest. Su Liang followed behind with great interest. She had a great figure, her swaying hips created a seductive silhouette. "Ding, do you want to bring Chen Jianjia into the family? Make her a family member?" The long-absent notification sounded in Su Liang's mind. Without hesitation, he made his choice. "Ding, congratulations, host, family member +1, you have gained the skill Mind Control." Mind Control can influence the thoughts of those with weaker mental strength than oneself. Activated when a person's will is at its weakest, it can control and enslave them. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This reward was quite generous. Controlling and enslaving people could certainly be used to expand his power. In the past 6 months, he had made thorough preparations to deal with the protagonist. Besides the Su family's power, he had also built his own faction, whose members were loyal only to him. Skynet, integrating intelligence and assassination, weaves a vast net covering the entire world. It has 8 departments: heaven and earth, black and yellow, universe and vastness, scattered across the globe, each performing different duties. Among them, the heavenly department is the strongest and has the highest potential. The Lord of Skynet is the fervent faith of everyone in Skynet. From its very inception, Skynet unleashed boundless bloodshed in the dark world. It used a drug lord or warlord as a sacrificial offering to launch Skynet's first battle. This drug lord controlled a massive army and wielded rocket launchers, submachine guns, grenades, and a range of other lethal weapons. However, after one night, the entire army was brutally murdered, and the drug lord's head was hung on the high wall. In the second battle, a renowned mercenary organization was wiped out overnight. The most famous battle was the third, where an entire nation in the Black Continent was destroyed. This was only because Skynet's appearance caused such a significant impact that it became widely known. Countless other things were done behind the scenes. Thus, Skynet's reputation was firmly established. It became the most mysterious, terrifying, and untouchable force in the underworld, without exception. Countless people trembled at the mere mention of its name, to the point that even children cried at night. Speaking of which, Skynet's rapid rise to power was due to obtaining a gene serum formula from a female protagonist. Unlike the gene serums in movies and novels that magically transform the body, this formula's serum continuously drains the body's potential, causing damage to its foundation. For Su Liang, who had undergone marrow cleansing and meridian tempering and received system-infused strength, the potion was practically useless. However, for others, it was a divine medicine they desperately wanted. His upper limit was determined by your potential. Your potential was that of a grandmaster of internal energy. The gene potion would slowly develop it, and your strength would increase very quickly. Therefore, he didn't need experts, only loyalty. He just didn't know how many people this mind control could enslave. Did it have any requirements on mental strength? As for the limitation of weak will, Su Liang didn't care at all. He could find as many as he wanted in the underground arena. Everyone who went in had their will completely crushed. Mind control, combined with hypnosis, should have unexpected surprises.
Su Liang fell into deep thought, but unfortunately, he hadn't yet acquired hypnosis.
With this thought, he couldn't help but think of the lottery. Several days had passed since the last lottery draw, and his villain points had accumulated to over 30,000.
System, draw a prize.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a reward: a small leather whip. A leather whip made of extremely high quality leather, which will not leave any marks when struck.
What? Extremely high quality leather?
The next moment, a small leather whip appeared in Su Liang's hand. He swung it once, and the wind whistled.
It was surprisingly easy to use.
With a thought, the small leather whip disappeared from his hand and was stored in his personal space.
Continue.
Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward: a personal bodyguard. You need to recruit him, her. The bodyguard will appear soon. Please prepare to recruit him, her.
Friendly reminder, the method of appearance is uncertain. Su Liang. He won a bodyguard, and he has to recruit him, her himself? The difference between winning and not winning is that someone will come knocking on his, her door?
He had a feeling from the beginning that this lottery function was unreliable, and he was right.
For a truly good system reward, building a family is the way to go.
He still had one more chance to win, so Su Liang didn't hesitate and used it all. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a reward: a small realm increase in strength.
Whoosh.
A warm current flowed through his limbs, and a domineering aura flashed across his body. He had given up hope, but then he received a pleasant surprise.
Late stage of the transformation realm.
Su Liang clenched his fist, familiarizing himself with the surge of power. His strength was directly instilled by the system, so there was no issue of an unstable foundation. Don't underestimate him just because he's only at the late stage of the transformation realm. He wouldn't fear even the peak of the transformation realm. With a few god-level skills, he could easily kill someone instantly. Su Liang held the warm, soft body in his arms, glancing at the scattered red plum blossoms before falling asleep, then looking out the window. The sky was hazy, dawn was approaching. If Chen Jianjia weren't so weak, even doubting wouldn't be a problem.
Chapter 39: The overly popular female lead.
The protagonist was kicked away. The sun was high in the sky when Chen Jianjia finally woke up. Feeling herself in a warm embrace, memories of last night surfaced in her mind. It was like opening the door to a new world. She frowned, feeling something on the tip of her nose, and opened her eyes. Su Liang was playing with a lock of her hair. Meeting his amused gaze, she quickly closed her eyes again.
Who would have thought?
The goddess-like doctor in the eyes of countless people was so girlish. It took Chen Jianjia a while to recover from her daze.
By Chao Tang.
The sun was high in the sky, and many people were still waiting outside. They had all come because of his reputation, wanting to see the goddess-like doctor. Among them was a rather disheveled figure. Lin Hao's hair was disheveled, his clothes were somewhat tattered, and he had dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he had fought with that grandmaster of internal energy. The result was predictable: he was defeated in a few moves. Fortunately, the grandmaster didn't seem to intend to make things difficult for him. He only stopped him for a short while before leaving. Lin Hao didn't dwell on it. He needed to find his senior sister and Su Liang.
But where could he find them in the vast darkness? He didn't give up.
He suspected Su Liang had taken his senior sister to a hotel. So he searched almost every hotel nearby, but found nothing.
Gradually, dawn broke. He gave up hope.
He only hoped that his senior sister would stay true to herself and not let Su Liang succeed. *swoosh*.
At that moment, a discreet Audi pulled up in front of Baikatang. The goddess doctor is here. Someone recognized Chen Jianjia's car and exclaimed in surprise.
Everyone followed his gaze. A middle-aged woman got out of the car. It wasn't Chen Jianjia.
She went to the back seat and opened the door.
Chen Jianjia stepped out of the car, appearing before everyone's eyes, causing a sensation. It really is the goddess doctor. I've been waiting here for days, and finally I've seen her in person.
She certainly didn't disappoint. The goddess doctor looks even more beautiful today.
I wonder what skincare products she's using.
Are you kidding? She's a goddess doctor, why would she need those chemical products? Oh, the goddess doctor is about to fall. What's wrong with her today? She's a bit careless. Chen Jianjia got out of the car, her brow furrowing. She took a step forward, then suddenly her leg buckled.
If it weren't for the female bodyguard beside her, she probably would have fallen to the ground. She couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment towards Su Liang. However, seeing her driver/bodyguard beside her, she felt a surge of happiness. After listening to Su Liang explain her situation, she immediately accepted the bodyguard he had arranged. In the crowd, Lin Hao witnessed this scene, and his pupils exploded.
Some might think Chen Jianjia's fall was accidental, but he didn't believe it.
Medicine and martial arts have always been intertwined, and his senior sister had also practiced martial arts, possessing the strength of Ming Jin.
How could she possibly have fallen? Combined with the mature charm emanating from her,
Lin Hao knew exactly what had happened last night.
Slap asterisk.
He slapped himself hard, now filled with regret.
Why didn't he tell senior sister about Su Liang's two-timing?
If he had told her earlier, perhaps things wouldn't be like this today. Ding Lin Hao's mind is unsettled, villain value plus 1000.
After calming down, Chen Jianjia walked towards Bai Keatang.
At this moment, the crowd stirred, wanting her autograph. She was incredibly famous now. Whether literally or figuratively. Before the crowd could surround her, a group of female bodyguards appeared out of nowhere, blocking them outside.
Chen Jianjia entered Bai Keatang smoothly.
However, someone still broke through the blockade and came to her.
Who else could it be but Lin Hao? Senior sister.
Looking at Chen Jianjia, Lin Hao's face was full of complex emotions, filled with immense self-reproach. It was all his fault for hiding the truth back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been deceived by that scumbag Su Liang.
Lin Hao. You've come at the right time. I have something to tell you.
Before he could finish speaking, Chen Jianjia interrupted him.
You should leave Bai Keatang. Liang Ji said he doesn't want to see other men around me.
As she said this, a happy smile graced her face.
What did this mean?
It meant Su Liang cared about her a lot.
Lin Hao.
He stared at Chen Jianjia in disbelief.
She even called him Liang Ji? Okay, he was her junior brother. She wanted to kick him out for a scumbag?
Seeing the resolute expression on Chen Jianjia's face, his heart broke.
Lin Hao silently left Bai Keatang, ultimately not revealing that Su Liang was cheating on him with several women and had gotten his fiancée pregnant.
Judging from Chen Jianjia's expression, she's deeply in love with Su Liang. Even if you told her, she probably wouldn't believe you.
Unless you present the evidence to her.
Ding Lin Hao's mentality explodes, villain value plus 1000.
A Rolls-Royce drove down the street.
After reading the news that Lin Hao had been kicked out by Chen Jianjia, Su Liang put down his phone, a playful smile on his face.
Now that you've been kicked out of Bai Keatang, where will you go next? Will you go find second senior sister Xia Qingqiu?
Or will you go find third senior sister Dongfang Xianyan?
Unfortunately, Dongfang Xianyan isn't in Shanghai.
She's the female lead, just one step away from being brought into the family. It would be very interesting for the protagonist to go find her. But it should be soon, she'll be back from her global tour soon. So, she'll most likely go find Xia Qingqiu. This woman is a bit difficult to handle. Hopefully, she'll be sensible and not force him to use drastic measures. The car slowly came to a stop, and Su Liang snapped out of his reverie.
Mubai was his target this time.
He received a message from Peng Ming that Mubai's new battery technology was nearing completion. The reason he arrived so quickly was to appear just as the protagonist finished.
To drag him down from heaven to hell.
Compared to Lin Hao being kicked out by the female lead, what happens here will be far more exciting.
Chapter 40: The Showdown. The taste of falling from heaven to hell. This is the back hill of Shanghai University, a secluded location housing several laboratories.
Mubai's research is being conducted here.
Tisk, it's already been developed.
Just as he got out of the car, a message arrived. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Immediately, he led several bodyguards into the research lab.
I succeeded. Inside the research lab,
Mu Bai, his hair disheveled, clothes dirty, and having not showered for days, looked at the palm-sized metal box in his hand, overjoyed. Don't underestimate this small metal box, its effect is 10 times that of those new energy batteries on the market.
What does 10 times mean?
If a new energy vehicle's range, after accounting for the effects of vehicle weight, air conditioning, and other factors, reaches 100 kilometers. This metal box can extend its range to 1,000 kilometers, saving an immeasurable amount of fuel.
Moreover, its smaller size means more space can be freed up in the car. Its market value is unimaginable.
Once it hits the market, it will absolutely cause a stir in the new energy industry. Easily earning hundreds of billions, with proper management, trillions are not out of the question. For Mu Bai, this represents not only trillions in wealth, but also a glimmer of hope for revenge.
He will never forget the pain Su Liang inflicted upon him. He stole his goddess, bankrupted his Mu family. Even after all that, he wouldn't let him and his son go, forcing them to sleep in parks and compete with stray dogs for food. Fortunately, he didn't give up. After several sleepless days of research and development, he finally completed it. Ha ha ha. Mu Bai laughed wildly, venting the pent-up frustration of the past few days. Beside him, a flicker of pity and reluctance crossed Peng Ming's eyes. He desperately wanted to tell his best friend the truth. You've been targeted all along, lying in wait. Everything you've done has only benefited someone else. But he dared not speak. He dared not gamble with his family's lives. For my family, Brother Bai, I'm sorry. The thought of Su Liang's indifferent gaze filled him with terror. His gaze fell on a USB drive on the table beside Mu Bai, and he slowly moved it towards it. It contained the complete new battery technology. Suddenly, Mu Bai's laughter stopped, replaced by words filled with hatred. Su Liang, you just wait. I will repay you 1,000-fold for the pain you caused me. Is that so? The abrupt voice brought Mu Bai to a halt. He would never forget that voice. He whirled around, and sure enough, Su Liang walked in with several people. How could this be? Why was Su Liang here? And the door was locked when he was researching. How could he have entered without a sound? Upon seeing Su Liang, Mu Bai disregarded all other considerations, his suppressed rage erupting completely. What are you doing here? Su Liang, wasn't it you who bankrupted my Mu family? Why, even after all this, will you still not let me go? These 3 questions unleashed the grief and indignation within him. He was truly baffled. Su Liang had stolen the goddess he'd pursued for 7 years. Yet, it was as if he'd offended him, and Su Liang wouldn't stop until he was completely destroyed. Ding Mu Bai harbors resentment towards you, villain value plus 888. You've asked a lot of questions. Su Liang stroked his chin. Then I'll answer them one by one. He could see that Mu Bai's luck was almost completely depleted. He had to reap it all today. Let's have a chat, and die knowing the truth. His expression would be priceless when he realized he was just a pawn. After all, to kill someone, you must destroy their spirit. The saying villains die from talking too much applies to low-level villains. It doesn't apply to him. He possessed absolute power. No matter what trouble the protagonist caused, he could handle it. I'm here, of course, because I'm interested in what you have. Su Liang smiled faintly. What? Mu Bai was startled. He thought Su Liang had come here to find him. He hadn't expected it to be about the new battery technology he was developing. Just as he was in shock, a bodyguard appeared before him, reaching for the metal box in his hand. Mu Bai quickly pulled his hand back, trying to protect it. But the hand was faster than he expected, grabbing his wrist and squeezing it gently. An indescribable, sharp pain shot through him. He involuntarily released his grip, and the metal box fell into the bodyguard's hands. The next moment, the bodyguard returned to Su Liang's side, respectfully presenting it to him with both hands. Su Liang picked up the metal box, examining it with interest.
It was silver in color, with a metallic texture, exuding an aura of technology.
Excellent, we can entrust the research and production to the Galaxy Group.
The Galaxy Group was a company he had secretly established. In less than 6 months, it had rapidly risen to the top 500 of the world's wealthiest companies. Its product range was limited, consisting mainly of beauty and health-enhancing drugs and other medicines targeting the human body. The effects of these medicines were astonishing, far surpassing those skincare products and tonics on the market. It was clear that these medicines alone could have enabled it to climb into the top 500 of the world's wealthiest companies in such a short time. Only a small number of people knew that the Galaxy Group also produced a gene-enhancing liquid that could improve physical condition and eliminate diseases. This held unparalleled appeal for those at the top of the world. They were willing to pay billions, even hundreds of billions. In reality, those medicines were merely scraps extracted from gene-enhancing agents, yet they were already world-leading products. The so-called gene serum was nothing more than a gene agent diluted dozens or hundreds of times.
In his plan, Galaxy Group's main focus was on world-leading products.
He originally thought that just having a gene serum was a bit too monotonous, but this new battery technology could be considered a barely acceptable addition.
Mu Bai clutched his injured wrist, looking at Su Liang with shock and anger. I bankrupted the Mu family, wasn't it all for your own good? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to develop this so quickly.
Su Liang withdrew his gaze, his tone somewhat playful.
What? Mu Bai was completely dumbfounded. You bankrupted my family, and it was for my own good? Wait. He realized the crux of the matter. Bankrupting the Mu family was to force him to develop the new battery sooner. Doesn't that mean he'd been eyeing his research all along? No wonder he and his father were desperate, targeted wherever they went while the research lab remained unscathed.
This was a scheme to let him develop it, then steal it, a get-rich-quick scheme.
Everything made sense now.
Mu Bai's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger and hatred reaching a fever pitch. He had already succeeded. Once the new battery was produced, catching up with the Su family wouldn't be a problem. But then Su Liang suddenly appeared, telling him it was all a setup, and he was just a tool. It gave him the feeling of falling from heaven to hell.
How cruel. To allow him to focus on his research, they bankrupted his family.
While he was furious, he also felt utterly chilled.
This was entirely based on Su Liang's whims, showing absolutely no regard for law or morality. Chapter 41. The show begins. Brotherly betrayal. A devastating blow.
Ding Mu Bai is filled with hatred and rage, villain value plus 999. Ding Mu Bai feels fear, villain value plus 888.
As for why I won't let you go?
Of course, it's because you're the protagonist. He paused, then changed his tone.
I won't feel at ease until you're dead.
His smile remained as gentle as a spring breeze. But at this moment, both Peng Ming and Mu Bai felt a chill run from their tailbone straight to their brains. Although he didn't quite understand what Su Liang meant by protagonist, Mu Bai was genuinely afraid upon hearing the word death.
You want to kill me?
No one can remain calm in the face of death. However, gradually, his heart calmed down.
Death is indeed terrifying, but what's more terrifying than death is a living hell.
Thinking about the days he'd spent living, he felt worse than a dog. If it weren't for the hope of developing a new battery, he would have given up long ago.
Now, suddenly, his enemy came to tell him.
Everything you've been through was arranged by me. Everything you've researched has only benefited me.
He couldn't accept it.
Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Mu Bai's eyes.
Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You won't get my research results.
With that, he hardened his heart and grabbed at the USB drive. He was going to destroy the technical data inside.
He wouldn't let Su Liang succeed, even if it meant death.
But someone was faster than him. Peng Ming.
He snatched the USB drive first. Then, to Mu Bai's bewildered gaze, he approached Su Liang with the USB drive, trembling as he presented it.
Xiao Ming, you betrayed me. After a long while, Mubai came to his senses, staring at Peng Ming in disbelief.
He finally understood why Su Liang had appeared so coincidentally just as he had succeeded in his research. There was a traitor within.
Su Liang walked in silently, he must have left the door unlocked.
Damn it.
They were brothers, best friends for 7 years.
Mubai's eyes were blank, his face dejected, utterly lost.
Even knowing Su Liang was behind it all, he hadn't felt this heartbroken and angry. Ding Mubai's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1,000.
Su Liang handed the new battery and USB drive to his subordinate, watching this dramatic scene with interest. Why?
Faced with Mubai's hysterical questioning, Peng Ming felt deeply ashamed.
But remembering Su Liang's instructions, he had no choice but to speak.
No reason, young Master Su gave me 100,000.
Mubai nearly vomited blood. 100,000 yuan bought you off?
Our 7 years of friendship couldn't even compare to 100,000 yuan? Ding Mubai's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1,000.
Of course not.
Let alone 100,000, even a million or 10 million wouldn't make Peng Ming betray him.
But Su Liang used his family as leverage.
Besides, Su Liang didn't actually give him 100,000, he was instructed to say these things.
You're a complete ingrate.
Have you forgotten how I cleared your name when you were falsely accused of groping a girl and everyone ostracized you? In your sophomore year, your family had a crisis, and I took out a loan to help you through it.
In your junior year.
Mubai was practically delirious, deeply hurt by his best friend's betrayal. With each word he spoke, Peng Ming's heart trembled.
At this moment, he desperately wanted to tell the truth.
But something held him back, and he could only force back his tears, trembling as he uttered those heartless words.
Of course I haven't forgotten. In my heart, you're just an idiot. I just turn to you when I'm in trouble. I only need you when I need you, and discard you when you're no longer useful. Betraying you gets me money, so why wouldn't I? Mubai was stunned.
So, in his brother's eyes, he was an idiot, a clown. He helped his classmate, doing a good deed with enthusiasm, only to receive this evaluation. This gave him a feeling of his faith collapsing. In an instant, as if all his energy had been drained, Mubai collapsed to the ground, his heart filled with despair. Ding Mubai's mental state has collapsed, villain value plus 1,000.
Clap clap clap.
At this moment, a round of applause rang out.
Su Liang clapped his hands, amusement on his face. Excellent.
It's rare to see such a good show.
I won't kill you today.
Seeing that he couldn't gain any more villain value from Mubai, he prepared to leave.
Peng Ming followed behind, leaving the research lab, and asked excitedly.
Young Master Su, are you really letting brother by Mubai go?
Of course.
Su Liang chuckled, impossible.
Just as he said.
That's the protagonist, after all.
Who knows when he might turn the tables?
He wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't kill him. The reason he hadn't acted yet was simply because he still had a last bit of luck left.
Su Liang had already figured out how to deliver a devastating blow.
Upon hearing this, Peng Ming's face stiffened, and he froze on the spot.
Just then, Su Liang activated his mind control skill.
Asterisk whoosh asterisk.
Peng Ming's body trembled.
After a moment, he returned to normal, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had forgotten what had just happened in the graduate students' room. Although what had happened wouldn't have any impact even if Peng Ming told others. Su Liang still made him forget it, just to be on the safe side.
Partly, it was also to test his mind control abilities.
It seemed to work quite well. Peng Ming's mental strength was far weaker than his, and coupled with his current mental breakdown, he was immediately controlled.
He didn't use the enslavement function.
The reason was simple, Peng Ming didn't have the power.
In the research lab,
only Mubai stared blankly at the ceiling. Today's blow to him was too great for him to bear. Realizing he was nothing more than a pawn, his research findings stolen, the last hope for the Mu family's rise was shattered. The betrayal of his best friend of 7 years, and the words he uttered, broke his heart even more.
That evening, Mubai dragged his weary body down the street. His eyes were lifeless, his vision blurred, and he felt lost, unsure of what to do next. Laughter drifted around him. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. Mubai only found their noise bothersome. His heart was dead, but he couldn't die yet. His father was waiting for him. Just as he returned to the park, a disheveled figure, resembling a beggar, rushed towards him. Mubai was startled, snapping out of his daze. "Dad!" Mufone, somewhat deranged, his eyes murderous, grabbed his collar viciously. "Did you offend the eldest son of the Su family? Is the destruction of our Mu family because of you?" Mubai dared not look his father in the eye, keeping his head down and remaining silent. "Speak up!" Mufone roared angrily. Finally, Mubai nodded. "Put!" Mufone spat out a mouthful of blood. "Unfilial son, unfilial son." With that, overcome with rage, he collapsed backward. Mubai was terrified and rushed to help him, only to find his father was no longer breathing. He was dumbfounded. His father had died of anger? Help! Murder! Just then, two people passing by outside the park saw someone vomiting blood and collapsing, and were terrified, thinking it was murder. Holy shit? Holy shit? Call an ambulance. Call the police, damn it. Ugh, should I call the police first, or an ambulance? You're making me so confused. Chapter 42. The protagonist's halo disappears. Xia Qingqiu, the underworld queen. Shortly after, the ambulance and police cars arrived. Several doctors got out and, after a preliminary examination, shook their heads. Mubai's last glimmer of hope vanished. How could this happen? He was filled with self-blame and regret. If he hadn't gone to Liwanjun and hadn't met Su Liang, would none of this have happened? Little did he know, his thinking was far too naive. Su Liang's scheme far exceeded his imagination. The moment he realized he was the protagonist, his fate was already sealed. Seeing his father being taken into the ambulance, Mubai wanted to follow, but was stopped by the police officers. Someone reported you to have committed murder. Come with us now. He was dumbfounded. He wondered if he had deafened and misheard. He's my father. Would I kill him? Until you're cleared of suspicion, come with me. Without giving him a chance to explain, several people swarmed him. Mubai struggled, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit collapsing. Ding, Mubai's mental state has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Not far from here. A Rolls-Royce was parked on the side of the road. Inside the car, Su Liang watched Mubai being led away. As the notification sound in his mind faded, he clearly saw that Mubai's aura had completely vanished. That is to say, from now on, Mubai was no longer the protagonist. Having someone pass on the reason for the Mu family's bankruptcy to Mufone was just a casual idea for Su Liang. Originally, he thought that to extract the protagonist's last bit of aura, he had to kill him, but it turned out that it wasn't necessary at all. Su Liang fell into deep thought. Should he still kill the protagonist Mubai? He didn't think for long before making a decision. Kill. Not only did he know about the new battery technology, but the irreconcilable hatred between them meant he had to die. The weeds must be cut, the roots must be wiped out. Although Mubai had no chance of a comeback, what if? Su Liang wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. He immediately ordered people to make arrangements. With his power, making someone disappear silently was too easy. On the other side, the Starry Night Bar. Even in the entire Shanghai, this bar was extremely famous. It was 8 p.m., not yet the start of the nightlife, but a considerable number of young people had already gathered here. They were either looking for women or looking for fun, all having a good time. But one person was different. He kept drinking, the kind of drinking bottle after bottle, which was particularly conspicuous. Holy crap! This guy's been drinking for 2 hours straight, isn't he afraid of dying from overdrinking? That's amazing? Wow, bro. He's not drunk at all? Damn, is this a fake bar? Hey, I advise you to keep your voice down. Daring to say the alcohol is fake here, you want to die.
The crowd whispered amongst themselves, some admiring, some scoffing.
A dozen more, please. After 2 hours of drinking, Lin Hao was already tipsy.
After being kicked out by Chen Jianjia, he wandered aimlessly through the streets, unknowingly passing by this bar. He also happened to be looking for a good drink. That's how the scene just unfolded.
Handsome, drinking alone is no fun. Want me to keep you company? A heavily made-up woman, dressed in a provocatively sexy manner, sat down next to Lin Hao.
She even picked up a glass and poured herself a drink.
Get lost.
Lin Hao merely glanced at her and said without any mercy. Having seen stunning beauties like Lu Rulin and Chen Jianjia, these common women held no interest for him.
Handsome, don't be so hot-tempered. I can help you cool down. I said get lost. Can't you understand human language?
Before the glamorous woman could finish speaking, Lin Hao interrupted her. You just wait. Her face was incredibly ugly. She stomped her foot and glared at him fiercely.
When had this renowned socialite ever suffered such humiliation? Not long after, the socialite returned with a group of burly men, pointing at Lin Hao. He's the one who bullied her.
The leader of the burly men had a fierce look in his eyes. He approached Lin Hao, his tone unfriendly. So you're the one who bullied my girl. Lin Hao continued drinking, completely ignoring him.
Can't you hear me?
The burly man slapped him on the back of the head. Lin Hao was a little stunned. Seeing the man slap him again, he became enraged. He kicked the burly man 3 or 4 meters away.
Holy crap! He kicked someone that far? Is he even human? Awesome!
I didn't know this guy was not only a heavy drinker, but also a formidable fighter.
Could he be a legendary martial arts master? I want to become his apprentice.
Hearing the surrounding chatter, the burly man became enraged, momentarily forgetting that this wasn't a place for him to run wild.
Kill him! A group of henchmen swarmed forward.
However, no matter how fast they rushed at him, he was sent flying as far as they could go.
With a few punches and kicks, Lin Hao dealt with the group of henchmen and continued drinking to drown his sorrows.
You just wait. Seeing his ferocity, the burly man was terrified, leaving behind a harsh threat before slinking away with his men.
The onlookers were all shocked by Lin Hao's martial arts prowess, and exclamations of admiration filled the air.
Just as Lin Hao was enjoying his drink, another middle-aged man approached him. Sir, I'm the bar manager.
Our boss wants to see you. See me? Just because he wants to see me doesn't mean I have to go.
Let him come to me himself.
Lin Hao's tone was tinged with resentment, as if he just remembered something.
The middle-aged manager hesitated, about to say something, when a voice rang out.
Go back.
The voice was cool and clear, yet held a hint of alluring charm. Just from the voice alone, one couldn't help but imagine a stunningly beautiful woman. And indeed, everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and a captivating woman walked gracefully towards them. Her expression was aloof, like a queen high above, looking down upon all living beings. But her eyes were full of allure, captivating and mesmerizing, making her entire face appear both cool and alluring. These two contradictory qualities, presented in her, didn't seem out of place at all, but rather evoked a strong desire to conquer. Her steps were light, her every gesture alluring, drawing people closer to her and making them want to feel her irresistible attraction. Xiao Qingqiu, owner of the Starry Night Bar, founder of the Starry Night Society. 3 years ago, she arrived in Shanghai after completing her apprenticeship.
Single-handedly, she built the Starry Night Society, now the second largest force in Shanghai's underworld.
She also became a legendary figure, a queen of the underworld, her name, Bloodhand Cleansing Qingqiu, resounding throughout Shanghai's criminal underworld. Chapter 43, he killed the protagonist to comfort the female lead. The hidden truth.
My God, what am I seeing? Xiao Qingqiu has actually appeared here.
Why, it wasn't for nothing that I came here every day just to catch a glimpse of Queen Xiao's beauty. My wish has finally come true. She's so beautiful.
Xiao Qingqiu's temperament and charm are no less than the goddess doctor's. She's a born queen. The crowd was overjoyed to see Xia Qingqiu appear. Many of them came here every day just to see Xia Qingqiu's unparalleled beauty.
Lin Hao unconsciously put down his wine bottle. He too was stunned by Xia Qingqiu's beauty. Her appearance was no less than his senior sister's, and her aura was even more captivating. From the surrounding chatter, he learned the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but pause in surprise.
Xia Qingqiu? Isn't this his second senior sister? Second senior sister.
Immediately, Lin Hao called out.
Xia Qingqiu frowned. She didn't know the man's identity.
She had only happened to see Lin Hao make a move on the surveillance footage, recognizing his exceptional skill, and had become somewhat interested. Despite being the second largest force in Shanghai's underworld, the Star Moon Society wasn't in a good position. Especially recently, they had been at odds with the Wolf Alliance. The Wolf Alliance had been the number one force in Shanghai's underworld for nearly 10 years, its position unshakable. Until the rise of the Star Moon Society. Despite being only 3 years old, the Star Moon Society was by no means weak. Especially its leader, Xia Qingqiu. Young in age, but possessing the strength of Dark Force, on par with the Wolf Alliance leader. With the higher-ups nearly equal in strength, and the lower ranks easily defeated, the two sides were in a stalemate. Now, the appearance of any expert could potentially change the situation. Therefore, when she saw such an expert in her bar, she came down to investigate. Unexpectedly, this guy called her second senior sister.
Wait a minute.
She remembered her master sending her a letter a while ago. She glanced at it, and it asked her to take care of her junior brother.
But she was busy dealing with the Wolf Alliance at the time and hadn't paid much attention.
So, this must be her junior brother. A strange light flashed in Xia Qingqiu's eyes.
Come upstairs with me.
Lin Hao followed Xia Qingqiu, and amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, they went up to the second floor. What the hell did I just hear? That big brother actually called Queen Xia second senior sister. No wonder he's so powerful. Envious. I wish I had a senior sister like that.
Second floor. The reception room.
Xia Qingqiu took the tea handed to her by her subordinate, took a small sip, and then looked Lin Hao up and down.
You're Lin Hao. My junior brother. She frowned slightly. Lin Hao's current image wasn't very good.
His hair was a mess, his clothes were slovenly, he looked listless, and he reeked of alcohol. He looked like a homeless person. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he was a skilled fighter and called her second senior sister, Xia Qingqiu would have had him thrown out long ago.
Yes, second senior sister.
Lin Hao felt that the way second senior sister looked at him was somewhat familiar. It was the same look Chen Jianjia had given him when she came to pick him up before.
How did you get into this state? Xia Qingqiu was somewhat disappointed.
She had been happy, thinking this junior brother was a master, and there was hope for dealing with the Wolf Alliance.
Looking like this, what kind of master could he be?
Lin Hao dared not hide anything from her this time. He didn't want Su Liang to deceive his second senior sister again. Immediately, he told her everything. From the moment he came down the mountain to Shanghai, until he was kicked out by his senior sister Chen Jianjia to drown his sorrows. As he spoke, this grown man actually choked up. It was just too difficult. Being jilted, his fiancée pregnant, being slapped and sent flying, electroconvulsive therapy in a dark room, watching helplessly as his senior sister gradually became someone else's. If it weren't for his 6 years on the mountain, which forged an iron will, he would have collapsed long ago.
Su Liang. Xia Qingqiu's expression was solemn.
When she heard that her senior, Chen Jianjia, had been deceived, she was furious and prepared to take revenge. The three of them had studied together on the mountain, like sisters, and even after leaving the mountain, they kept in touch frequently. But when she learned that the man was Su Liang, she fell silent. She decided to protect herself first. She naturally knew Su Liang, and was quite familiar with him. He had come to her door more than once, openly and subtly trying to make her his woman.
Indeed. Su Liang not only came from a prominent family, but was also exceptionally outstanding.
His looks were beyond compare, even the nation's most handsome man wouldn't dare say he was less than a heartthrob. He possessed a gentle and refined demeanor, and his manners were courteous and approachable, without a trace of the spoiled air often associated with wealthy families. At a young age, he inherited the Su Group, and although it was only the Shanghai branch, it still controlled hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. Such a man was practically the perfect partner. But Xia Qingqiu always felt that Su Liang was pretending. There was no evidence, only a woman's intuition. He was too perfect, so perfect it felt unreal. As it turned out, her intuition was correct. In their previous encounters, his attitude had always been refined and approachable. Then, his true colors gradually emerged. Little did she know, other women were waiting for him to recruit into his family. How could Su Liang tolerate her playing games? If it weren't for the fact that there was another female lead in the final stages of his conquest, he would have already used some extraordinary methods on her. Previously, every time Su Liang came to see her, Xia Qingqiu would use her smooth skills to get away with it. The last time, she could sense that Su Liang's patience was wearing thin. These past few days, Xia Qingqiu had felt uneasy. So he really went to Xia Qingqiu's place. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering, seemingly brewing some new plan. While pondering, he stroked Li Wanjuan's head, feeling her sharp tongue. The news of Mubai's death had arrived not long ago. When he was temporarily detained in the detention center, a mentally ill person suddenly attacked and accidentally killed him. Of course, this is only the surface-level information. As for the truth, it remains forever hidden in the shadows, and will completely disappear with the passage of time. The protagonist is dead, so Su Liang naturally has to comfort the female lead. He found Li Wanjun. There are many female leads in this world, and there should be quite a few protagonists as well, all waiting for him to deal with. Su Liang is incredibly busy. Chapter 44 Angels and Demons. Let the storm rage on. Afternoon. Under the shade of a tree in the residential area. Su Liang stroked his chin, his gaze falling on the pond where several fish were chasing and playing. Beside him stood a composed middle-aged man, slightly bowed, his posture very humble. His eyes were full of respect as he looked at Su Liang. I've given you the things. You know what to do, right? Understood. I will definitely do my best to produce and put them into use, and not disappoint you, young master. The middle-aged man quickly assured him. If anyone who knew him saw this scene, they would be utterly astonished. The reason was simple. This was the CEO of the Galaxy Group, who had accomplished the miracle of making a group stand at the pinnacle of the world in just a few months. Such a figure was now trembling and subservient before a young man. This scene was simply unbelievable. But what the world didn't know was that all of this was merely bestowed upon him by Su Liang. If he were displeased, a single word could send him plummeting from heaven to hell. Su Liang called him over, firstly to give him the new battery technology, and secondly to hear a work report from the group. Go on. Yes. The middle-aged man respectfully took his leave. It hadn't been long, but beads of sweat were already forming on his forehead, and cold sweat clung to his back. The pressure was immense. Don't be fooled by Su Liang's gentle appearance, especially his smile, which seemed like a warm breeze. Only those who truly knew him knew. Hidden beneath that smile was a bloody and ruthless undercurrent. At least, the number of people who had died directly or indirectly because of him was no less than tens of thousands. An angel's appearance, a devil's heart. That's the best description of Su Liang. Brother Liang. Li Wanjun ran over, panting. After dinner, Su Liang had said he was going for a walk, and she had been clearing the dishes. After tidying up, she rushed out, afraid of keeping Su Liang waiting. Su Liang had promised her today that he would accompany her to the hospital to see her mother. Su Liang turned his gaze away from the pond, his demeanor still gentle and refined. Let's go. A Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of them. The female bodyguard opened the car door, and the two got in one after the other. The First People's Hospital of Shanghai is the largest hospital in Shanghai, boasting the best medical conditions and the most advanced medical equipment. During this period, the conflict between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine had some impact on the hospital, but not significantly.
With so many patients every day, Bai Chao Tang was simply overwhelmed. The most affected were the purely Western medicine hospitals. They united to suppress Bai Chao Tang. If they succeeded, it would be fine, but they were instead used as a stepping stone to rise again. Anyone worried about their family member getting cancer wanted to stay far away from them. The only possibility awaiting them was closure. When Su Liang and his companion arrived, someone was already waiting for him at the door. Chen Jianzhou was somewhat puzzled. Su Liang had messaged her that morning, asking her to come and treat a patient. Why wasn't Su Liang treating her himself? He was the one who had personally taught her acupuncture techniques. Feeling a little strange, she came anyway. Seeing the familiar car approaching, a bright smile appeared on her face. Newlyweds, in the throes of new love, she longed to be with Su Liang. However, when she saw a beautiful woman getting out of the car with Su Liang, her smile froze. "Did I keep you waiting?" Su Liang greeted Chen Jianzhou with a smile, leading Li Wanjun to her. Chen Jianzhou shook her head, her face pale. "It's the goddess doctor," Li Wanjun exclaimed in surprise. In the car, Su Liang had told her he would help cure her mother. At the time, she had some doubts. Her mother had cancer, and treatment would require the goddess doctor. Li Wanjun had considered seeking her treatment. But she was now too famous, countless people sought her out, and appointments were booked years in advance. Out of unconditional trust in Su Liang, she hadn't questioned him. Now, seeing the goddess Dr. Chen Jianjia, she was overjoyed. She then looked at Su Liang, her eyes filled with deep love. She hadn't expected Su Liang to bring in the legendary healer for her sake. This scene was witnessed by Chen Jianjia. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her: bitterness, heartache, and pain, a complex mix of emotions. But she could still bear it. Having dedicated herself to the revival of traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, her resilience was far beyond that of ordinary people. Su Liang took everything in, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, this situation was all intentional on his part. Otherwise, with his medical skills, he could easily have cured Li Wanjun's mother's cancer, which was actually in its early stages. Calling Chen Jianjia here and letting her witness this was simply to prepare her in advance. He had other women, she wasn't someone he could keep alone. She would find out sooner or later anyway, so why not face reality sooner? This was undoubtedly incredibly cruel to Chen Jianjia, who had just lost her virginity to him. "I entrusted you with the most important thing yesterday, and today you appear before me with another woman." Her feelings at that moment were unimaginable. And when she learned that the person she needed to save was the woman's mother, her heart ached even more. "I have some things to attend to, so I'll be going now." After healing the woman, Chen Jianjia made an excuse and left, ignoring Li Wanjun's gratitude. Watching her retreating figure, Li Wanjun seemed lost in thought. She wasn't stupid. She had been so worried about her mother's condition that she hadn't noticed the change in Chen Jianjia's expression. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Just like when she first discovered Su Liang had other women. However, under the impact of Su Liang, she faced reality. "This man is too strong, she can't handle him alone. Brother Liang, why don't you go keep her company?" Knowing how she felt back then, Li Wanjun felt a pang of pity and looked at Su Liang, saying, "She'll get used to it." Su Liang's face radiated confidence and control. Chen Jianzhou wasn't the submissive woman Li Wanjun was, she wouldn't submit after a few hours of arguing. But that didn't faze him. He had different strategies for dealing with female leads of different personalities. A woman with a strong personality like Chen Jianjia needs to be dealt with decisively. If the truth is revealed later, or if someone tells her the truth first, it will be much more difficult. This is the main reason she's facing reality sooner, letting the storm rage on. Chapter 45: The largest underground organization? Giving you a chance to be dogs. Night falls. Wolf walks the World Nightclub, the largest midnight party venue in Shanghai. Few know that this is also the headquarters of the Wolf Alliance.
The Wolf Alliance, the largest underground organization in Shanghai, has held its position for nearly 20 years without being challenged.
Their motto is,
"Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat excrement."
the first requirement to join the Wolf Alliance is ruthlessness. Preferably, you must be even more ruthless than others.
At this moment, a tense atmosphere hangs in the air.
The Wolf Alliance's high-ranking members, including its leader Zhang Xiaoye, stand solemnly at the entrance,
as if waiting for some important figure. After an unknown amount of time, a Rolls-Royce slowly pulls up and stops at the entrance. Upon seeing the figure step out of the car, a group of people rush forward to greet him.
Young Master Su. Su Liang smiles and nods. Then, surrounded by the crowd, he walks into the nightclub's top floor. Upon entering the reception room, he unceremoniously took the seat of honor.
"May I ask what brings young Master Su here?"
Zhang Xiaoye asked, her eyes filled with doubt. "Oh, nothing much." Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "I just thought of an interesting game and decided to recruit a dog to participate. I think the Wolf Alliance would be quite suitable."
Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned.
What? Make the Wolf Alliance their dog? How dare he? What makes him think he can? Just because he's the eldest son of the Su family. I disagree. I absolutely will not agree. Alliance leader, please don't agree.
After a moment of silence, the room erupted in uproar, the high-ranking members filled with anger.
Making the Wolf Alliance their dog? Wasn't that treating them like dogs? Those standing here were all werewolves, how could they tolerate this? They glared angrily at Su Liang, their auras surging, the atmosphere extremely tense.
Among them, one person remained silent, observing coldly. Only when he looked at Su Liang did the fervor in his eyes become undisguised.
The Wolf Alliance leader, Zhang Xiaoye, felt a chill run down his spine, his face turning incredibly grim.
Over the years, he had grown accustomed to being the leader, surrounded by countless people fawning over him wherever he went.
When had anyone ever dared to speak to him like this?
Especially to say they were treating him like a dog.
It was safe to say.
If it weren't for Su Liang's status, he would have had him torn to pieces. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger, his tone turning cold.
"Sorry, we in the Wolf Alliance are wolves, we can't be dogs."
He had led a group of high-ranking members out to greet Su Liang, as a gesture of respect to the Su family. He hadn't expected Su Liang to be so ungrateful. Since that was the case, he didn't need to be polite anymore.
If Su Liang wanted to attack him, the Wolf Alliance wouldn't be one to back down.
Over the years, he had sacrificed a great deal of the Wolf Alliance's interests, secretly giving away countless benefits.
If trouble arises, those people won't stand idly by.
Another reason he's not afraid of Su Liang is that
the Su family's focus has shifted to the capital, leaving Su Liang as the only one in Shanghai.
As the saying goes,
the emperor is far away. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. I see, what a pity. Looking around at the magnificent buildings, Su Liang clicked his tongue.
He wasn't sure if he was regretting not taking the Wolf Alliance as their lackey, or lamenting the impending destruction of everything around him. He had originally envisioned a game against Xia Qingqiu, and the Wolf Alliance was a valuable pawn. Since the Wolf Alliance refused, he had no choice but to give up. They dared to refuse him, he had to admit the Wolf Alliance was quite bold. He hadn't been rejected in ages. He glanced at the two bodyguards beside him, they were only at the peak of the Mingjin realm. He wondered if he should replace them. Previously, he was worried that after the plot unfolded, he might be eliminated for altering too much of the story. Plus, he felt confident he could handle anything, which was why he sent out those experts. Now that worry was gone, he could recall some of them. Weak bodyguards made him look bad. Those who dared to refuse him should be prepared to bear the consequences.
The Wolf Alliance is no longer necessary. Su Liang stood up and walked towards the door.
He couldn't abandon the interesting game he had envisioned halfway through. If the Wolf Alliance was out of the question, he would simply support a new force.
This was easy for him. It would only take a few days.
The group of high-ranking members watched Su Liang's departing figure, their eyes still filled with resentment, but no one made a move.
"I'll see young Master Su off."
A glamorous woman stepped forward, giving them a mocking look, and chased after Su Liang.
Outside the nightclub,
Su Liang was contemplating which force to support when a voice came from behind.
"Young Master Su."
Su Liang turned around and saw a glamorous woman rushing towards him. "Young Master Su, my name is Yi Yuan, one of the 4 vice leaders of the Wolf Alliance." She immediately introduced herself upon reaching him.
Besides the leader Zhang Xiaoye, the Wolf Alliance had 4 vice leaders, each possessing peak Ming gene strength.
Su Liang remained silent, his gaze calm as he watched her, awaiting her response. "I think the alliance leader and the others are wrong."
Yi Yuan's expression was excited, her face filled with fervor. Su Liang suddenly became interested.
"A bunch of fools have no idea of your greatness. They dared to refuse you out of tact, they've already committed suicide." She paused, then suddenly knelt down.
"It's their honor to be your dog. I am willing to be your loyal hound, following you."
Her tone was devout, without any pretense.
Su Liang's gaze was calm.
This woman had some beauty, but unfortunately, she wasn't the female lead, and her looks didn't reach the female lead's level. He had no interest.
"Many people want to be my dogs. I'm not interested in you." After saying this, Su Liang prepared to leave. Yi Yuan immediately panicked.
Suddenly, she remembered the game Su Liang had mentioned earlier and quickly said,
"Didn't you have a game that you want the Wolf Alliance to participate in? I can lead the Wolf Alliance to become your lackey." Su Liang paused, a look of keen interest on his face.
He needed to find a subservient force, other forces required his cultivation, and the Wolf Alliance was a ready-made solution. If the Wolf Alliance was obedient, there was no need to destroy them.
"Just you alone?"
"There are 3 vice leaders like you, and an alliance leader above you."
"Can you convince them all?" Seeing the effect, Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and replied,
"You don't need disobedient dogs. Since those idiots are so ungrateful, I'll kill them for you."
Her tone remained unchanged as she said this.
It was as if she wasn't talking about killing her comrades, her brothers in arms, but about killing a chicken.
Interesting. Su Liang found it increasingly intriguing.
This time he didn't refuse, he'd see just how far this vice leader of the Wolf Alliance could go.
"Looking forward to your performance."
Watching Su Liang's departing figure, Yi Yuan slowly rose, her fervor undiminished.
"I won't let you down."
Chapter 46, Heaven and Earth are the chessboard, all living beings are the pieces, everything is manipulated at will.
Why was she so fanatical about Su Liang?
It all started a few months ago.
Yi Yuan was in charge of intelligence for the Wolf Alliance.
At the time, she was investigating an underground training ground on the outskirts of Shanghai, where many mysterious figures had appeared.
As a local strongman within Shanghai's underground organization,
the sudden appearance of such a place naturally required her investigation. However, she sent wave after wave of people there, but found nothing. When she continued to investigate further, those people vanished without a trace, most likely dead. From then on, she dared not investigate further, only focusing on lone individuals. But these people were well hidden, shrouded in black robes, and no one knew who was who. By chance, she caught a glimpse of Su Liang. So, she ordered an investigation into Su Liang, hoping to find clues. The result was predictably fruitless. But she didn't give up, sending people to investigate further, only to find them gone again. A flash of inspiration struck her.
Could the two be connected? Could the underground training ground have been established by Su Liang?
Just then, Skynet emerged, its power terrifying the underworld and shaking the entire world. Following this, the Galaxy Group appeared. The gene-enhancing serum it produced drove countless people mad, and numerous forces sent people to investigate. The Wolf Alliance was no exception, she sent people again. And the result was the same as the previous two, all those sent died. Perhaps others wouldn't think much of it.
the eldest son of the Su family, the Galaxy Group, and Skynet. There was no connection between the three. But her mind raced. Could it be Su Liang, or perhaps the Su family, who developed the gene-enhancing serum and established the Galaxy Group? And secretly cultivated countless experts, establishing Skynet? This thought made her breath quicken and her heart race. A powerful surge of emotion welled up within her. A person standing at the pinnacle of the world, using heaven and earth as a chessboard, and all living beings as pawns. A blurry figure, manipulating and controlling everything, surfaced in her mind. Just a guess was enough to drive her wild with fascination and ecstasy, sending shivers down her spine. She felt her blood boiling, her body trembling with excitement, wanting nothing more than to immediately submit to that person. Today. Facing Su Liang up close, his otherworldly aura gradually clarified the blurry figure in her mind. And so, the scene just now unfolded. She was willing to kill all her brothers and friends, just to stay by his side. Not to mention submitting to him, killing everyone in the Wolf Alliance for him, she would even die for him. That person was simply too captivating. On the other side, Su Liang sat in his car, scrolling through his tablet, which contained all the information about Yi Yuan. From birth to now, everything that had happened to her, everyone she had met, and even a psychologist's analysis of her personality. After reading it, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Did you connect it to something? Yi Yuan had investigated him, the underground arena, and the Galaxy Group. He had also received news that the Wolf Alliance was investigating him and asked him how to handle it. He hesitated to act at the time, worried about affecting the plot. However, he never leaves any evidence, so there's no possibility of finding him. It was probably just Yi Yuan's association. Without any evidence, she went this far based solely on a guess. This woman's mental illness is quite severe. Through Yi Yuan's information, a psychologist assessed her personality. She's a woman prone to fantasy and admires strength. That explains her behavior just now. What should we do? Su Liang pondered. Yi Yuan had no evidence that he was behind it all, but she had made some connections. Cautious as he was, he naturally wouldn't allow such an unstable element to exist. She's a talent, killing her would be a waste. Then let's try the effects of mind control. The Starry Night Bar. It's only 8 p.m., but many people have already flocked in. Just because Xia Qingqiu appeared at the bar last night. The news spread, and countless people poured in. Everyone wanted to witness the Mafia Queen's charisma. It wasn't just ordinary people coming to see the beautiful woman, a group of wealthy young men also came. In a private room on the second floor, a group of young men dressed in designer clothes and exuding an air of sophistication were gathered together. That's right, they were also there for Xia Qingqiu. These young men might lack ability, but they were masters of extravagance. But when it comes to beautiful women, each one is more captivating than the last. Look at young Master Lu, he looks so weak. How many women has he been seeing lately? Ha ha ha, brother Zhuang, I've heard you're keeping 2 sisters as mistresses, can you handle it? Hey, all you ever think about is women, you'll always be dying on a woman's belly. Young Master Tan, you're so high and mighty, so why are you even here to see Queen Xia? This is my first time in Shanghai. I heard this Queen Xia is no less beautiful than that goddess doctor, is that true? That goddess is really. Zhang Han, you fucking want to die? Get lost, don't drag us down with you. You even dare to set your sights on Brother Liang's woman, you really don't know the meaning of death. The previously harmonious atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Everyone involuntarily moved away from the young master named Zhang Han, looking at him as if he were a dead man. Zhang Han. Who am I? What did I do? What the hell did I say? All I did was say the goddess doctor was beautiful. And I hadn't even finished a sentence. Seeing he didn't do it on purpose, someone explained the reason. It turned out that a rich young man had said a few bad things about Su Liang's woman behind her back, and that very night his entire family was wiped out. That rich young man is now a beggar in the slums. Hearing the explanation, Zhang Han was terrified, his hair stood on end, and he was filled with lingering fear. Just then, a rich young man burst in. Stop bragging, Queen Xia has appeared.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of young men suddenly stood up and dashed out. They were now on the second floor, from which they could see the entire scene on the first floor. At this moment, the once noisy hall was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop.
Everyone stared wide-eyed at the entrance, filled with anticipation. Not long after,
Xia Qingqiu, dressed in a long gown, elegant and dignified, alluring and captivating, exuding a queenly aura, slowly walked in.
Chapter 47. Su Liang, she is my prey, understand?
Xia Qingqiu was as radiant as ever. Beside her stood a pretty young woman with short, shoulder-length hair, dressed in a shirt and tight pants, looking extremely capable.
She stood guard beside Xia Qingqiu like a bodyguard.
Many people tried to approach, but retreated after seeing her cold gaze. As for Lin Hao beside her, he was unconsciously ignored, utterly unremarkable.
Wow, it really is Queen Xia.
Finally seeing her in person, she's truly stunning. I could look at her countless times and never get tired of it. If I married her, who would ever get out of bed?
Holy crap! Who's that guy?
Is he going to confess his love to Queen Xia? Suddenly, a figure entered their field of vision, and everyone stared intently. He was dressed in a suit, with a stylish hairstyle, looking impeccably groomed, and was carrying a bouquet of flowers as he approached Xia Qingqiu. Ji Buochang, born into the Ji family, while not comparable to the four great families, still possessed assets worth tens of billions. However, his status was somewhat awkward. He was the second young master of the Ji family. He had an older brother, Ji Bachu, who was more capable than him. Inheriting the family fortune was virtually impossible for him, unless he found external support. But those with the power and willingness to cooperate all sought out his older brother, leaving him completely ignored. Then he heard about Xia Qingqiu, who was not only beautiful but also extremely capable. If he could win her over, he would not only gain a stunning beauty but also the support of the Star Moon Society, the second largest underworld force in Shanghai. Thus, he began his persistent pursuit. He'd failed several times before, but this time he was well prepared.
As he approached Xia Qingqiu, several of his henchmen appeared before him.
A heart shape made of 999 roses was already arranged, with a large diamond in the center, worth at least tens of millions. A band had been set up nearby. A sweet love song began to play. Qingqiu, I've liked you for a long time, be my girlfriend. Ji Buochang knelt on one knee, presenting the flowers to Xia Qingqiu, his tone sincere.
Who is he?
A toad trying to eat swan meat, doesn't he even know his place?
Pursuing Queen Xia? Does he deserve it? He's got nothing to offer. Hey, what era are we living in? Still trying to force her hand with this kind of trick? An outdated tactic.
Seeing someone pursuing the goddess, the onlookers immediately became indignant, and they all spoke without holding back.
Ji Buochang. He did indeed intend to use this to force Xia Qingqiu to agree. Isn't that how it's always portrayed on TV?
That's how it's written in novels too. Everyone ends up winning the heart of their beloved.
Why is it different here? Looking at the reactions of the people around him, they're still telling him to say yes and give him a kiss?
They all seem to want to tear him to pieces.
Second floor. A group of young masters watched the spectacle with glee. Tsk tisk, so it's Ji Buochang. Didn't realize this kid was quick.
This is because of pressure from his brother Ji Bachu. He's trying to get the Star Moon Society to help him.
Too bad it's destined to fail.
Even the Queen Xia rejected the three young masters, and I heard Liang also tried but failed.
Holy crap? Really? What else?
Get your popcorn ready, and wait for him to get slapped in the face.
Xia Qingqiu's expression was somewhat unpleasant.
She had rejected this guy several times already, and this time he was pressuring her in front of so many people. If it weren't for his status, she wouldn't have bothered with him.
Now she was in a dilemma.
Answering was impossible, but directly refusing wasn't good either. The Star Moon Society was at a crucial stage right now, and it wasn't a good time to make enemies, especially not a powerful family like the Ji family.
Seemingly sensing her dilemma, Lin Hao stepped forward. Brother, didn't you see? Qingqiu doesn't fancy you. You should go find those fairies.
He wasn't bothered by whether or not they came from a powerful family. On the contrary, he was furious, his tone utterly rude. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but think of Su Liang's attempt to seduce the senior sister, which had made him so angry he felt like his body was about to break apart.
What the hell do you think you are?
Ji Buchang stood up, already somewhat enraged by the surrounding noises. Lin Hao's words only fueled his anger, and he pointed at him and cursed.
Brother? Who the hell is your brother? And what right do you have to call Qingqiu? You idiot!
Lin Hao's face darkened, and he was about to teach this guy a lesson when a leisurely voice rang out.
It's quite lively here.
The familiar voice made his heart skip a beat. Slowly turning his head, he saw the figure he wanted to kill.
Xia Qingqiu's body trembled almost imperceptibly.
What was bound to happen had finally happened.
Attracted by Ji Buchang's confession, many people only noticed now.
A handsome young man had appeared nearby. Su Liang smiled gently, his gaze falling on Ji Buchang, who remained silent as a cicada in winter.
Su Liang's name was known throughout high society.
In short, don't mess with him. Although Ji Buchang was a playboy, he dared not act presumptuously in front of Su Liang, trembling like a mouse before a cat.
Get lost.
The words rang out calmly, and Ji Buchang shivered, quickly preparing to slink away. But Su Liang called him back.
Come back.
A smile more like a grimace appeared on Ji Buchang's face.
Liang, brother Liang. Take these pieces of trash with you, and also.
He paused, then slowly took a few steps closer and patted him on the shoulder. She's my prey, understand?
Why, yes, I understand.
Ji Buchang was drenched in sweat, every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Because they were close enough, Lin Hao and Xia Qingqiu both heard it, their expressions constantly shifting.
Xia Qingqiu's heart sank. Su Liang was no longer hiding anything. How should she react?
Lin Hao immediately exploded, glaring angrily, trembling all over, furious beyond measure.
If looks could kill, Su Liang would probably be reduced to ashes by now. He knew Su Liang was a scumbag, but he never imagined he could be this scumbag.
He'd reached a whole new level of scumbagness. He'd just slept with the eldest senior sister, and now he was after the second senior sister. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel guilty. It was all his fault for ruining the eldest senior sister's life. Ding Lin Hao has developed resentment towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding Lin Hao has developed self-doubt, villain value plus 888.
Chapter 48, Playing Games with the Underworld Queen. Lose and submit.
After having his underlings pick up the flowers on the ground, Ji Buchang rolled away smoothly. This was terrifying. He never expected Xia Qingqiu to be the woman Su Liang had his eye on. Trying to steal Liang Ji's woman was like trying to get yourself killed in a public restroom with the lights on.
Who is he?
So handsome and charismatic, his smile is so warm. Don't even mention it, he and Queen Xia standing together, I don't feel any awkwardness at all, they're a perfect match. I know, he Shanghai has 4 major families. Do you know why there are only 3 young masters? Because there's one who surpasses the 3 young masters, or rather, the 3 young masters are simply not qualified to be compared to him. That's right, he's the eldest son of the Su family, Su Liang. Every young person calls him Brother Liang.
Everyone was stunned by Su Liang's appearance and charisma.
Almost all the women present were so excited they could hardly move their legs. Even men felt inferior in his presence, unable to feel any jealousy. Ignoring Lin Hao's murderous glare, Su Liang smiled faintly at Xia Qingqiu.
Won't you invite me up for a seat?
Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingqiu calmed herself and gestured.
Young Master Su, please. The two then went upstairs together.
Lin Hao followed closely behind, ready to intervene if Su Liang made any ill intentions. Although he knew it would be futile. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they were met by a group of young masters. These young masters were nowhere near their previous jovial demeanor.
They looked like schoolchildren waiting for a scolding. Hello, Brother Liang. Su Liang smiled and nodded, then went straight to the third floor with Xia Qingqiu.
Seeing that no one blamed them, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, many with cold sweat beading on their foreheads.
They knew, in truth, as long as they didn't offend Su Liang, he remained a refined and amiable gentleman amidst the chaos of the world. But if they offended him, while he would still appear gentle and courteous on the surface, his methods were chilling. Killing with a smile that was the epitome of it. Third floor. Xia Qingqiu's office. No other man had ever entered except Su Liang.
As he entered, he paused, looking at Xia Qingqiu. "I don't want anyone disturbing our good time."
A bad premonition welled up in Xia Qingqiu's heart, but she had no choice but to comply. "You may all leave." The female follower glared at Su Liang resentfully, then walked away to sulk. It wasn't that she hadn't considered protecting her master, but she was truly helpless against Su Liang, utterly powerless to fight back. Lin Hao, however, didn't leave, his face extremely grim. Back when he was trying to seduce the senior sister, he still maintained a refined and gentlemanly image. Now he doesn't even bother to hide it anymore? What should he do?
Gradually, Lin Hao's eyes hardened. Even if he couldn't defeat Su Liang, he couldn't let his second senior sister be bullied.
He'd fight. He doesn't seem to listen to you.
Su Liang watched with interest, his expression mocking.
Lin Hao, I want you to leave.
Xia Qingqiu pursed her lips and gave the order again. Lin Hao remained motionless, his eyes fixed on Su Liang.
Su Liang, what are you doing? If you have something to say, come at me. Why force me to make a move? With a casual remark, Su Liang made his move, extending 2 fingers.
Lin Hao was already on guard, and upon seeing him attack, he immediately tried to dodge. However, he quickly realized that an opportunity had locked onto him, making it impossible to dodge. No matter how much he roared and screamed inwardly, he could only watch helplessly as Su Liang's fingers approached, tapping him several times. An extreme sense of weakness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground.
All right, now no one will bother us. Su Liang smiled slightly, his words calm, as if he had only done something insignificant. Xia Qingqiu's pupils contracted.
Through questioning, she also learned that this junior brother was not only not weak, but very strong. Her strength had reached the peak of the dark force realm. Yet she was subdued without any resistance.
Just how strong was Su Liang? Definitely not an ordinary grandmaster of the transformation force realm. She dared not resist and followed Su Liang into the office.
Lin Hao's eyes bulged, filled with rage and hatred. He never expected that after 6 years of studying medicine and possessing an intimate knowledge of every acupoint on the body, he would one day be subdued by acupoint strikes. As Su Liang had the door closed, he could no longer see the 2 figures. Ding Lin Hao trembled with anger and coldness, villain value plus 888. Without considering himself an outsider, Su Liang plopped down on the sofa. Seeing Xia Qingqiu standing there in a daze, he beckoned with his finger.
Come here. Xia Qingqiu frowned.
From the moment they started, she sensed that Su Liang was completely different from before.
He was no longer hiding anything from her.
Facing Su Liang like this, she felt inexplicably flustered. After hesitating for a moment, she sat down on the sofa, maintaining a safe distance from Su Liang.
Why are you sitting so far away? It makes me feel like some kind of bad guy.
Xia Qingqiu actually hoped he was a bad guy, even bad guys weren't as bad as him.
The next moment,
a hand reached out, and before she, at the early stage of internal energy cultivation, could react, it was wrapped around her waist.
With a slight pull, she involuntarily fell into an embrace.
That's right, Su Liang had completely dropped the pretense. He wasn't one of those sycophants, he wouldn't be led by the nose by a woman. To make him feel like he was bathed in a spring breeze, you had to give him face first, you had to accept it.
As mentioned before, his patience is limited. There are other female leads waiting for him, why waste time on just one?
Since she's being ungrateful, he might as well lay his cards on the table. The only question is whether she can withstand the consequences of his confrontation. He reached out and lifted her chin, raising his cool yet alluring face. Seeing a hint of stubbornness in her eyes, Su Liang chuckled.
How about we play a game? As aloof as Xia Qingxiu, when had she ever been so close to a man, especially being held in his arms?
Her face was filled with shame and indignation, her beautiful eyes seeming to spit fire.
If you win, I'll let you go and never bother you again. What game? Xia Qingxiu was taken aback.
Faced with Su Liang in this state, she was genuinely afraid. Hearing that she could escape this predicament, she quickly asked. The game is I'll represent the Wolf Alliance, and your Star Moon Society will compete to see who is the #1 power in Shanghai.
Xia Qingxiu turned her head away. You can control me all by yourself? How can we play? She might as well just admit defeat.
Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Su Liang continued. Don't worry, I won't interfere, nor will I send anyone to help the Wolf Alliance.
Are you serious?
Xia Qingxiu turned her head back, staring directly at Su Liang.
What kind of person am I? Would I go back on my word? Xia Qingxiu fell into deep thought.
Currently, the Star Moon Society and the Wolf Alliance are about the same strength, but she is still confident of winning.
Didn't they bring a junior brother?
Lin Hao was no match for Su Liang, but he was undeniably a peak-level expert in internal energy cultivation, giving her a high chance of victory. Moreover, this might be her only chance to escape Su Liang's clutches, and she didn't want to miss it.
Gritting her teeth, Xia Qingxiu agreed. Okay, I agree.
Su Liang smiled, a smile that was hard to decipher. She was still somewhat naive. Perhaps in her eagerness to get rid of Su Liang, she hadn't considered some things. He said he wouldn't intervene, nor would he send anyone to help the Wolf Alliance, but he didn't say he wouldn't deplete her forces.
Besides, even if the Wolf Alliance lost, it wouldn't matter. Did Su Liang seem like a man of his word? Win or lose, she couldn't escape his grasp. By the way, what if I lose? Xia Qingxiu asked nervously.
If you lose, you, and the entire Star Moon Society, will have to submit to me. Seeing the smile on Su Liang's lips, her heart trembled. Suddenly, she regretted agreeing to the game.
All right, the game is settled. Now let's both of us sign this document as a formality. What does that mean? By the time Xia Qingxiu came to her senses, Su Liang's face was already inches away.
The next moment, her eyes widened.
Ugh. Chapter 49 Assassin's Attack. It's the bodyguard's female protagonist. To be honest, teasing this underworld queen was quite fun, and Su Liang enjoyed it immensely.
Xia Qingxiu was filled with shame and indignation, but dared not retaliate, forced to endure her grievances.
I love that you can't stand me but can't do anything about it.
When Su Liang came out, half an hour had passed. Outside, Lin Hao felt his strength slowly returning. He could try to release his acupoints. He was anxious, his clothes soaked with sweat. The two of them, alone in a room, he was terrified that his second senior sister would be bullied like his eldest senior sister. Suddenly, the door opened. He quickly looked over, only to see Su Liang emerge. Then, without even glancing at him, he left. Lin Hao was furious. Ding! Lin Hao's mentality exploded, villain plus 999. He tried even harder to release his acupoints, wanting to check on his second senior sister's condition. There was someone faster than him. The short-haired girl darted inside. Seeing Xia Qingxiu sitting absent-mindedly on the sofa, she assumed she'd been bullied and her anger flared. I'm going to kill him. She turned and prepared to chase after Su Liang. Su Liang had come several times before, always telling her to go play in the sand. He hadn't done anything to Xia Qingxiu. If she had known Su Liang would use force, she would rather die than let him be alone with Xia Qingxiu. Years ago, when she was being chased by her enemies, Xia Qingxiu saved her and ultimately avenged her. She was deeply grateful. Shao Qi, come back. Xia Qingxiu quickly called out to her. The short-haired girl turned back in confusion, only then realizing her blind spot. Aside from her slightly disheveled clothes, she was unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief. In Xia Qingxiu's eyes, Shao Qi wasn't just her subordinate, she always treated her like a younger sister. Out of concern for her safety, he absolutely couldn't let her provoke Su Liang. Outside the door. Hearing the girl's angry voice, Lin Hao finally released his pressure points and rushed inside. Second's senior sister. He immediately noticed Xia Qingqiu's disheveled hair and wrinkled clothes, and was instantly furious. After hearing Xia Qingqiu's explanation, he felt relieved. Aside from being taken advantage of and looking like she'd been she hadn't lost her virginity. Actually, he was overthinking it. Su Liang's strength, how could it be only half an hour? Leaving the Starry Night bar. Su Liang was considering which female lead to visit tonight when he suddenly stopped. He then continued walking forward without showing any emotion, as if nothing had happened, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Back to the Su family compound. The driver dutifully drove. After Su Liang stated his destination, his gaze fell on a certain direction through the car window. Interesting. His face showed a keen interest. Just now, he sensed a strong killing intent. It was directed at him. The person's strength was not low, reaching the peak of dark force. The person was extremely well hidden, their concealment techniques were top-notch, but they still couldn't escape his senses. The opponent was an assassin. He had acquired god-level assassination skills and even taught them to members of the Skynet. That aura couldn't be hidden from him. Who could have sent them? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, somewhat thoughtful. The bodyguards really needed a replacement. Who would be following them? But speaking of which, what about the bodyguards the system rewarded? They haven't arrived yet. Could they be lost? The car drove smoothly down the street. A car followed a short distance behind, unaware that it had been exposed. They arrived at the Su family's territory. Powerful figures were secretly guarding the area and quickly noticed they were being followed. But after receiving Su Liang's message, they chose to remain still, trying to conceal themselves as much as possible. And so, the following car unknowingly arrived at the Su family compound, practically entering the Grim Reaper's domain. When Su Liang's Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the compound, a Mercedes sped up, performing a stylish drift before coming to a stop. Immediately afterward, a fiery red figure got out and blocked Su Liang's path. Ding, bodyguard has arrived. Please subdue her yourself. Su Liang. System, are you serious? He could sense the intense killing intent emanating from this woman. Someone who's coming to kill me, and you're telling me she's a bodyguard? Right. When I drew the bodyguard reward, it said the bodyguard would appear in different ways. Appearing to kill him, that's quite novel. Regaining his composure, Su Liang finally took a serious look at the assassin. The assassin was a woman, and a very beautiful one at that, with an oval face that was unbelievably beautiful. She wore a red dress, as if stained with blood, giving her a bewitching aura. Soon, he discovered something interesting. This female assassin actually possessed luck, a protagonist's halo. Could she be the protagonist of some female-oriented novel? Su Liang wondered. Seeing his calm demeanor, the female assassin frowned, her suspicions growing stronger. She had been in Shanghai for some time. By chance, she discovered the existence of the underground arena. Seeing the scene, a veritable hell on earth, her unwavering sense of justice compelled her to destroy it. However, after secretly investigating, she discovered that a grandmaster of internal energy was actually in charge. If it weren't for her exceptional stealth skills, she would have been discovered. Unable to take down the underground arena, she decided to find the mastermind behind it. She wasn't just an excellent assassin, but also a top-tier hacker. Finding the mastermind shouldn't be difficult, right? It really wasn't, or rather impossible. No clues whatsoever, as if it appeared out of thin air. This made her think of Skynet, that mysterious and terrifying organization that had suddenly appeared. Even with her top-tier hacking skills, she couldn't find it. This inevitably leads to the reason she came to Kyushu. She began investigating Skynet from the moment it started wreaking havoc in the underworld. At first, she found nothing. Finally, several months later, she discovered something. That's right, just one thing: the direction Skynet was transmitting information to was Kyushu. The events at the underground training grounds made her think of Skynet.
Could there be a connection between the two?
So she began investigating the major powers in Shanghai. A mountain hollowed out couldn't have appeared out of thin air, it must have the support of a powerful force.
After several days of investigation, her gaze fell upon Su Liang.
Everyone else was clearly revealed by her top-tier hacking skills. Only this person remained unclear to her, rather what she found didn't match the facts. Since she couldn't find anything, she decided to test him. The thought of so many people dying because of Su Liang filled her with intense killing intent.
Judging from Su Liang's reaction, it seemed she had found the right person? You know. Most people would have been terrified by her killing intent long ago. How could they calmly and leisurely observe her like this? She asked coldly. Did you establish Skynet?
Su Liang stroked his chin and nodded.
Yes. The female assassin, Yama, was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, Su Liang's answer was so direct, his killing intent almost tangible.
Those people, were they? Before she could finish, Su Liang interrupted.
I gave the order.
His gaze was calm. Now that he'd said it, he had no intention of letting the assassin leave. There were only two choices. Either die, or submit. The female assassin fell silent, her body trembling, her killing intent boiling over to its peak. Ding! Crimson Rose's hatred and rage surged, villain value plus 999.
Chapter 50, turns out she's a saintly heroine. Crimson Rose. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat.
He searched his memory for anything about Crimson Rose.
Although he wasn't in the underworld, he was fully aware of what was happening there.
Information collected by the Skynet was transmitted to him. To bring the female lead into the family, he usually didn't have time to examine things closely, only glancing at them briefly. That one glance was enough. He possessed a photographic memory. Crimson Rose, 25 years old, an orphan who was kidnapped and sold into a mercenary group at a young age. During training, she stood out among the other orphans. After countless days and nights of arduous effort, she gradually grew into a top-tier assassin. Unlike other assassins, she only killed the wicked. She wouldn't accept missions that weren't for the most heinous criminals. When she encountered someone committing evil, she would kill them without pay, even proactively killing those who did wrong. She was like a breath of fresh air in the underworld. Wherever evil is committed, there she is, and her strength is so formidable that few can rival her. She seems to have a fondness for roses. After each kill, she always leaves behind a rose petal.
Gradually, the name Crimson Rose spread. Tisk, so she's a saint. Su Liang clicked his tongue. He was already certain this was the protagonist of some female-oriented novel. An orphan at the start, a top assassin, a top hacker, and a chivalrous heroine. She goes wherever there is oppression. You could say her saintly behavior is quite extreme. To put it nicely, she's a saint. To put it bluntly, she's a busybody. Why should you meddle in other people's business? Besides, are all the people she saves necessarily good people? She finally finds the enemy who wiped out her family, pays an assassin to kill them, and then saves them instead. It's not surprising that this Crimson Rose would seek him out. She, a self-righteous saint, wanted to seek justice for those killed by Skynet, so she began investigating Skynet. Being a top hacker, and with a sympathetic connection between the villain and the protagonist. That's how she finally found him. She probably wasn't sure at first, otherwise she would have assassinated him when he wasn't looking. Those who overthink things like Yi Yuan are always a minority. Actually, Su Liang had no problem with this kind of self-righteous saint. But if she meddled in his affairs, she'd be asking for death. A blood-red dagger appeared in her hand, Rose's eyes turning cold. I will avenge those hundreds of thousands of wronged souls. She then swiftly lunged at Su Liang. Because of her speed, she left a red afterimage. Su Liang curled his lip. That's how self-righteous saints are, always indulging in self-pity. Seeing the figure approaching, he directly reached out and grabbed her neck. Rose was terrified. She had just charged at Su Liang, ready to slit his throat with her dagger.
The next moment, she was completely immobilized, grabbed by the arm. It was as if she had deliberately run towards him and been choked by Su Liang. She tried to retaliate, but found herself utterly unable to move.
Grandmaster of Internal Energy. Only then did she truly grasp Su Liang's strength. Yes, with the ability to control so many Grandmasters of Internal Energy, how could his strength be weak? This time, she was careless. Now that I'm in your hands, you can kill me or torture me as you please, I won't even flinch. But don't be so smug. You've killed so many people, one day you'll face the law. All those evil deeds will be punished. See? He speaks with unwavering righteousness right off the bat. Protagonist confirmed. Ding Crimson Rose has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Su Liang smiled, a bright smile. He had already figured out how to deal with this female protagonist. For some reason, seeing the smile on his face, Rose felt a chill run down her spine. Before she could say anything, Su Liang tapped her several times with his fingers. After releasing her, she collapsed weakly to the ground. This time, it was much more ruthless than the taps on Lin Hao. Without Su Liang's knowledge of acupoints, these taps couldn't be released. Take her away. To activate mind control, he needed to break down her psychological defenses or force her into submission. This female protagonist was resolute, she wouldn't be so easily controlled and enslaved. However, he had plenty of methods. As his words fell, two female bodyguards stepped forward and took Rose away. In the dimly lit basement, there wasn't a ray of light, not a sound, only eternal darkness. The thick darkness enveloped her, and Rose seemed to recall the fear of being abducted by human traffickers as a child. She wanted to struggle, to escape, but she had no strength. She couldn't even bite her tongue to commit suicide. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. 10 hours passed. She was now hungry and exhausted, and fear gradually spread through her. Click. At that moment, the door opened. She quickly looked and saw Su Liang walk in. A woman followed behind him. Su Liang scrutinized her with interest. Her hair was disheveled, and the exhaustion on her face showed she hadn't slept all night. She was nothing like yesterday's radiant self. Kill me. Her voice was hoarse, from not having drunk water all night. Murder is illegal, and I'm afraid of retribution, so why would I kill you? Su Liang's tone was somewhat playful. Rose was speechless, knowing he was using her words from yesterday to tease her. She was already beginning to regret coming to Su Liang. I'm a little curious, how do you deal with your subordinates making mistakes in your assassin organization? Ding Crimson Rose has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 777. Ding Crimson Rose has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 888. Ding Crimson Rose has developed fear towards you, villain value plus 999. Ding. A dozen minutes later. Rose curled up. Seemingly losing interest, Su Liang said to the woman beside him. She's yours. Just make sure she's not dead, crippled, or mentally unstable. I still have a use for her. With that, Su Liang turned and left. Yes, young master, I guarantee the mission will be completed. She was an instructor, responsible for training Skynet assassins. Not only was she proficient in killing, but she was also adept at torturing people. Chapter 51. A new protagonist appears. Pretending to go bankrupt to see their true colors? What? Dad, what did you say? Our old house is being demolished. A young man jumped to his feet, staring intently at his father. The young man's name was Yi Xian. He had just graduated and was preparing to look for a job when his father suddenly told him that their old house was being demolished. What the hell is the point of looking for a job then? Wouldn't it be better to just lie down and relax? I remember our hometown is quite large, the compensation should be substantial, right? He asked hopefully. Father Yi chuckled and said, of course, the demolition compensation 50 million. He then pulled out a contract. Yi Xian felt a little dizzy, quickly focused his gaze, and sure enough, he saw the amount of 50 million. He was thrilled. This feeling was infinitely better than a windfall.
Seeing his son's expression, Mr. Yi smiled, recalling his own reaction upon first hearing the news. Only after signing the contract and receiving the money did he truly believe it all. Xiao Shen, now that we're rich, find me a daughter-in-law.
Don't worry about the money.
Also, now that we're successful, we should inform our relatives and friends. After a long pause, Yi Xian regained his composure. Hearing his father's words, his eyes flickered. Dad, wait a minute, don't inform our relatives and friends yet.
Huh? What's wrong?
Mr. Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. What if they ask us for money if we tell them? After a pause, Yi Xian continued. Borrowing money isn't a problem, it's only right for relatives to help each other. But I just don't know which of these relatives are truly on our side.
Hearing his son's words, Ye's father nodded thoughtfully, finding it reasonable.
Seeing his father was listening, Yi Xian spoke mysteriously.
Do you want to know the true colors of those relatives? You mean? Dad, let's pretend to be bankrupt. Yi Xian's family was considered middle class.
His father owned a fruit factory. It didn't earn much each year, but it was enough to make ends meet.
Ye's father had also considered his son's plan and hesitated.
We'll pretend to be bankrupt, then borrow money from them, and see who's willing to lend to us. These are our true, dearest friends and family.
What's there to hesitate about?
If those relatives won't even lend us a little money, is there any point in us staying together? Yi Xian continued to persuade him. He had come up with this idea suddenly after watching a video. In the video, a man won the lottery and, after telling his relatives and friends, they all asked to borrow money, which he readily did. When he had almost spent all the money and went to repay them, they all pretended not to hear. So, he decided to do the opposite.
Strike first. He would use bankruptcy as an excuse to borrow money from them.
If they lent him money, it meant they were true relatives. If they didn't lend him money, it meant they didn't care about him, and they wouldn't help him when he needed it in the future. After fabricating a reason, the two started making phone calls and sending messages. Father Yi, third brother, our family went bankrupt, and we still owe 5 million.
Could we borrow some money from you?
Oh dear, our family is also struggling.
We have 2 children in school, and we really can't afford it.
You should ask around.
Father Yi was dumbfounded.
If he remembered correctly, his third uncle's family had made several million from a construction project this year, and they even bought a new car and a new house, right?
Father Yi continued making phone calls. Brotherly, our family went bankrupt. Beep beep beep. You never know until you call.
They're usually like brothers, closer than anyone else when they meet, but when trouble comes, they're the first to run.
It really proves the saying.
Brothers in the heart, but when trouble comes, you can't get through on the phone. While Father Yi was busy testing their relationship, Yi Xian wasn't idle either.
He clicked into the classmates' group chat. Graduated. What's everyone doing?
It feels like jobs are so hard to find these days. Interned at Huawei for a few months, just got a full-time position. Thanks for the invitation, I'm in America, just got off the plane, about to head to Tesla.
I really envy your fulfilling lives. My family owns a lot of properties, I'm always collecting rent with a sack, life is monotonous and boring. The messages were all about Versailles. Just then, a sudden message popped up. Yi Xian, classmates, my family went bankrupt, we owe 5 million. Can I borrow some money from you? I promise I'll pay you back.
Just got a full-time position after internship, haven't received my salary yet. In America, the cost of living is huge, not even enough for living expenses. Haven't collected this month's rent yet, should have some spare time in a while.
No money.
Yi Xian looked at the message, a knowing look on his face. This is reality. Luckily, he was wise enough to see through their true colors beforehand. He sneered, I wonder what you'll think when you find out my family isn't actually bankrupt, but rather a multi-millionaire. Suddenly, his sneer froze.
You have been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator.
Yi Xian. He knew these people wouldn't lend him money, but he hadn't expected them to kick him out of the group just to prevent him from asking.
Fine, very well. Yi Xian laughed angrily.
Gradually, he calmed down. It wasn't worth getting angry over these people. Then he set his sights on his next target.
Li Xiaomeng, their class's academic representative, the class beauty and school beauty.
Li Xiaomeng was a prominent figure in the school, winning scholarships every year, with countless suitors, but none of them succeeded.
He was one of them.
However, back then, Li Xiaomeng was too dazzling. He was just a nobody in the class, admiring her but not daring to express his feelings.
Now it's different. The 50 million yuan compensation for the demolition gave him the confidence to talk to his goddess. He opened Li Xiaomeng's chat interface, copied the same message, and sent it.
Even though she's a goddess, he still needed to test her.
Seeing the message was read, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel nervous, fearing rejection. How much do you need?
Upon seeing the message, he nearly jumped up.
Li Xiaomeng was indeed different from others, she valued their friendship. He quickly sent another message. Any amount is fine.
Ding Goddess has transferred 100,000 to you. Yi Xian's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief.
That's 100,000. Many people couldn't earn that much in a year. And Li Xiaomeng?
Hearing he was in trouble, she transferred the money without hesitation.
Could it be?
Yi Xian couldn't help but let his imagination run wild.
If she didn't like him, why would she transfer so much money without hesitation? Meanwhile, at Shanghai Airlines, in the manager's office.
After transferring the money, Li Xiaomeng's family ignored it. 100,000, for her before, might have been a large sum. But since joining Su Liang's company as a manager, she hasn't worried about money again. In her view, when her classmate's family went bankrupt, she should help if she could, so she transferred 100,000 yuan to them.
She didn't even expect them to pay her back.
If they didn't, the 100,000 yuan would allow her to see a person for who they truly are, which would be a gain for her.
Chapter 52. You don't even know what other people like? You deserve to fail. The next morning,
Yi Xian left home, first going to the trade city to change into designer clothes. Then he rented a Lamborghini. Standing beside the car, he immediately attracted countless gazes. Opening a map app, he arrived at Shanghai Airlines. Some time ago, someone mentioned in a group chat that Li Xiaomeng, the school beauty, worked here.
Li Xiaomeng was the school beauty, with countless suitors. Before, he could only secretly admire her. Now it was different.
The goddess who was once unattainable, he wanted to try and win her heart. Besides, she might also have some feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been willing to lend him 100,000 yuan so readily. With excitement, Yi Xian got out of the car, holding a bouquet of flowers. The security guards, seeing his designer clothes and Lamborghini, assumed he was a big customer and didn't stop him.
Wow, that guy's got style.
I wonder which wealthy family he's from.
He's kind of handsome, and that Armani suit really gives him an air of class. What are you waiting for, ladies? Go for it. Maybe he'll take a liking to you? This could be a chance to marry into a wealthy family.
Walking down the street, hearing the flight attendant's exclamations of admiration, Yi Xian felt incredibly pleased.
Suddenly, he frowned. He remembered, wasn't Li, the school beauty, a flight attendant? What if she'd already finished her training and started working? Wouldn't his trip have been a waste? He quickly asked a passing girl. Are you looking for Manager Li? She's in the office building.
The girl was somewhat surprised, looked him up and down, and shook her head. This guy was kind of handsome, and he looked quite wealthy. But compared to Manager Li's boyfriend, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Or rather, there was simply no comparison. Yi Xian, oblivious to the girl's strange gaze, was completely stunned.
If he hadn't misheard, Li Xiaomeng was the publicity manager of Shanghai Airlines? It was unbelievable. Li Xiaomeng had just graduated, just like them. Even if she didn't have classes in her senior year and came here early for an internship, it didn't have to be this exaggerated, did it?
thinking about how everyone in the class group was bragging about how great their jobs were. Compared to Li, the campus beauty, she was far inferior, okay? As expected, a campus beauty is a campus beauty, so outstanding in school, even more impressive in the real world.
Shanghai Airlines is a Fortune 500 company. As a manager, she must earn millions a year, right?
After accepting the truth, he felt a wave of embarrassment. He'd bought this outfit and rented a Lamborghini all to impress Li Xiaoming, the campus belle.
But what a waste! She wouldn't even look at that.
Then, an idea rose uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. He had to win Li Xiaoming over. She'd become a manager at a Fortune 500 company right after graduation. Her future was limitless. Her suitors would be so numerous they'd line up from Shanghai to Beijing. Before anyone discovered this treasure, he'd take her down first.
Thanks.
After thanking the girl, Yi Xian hurried towards the publicity department's office building.
Publicity department. Manager's office.
Li Xiaoming had just finished reviewing the documents submitted by her subordinates and was sitting in her office chair, lost in thought. Shyness, happiness, satisfaction, a mix of emotions flashed across her face. She recalled the scenes of meeting, getting to know, and falling in love with Su Liang. A few months ago, after finishing her flight attendant training, she met Su Liang on her first flight. She would never forget the scene of seeing Su Liang for the first time. Sitting by the window, he held a book, exuding a serene and detached air. That scene was poetic, picturesque, etched in her heart. After a moment of stunned silence, she pushed her cart to Su Liang.
"Sir, your coffee." "Thank you."
Su Liang looked up, his eyes deep as stars, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. From that moment on, their paths crossed. As they spent more time together, she increasingly felt that Su Liang was incredibly outstanding, making her feel inferior in comparison. With her considerable knowledge and numerous awards from school, she felt like a child in Su Liang's presence.
He could speak eloquently and logically about anything.
Later, she discovered that besides his excellence, Su Liang was also somewhat mischievous. He frequently made her wear various flight attendant uniforms: black stockings, white stockings, nude stockings, lace. The thought of their presence in the office, even on her desk, made her blush and her pretty face burn with embarrassment.
"Manager Li, someone outside is looking for you." He didn't have an appointment and was stopped outside the office building. A female secretary knocked and entered.
"Whom?" Li Xiaoming snapped out of her reverie, her brow furrowing slightly, somewhat displeased.
She was just reminiscing about the happy times with brother Liang. Who was this clueless guy?
After hesitating for a moment, she decided to go out and see. Stepping outside, she saw the young man stopped by the gatekeeper and frowned. He seemed vaguely familiar.
"Xiaoming, it's me."
Seeing the school beauty, Li Xiaoming, emerge, Yi Xian raised his hand to greet her.
"Please call me by my full name."
Li Xiaoming frowned, puzzled.
"Who are you?"
Yi Xian's smile froze.
"I'm Yi Xian. I borrowed money from you yesterday."
Li Xiaoming pondered for a moment, then remembered. Last night, a classmate had indeed asked her for money, saying her family had gone bankrupt. Out of consideration for their friendship, she transferred 100,000 yuan. However, her frown quickly deepened. Looking at Yi Xian's designer clothes, he didn't look bankrupt at all. Feeling deceived, her expression darkened. Then Yi Xian's voice rang out. "Li, the school beauty, I heard you like lavender. I specially went to the biggest flower shop, for Season's Flower C, to buy this for you." He held out the flowers.
"I don't like lavender."
Li Xiaoming's expression was indifferent. She turned and went back to her office, leaving behind a cold remark. Yi Xian's hand was still raised in midair. Noticing the mocking gaze from the security guard beside him, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Looking at the lavender in his hand, he gradually frowned. He'd heard it from one of Li De, the school beauty's suitors, that her favorite flower was lavender. Damn it, he really believed him. He didn't even know what flower she liked, no wonder he failed. Chapter 53: Subjugation. The first mission.
Su family compound. Su Liang looked at the woman before him with some surprise.
A foxy, oval face, combined with the fervor in her eyes, gave her an eerie quality. Yesterday he hadn't looked closely, but today, with her heavy makeup removed, her beauty was no less than that of leading ladies. Standing before him was Yi Yuan, who had guessed part of his identity and knelt before him in submission.
Withdrawing his gaze, Su Liang picked up a cup of tea and took a small sip. How do you plan to deal with those fools?
Her voice was calm, yet it seemed to possess a magical power, piercing through the heart. In terms of martial arts, I am no match for them. However, they are currently unguarded. A poison will solve the problem. Yi Yuan's tone was filled with strong confidence. To follow her, one had to demonstrate their worth.
Su Liang didn't pay attention to these details.
I called her over today to deal with this uncertainty. We don't need to resolve everything.
Leaving some will still be useful.
This game is only interesting when both sides are evenly matched.
Watching Su Liang, who treated the world like pawns with every move, Yi Yuan trembled with excitement. Then she fell into deep thought, considering the possibility of controlling those people.
Don't worry, I will grant you the power to control them. She suddenly looked up. As if by magic, a small metal box appeared out of thin air in Su Liang's hand. With the press of a switch, the metal box opened, and a layer of white vapor emerged.
Similar to the mist produced by evaporating dry ice.
Within the swirling white mist, a potion lay quietly. Before she could even marvel, she was captivated by the appearance of the potion. Her body trembled, her eyes flashing with a sharp light, feeling a surge of desire within her.
This is a gene serum.
That stuff is just a product diluted dozens or hundreds of times, completely incomparable to a gene serum. Su Liang's tone was filled with undisguised disdain for the gene serum, coveted by countless powerful figures. This gene serum was different from other serums. After acquiring divine-level medical skills, he added some medicinal herbs to make the effect better and gentler, without damaging the foundation.
With this serum, Yi Yuan could break through to the Dark Force realm without any hindrance, and even continue to improve. Then, after killing Alliance leader Zhang Xiaotian, controlling the Wolf Alliance would be a piece of cake. Master, Yi Yuan is willing to be your loyal hound, biting wherever you point. Yi Yuan immediately knelt down, her fervor impossible to conceal.
Seeing the gene serum, her suspicions were confirmed, and even her form of address changed.
A smile appeared on Su Liang's face.
With a thought, his mind control skill activated.
Yi Yuan didn't change anything, but the fervor in her gaze intensified.
Su Liang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't sensed the slightest resistance from Yi Yuan. In other words, she'd do anything he asked, even die for him.
She's really seriously ill. This admiration for strength has become distorted to the point of being perverse. No one wants to deal with a psychopath. But what if it's a psychopath loyal to you? When such a madwoman gains power and backing, Su Liang is somewhat excited to see what kind of excitement she will bring to the world. Life won't be boring anymore. Yi Yuan took the gene serum and, in front of Su Liang, injected herself without hesitation. After the injection, she felt warm all over, incredibly relaxed. The next moment, an aura erupted from her body. She easily reached the level of dark force. The shackles that had prevented her from breaking through were thus broken. Yi Yuan now understood why the Skynet had so many powerful individuals. With this gene serum, given enough time, unifying the world wouldn't be difficult. She then knelt on one knee before Su Liang again. Thank you for your reward, Master. Get up. Su Liang's expression remained calm. Yi Yuan's breakthrough was not unexpected. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He thought of the crimson rose in the basement. Would sending this madwoman down there have any unexpected effects? Come with me, help me train someone. He put down his teacup and stood up, heading towards the basement. Yi Yuan silently followed behind. Basement. Rose was on the verge of death, yet she held on with sheer willpower, refusing to yield or beg for mercy. Click. The door opened, and Su Liang and Yi Yuan entered. She slightly raised her head, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Is that all you've got?
Ding Crimson Rose has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 666. Ding Crimson Rose has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 555.
Su Liang remained expressionless.
The methods he arranged for the Skynet instructors to train her might have been somewhat inhuman, but they were still within the bounds of humanity.
Crimson Rose, a top assassin with protagonist's aura, was no ordinary person.
Aside from her initial panic, this woman calmed down afterward.
No matter how much she was tortured, she showed no reaction, resulting in fewer and fewer villains being eliminated.
It would take a long time to erase her protagonist's aura.
So he brought this madwoman down to try.
A small lash of the whip fell, and Rose trembled but stubbornly remained silent.
The Skynet instructor approached Su Liang with a look of shame. "Young master, you may leave now."
She sighed softly. Su Liang had many subordinates, and she had hoped to gain more trust by completing this mission. She hadn't expected this woman to be so resilient.
Yi Yuan had been observing Crimson Rose since entering the room.
Hearing her disrespectful words to Su Liang, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in her eyes. In her heart, her master was everything, and no one could defile him. Rose happened to see her eyes and instantly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being stared at by some demon.
"She's in your hands now,"
Su Liang said and left.
Respectfully watching him leave, Yi Yuan slowly closed the door.
This was her master's first task, and she was determined to complete it. No, she wouldn't just give it her all. Her gaze grew increasingly fierce and bloodthirsty, and as she looked at Rose, a wicked smile curled at the corner of her lips.
Let's play a game. Chapter 50 for the cat-like gentle night kite. The female lead is scared. Afternoon. Shanghai Airlines.
Yi Xian came again. Not knowing what flowers Li Xiaoming liked, he simply didn't buy any and brought a gift instead. He carried a beautifully decorated box. However, when he reached the door, he was stopped by security.
"Stop. What are you doing?"
He hadn't stopped him this morning, thinking he was a customer, and now he'd been scolded by his superiors.
Letting just anyone in, who would be responsible if something happened?
This didn't stump Yi Xian. He immediately placed an order to become a real customer. Arriving at the publicity department building, he saw Li Xiaoming about to leave.
"Xiaoming, I've liked you since university, but you were too outstanding back then. I could only admire you from afar.
Now, heaven has given me a chance, and I definitely won't miss it.
Be my girlfriend."
After saying this, he opened the box, and inside lay a delicate necklace. The necklace was quite exquisite, set with a diamond, worth at least tens of thousands.
However, Li Xiaoming didn't even glance at it.
Before Yi Xian could even finish speaking, she turned and left, leaving behind a single sentence.
"Throw him out. I don't want to see him again."
The security guard, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. Manager Li was angry. Not daring to delay, he quickly called several security guards, who escorted her out.
Watching Li Xiaoming's departing figure, Yi Xian wasn't angry.
On the contrary, it strengthened his resolve to pursue her. He greatly admired her character, which was unmoved by external things and unconcerned with vanity. It was normal that he couldn't win her over for now.
You know, Li Xiaoming had faced countless suitors during her 4 years of university, none of whom had succeeded.
That shows how difficult it was.
But he wouldn't give up.
If he missed out on such an outstanding woman, he'd be cursed by the heavens.
An afternoon passed. Su Liang had just stepped into the basement when a series of notification sounds rang out.
Ding Crimson Rose's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding Crimson Rose was terrified, villain value plus 1000. Ding Crimson Rose's mind was unstable, villain value plus 1000.
Su Liang looked in surprise and saw that most of the heroine's aura had vanished.
She was now huddled in a corner, trembling. Occasionally, she would raise her head, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Yi Yuan.
Hearing the door open, Rose trembled.
As if she had found a lifeline, she mustered her last bit of strength and ran towards Su Liang.
"Please, kill me. She's a psychopath, a madwoman. I don't want to be with her. Before she reached Su Liang, a figure blocked her path. It was Yi Yuan.
She dared not go any further. She retreated step by step, her face filled with terror.
Master.
Yi Yuan looked at Su Liang, her eyes filled with anticipation, like a child waiting for praise after completing a task.
Not bad, I'm very satisfied.
Su Liang reached out to pat her head. Yi Yuan immediately leaned forward, her face displaying the blissful expression of a cat being petted.
Rose's pupils contracted sharply at this sight. Unbelievable, this girl was actually as docile as a cat in front of Su Liang. "And master, what will it take for you to let me go?" she asked weakly.
This was the title Yi Yuan had made her use. She used to be infamous in the underworld, and now she'd fallen to this state. But she never wanted to be alone with Yi Yuan again. As long as Su Liang's conditions weren't unreasonable, she would agree. Su Liang stroked Yi Yuan's head while scrutinizing the female protagonist. He was curious what had happened to make this fearless Crimson Rose so terrified.
"Let you go."
He paused, then smiled mockingly. "Do you think that's possible?" The glimmer of hope that had risen on Rose's face vanished. She felt her future was bleak, and her heart sank into despair.
"Submit to me."
She looked up to see Su Liang staring at her expressionlessly, his gaze filled with authority.
Rose's expression shifted constantly, showing fear, humiliation, and struggle. Su Liang only stated her final fate and then looked away.
Until he removed her protagonist aura, even if she were willing to submit, Su Liang wouldn't believe it. Su Liang looked at Yi Yuan and withdrew his hand.
"Go back and take care of your business. I'll call you when I need you." "Yes, master." Feeling Su Liang's hand leave, Yi Yuan felt a pang of reluctance. "Oh, by the way, I have some news for you." Remembering something, Su Liang said.
Xiao Qingqiu has a junior brother named Lin Hao by her side, whose strength is at the peak of the Dark Force realm. He didn't directly confront Lin Hao, but instead told Yi Yuan this information to assess her capabilities.
Yi Yuan seemed thoughtful.
Su Liang had already told her about this game. He wanted the Wolf Alliance and the Star Moon Society to compete.
The Wolf Alliance represented Su Liang, and he couldn't let his master down.
According to his master, this guy named Lin Hao was indeed a problem. If they fought without knowing the truth, they would undoubtedly lose. But now that they knew, they could just kick Lin Hao out of the game beforehand.
"Thank you for informing me, master. Go."
Before leaving, Yi Yuan gave Qiangwei a bloodthirsty look, making her tremble. After handing her over to the Skynet instructor, Su Liang also left. He needed to check the surveillance footage to see what Yi Yuan had done that afternoon.
In the room, Su Liang was watching the surveillance footage of Yi Yuan's training session.
"Where did you find those feathers?" "Blindfolded, is this to enhance your senses?"
Tisk tisk.
Su Liang felt as if he had opened the door to a new world, and prepared to call a woman over to calm his nerves.
Whose woman should he choose today? His finger swiped through the contacts, finally landing on a name. Ran Shanshan. Promoted by Su Liang to the company's finance manager.
Along with Shui Yurong and Li Wanjun, they were known as the three golden flowers of the Su group.
She had previously gone on a branch office inspection with Li Wanjun, intending to return together.
Her younger sister, Ren Feifei, came to visit her during her vacation, so she took her along for a few days, only returning today.
Su Liang immediately dialed the number. The call was quickly answered, a surprised voice coming through. "President. Come see me." Without asking her permission, Su Liang issued the notification.
Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. It was another woman calling.
Chapter 55. As a brother-in-law, isn't it reasonable for him to give his sister-in-law a gift? As evening approached, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the earth.
Yi Xian arrived at Shanghai Airlines again. But this time, no matter what he tried, he couldn't get in.
Li Xiaoming had given the order.
Yi Xian was completely helpless and could only wait at the entrance.
Li Xiaoming would have to leave work eventually, wouldn't she? He waited for over an hour. As darkness fell, Li Xiaoming emerged from the company gate, and he immediately ran towards her.
Before he even got close, a figure blocked his path.
It was Li Xiaoming's secretary.
To be precise, Su Liang had arranged for her to be by Li Xiaoming's side, both for protection and surveillance. Her gaze narrowed slightly. This guy had appeared 3 times already, it was time to report him. How to handle it was up to Su Liang's orders. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Li Xiaoming, his gaze filled with affection.
Xiaoming, I didn't know what you liked, so I bought you this bag.
I heard girls all like it. He held out the bag, scratching his head sheepishly.
It was a Chanel. Worth over 10,000 yuan, it was indeed considered high-end luxury in the eyes of ordinary people. But after being with Su Liang, Li Xiaoming realized what true high society was. These well-known brands were just ordinary in their eyes. True luxury goods were all handcrafted by top global masters. Their prestige was immeasurably higher. She frowned.
She had thought that refusing this guy twice would make him give up, but he was still persistent.
This couldn't go on.
He cheated her out of 10,000 yuan, and now she felt disgusted just looking at Yi Xian.
What if he came to see her every day? I don't need these things.
She was angry but hadn't lost her elegance, speaking coldly. Yi Xian seemed oblivious, his face still full of sincerity.
Then tell me what you like. Even if it's the moon, I'll pluck it down for you.
Stop doing these meaningless things.
How can it be meaningless? I won't give up. I already have a boyfriend.
With that, Li Xiaoming left with her secretary, leaving Yi Xian stunned. After a long while, he came to his senses, then slapped his forehead.
I almost believed it.
Li, the campus belle, rejected countless people during her 4 years of university. How could she have a boyfriend right after graduation?
It must be an excuse she used to reject others. Anyone who believes it is an idiot.
The operation failed today, but will continue tomorrow.
He simply refused to believe it.
He came to see her every day, even a heart of stone would be moved.
Wouldn't she feel something? Sitting in the car, Li Xiaoming grew angrier the more she thought about it.
Yi Xian is so annoying, he came to see her 3 times today. If only Su Liang were here. He'd show him what a difference in status really is. So, she called Su Liang. Meanwhile, Su Liang received a call from Li Xiaoming, her sweet voice coming through the phone.
Brother Liang, where are you? I miss you. Then come over to see me. Su Liang raised an eyebrow.
It was just a game of cards, he could easily defeat 2 commoners.
No, I'm not available right now.
Li Xiaoming shook her head repeatedly, frightened. Then she remembered why she had come to see Su Liang.
How did they end up talking about this? Brother Liang, let me tell you something. A guy has come to see me several times.
She immediately recounted Yi Xian's 3 visits to her, without hiding anything.
He even mentioned borrowing money from her. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat.
He claimed his family was bankrupt and needed to borrow money, yet he was decked out in designer brands and had spent over 10,000 yuan on gifts.
If it was a scam, why would he buy gifts for someone who needed money? It didn't seem like something a normal person would do.
It was more like a protagonist in a novel faking bankruptcy to test someone's sincerity.
This is interesting.
A hint of interest flashed in Su Liang's eyes. He wasn't sure, he needed to investigate further and see for himself tomorrow.
I'll come find you tomorrow.
Having received Su Liang's promise, Li Xiaoming mentally gave herself a thumbs up. Su Liang was usually very busy and rarely came to see her, so she decided to try calling.
Unexpectedly, it actually worked.
That Yi Xian wasn't entirely useless after all. If Yi Xian knew that he had confessed 3 times without any progress. While Li Xiaoming had changed her opinion of Su Liang because of this, he wondered what her expression would be.
Su Liang was currently checking Yi Xian's information.
Yi Xian, male, 23 years old, lives at number 67, Dongqing Street. 6 months ago, the Yi family's old house was demolished, the procedures were completed 3 days ago, with a demolition compensation of 50 million. 1 day ago, Yi Xian called and texted his father, claiming bankruptcy and asking for loans. After seeing this, he was almost certain that Yi Xian was the protagonist.
The protagonist seems to be getting weaker and weaker. I wonder how much luck I can harvest from him. I hope I don't disappoint him too much. Just then, the sound of brakes came from outside.
A short while later, a tall, graceful, and stunningly beautiful woman walked in.
It was Ring Shanshan. Brother Liang. She was happy to see Su Liang. Unbelievable. The aloof manager at the company who would fire someone at the drop of a hat was now showing such a girlish side. Su Liang reached out and pulled her into his arms.
Ren Shanshan didn't resist, nestling into his embrace. Su Liang lifted her chin. Haven't seen you for over 10 days, have you missed me?
Of course I have, every single day.
She was a little shy, but there was no one else around, and her relationship with Su Liang was already deeply ingrained.
Oh? What were you thinking about?
Su Liang stroked her hair, seemingly casually bringing it up.
How was your outing with your sister?
Her heart tightened, and an unnatural smile appeared on her face.
It was all right.
I took her to Disneyland, and she had a lot of fun.
Really? When are you bringing her over?
As her brother-in-law, it's only natural for me to give my sister-in-law a gift.
Chapter 56, The Female Lead's Blissful Expression.
The protagonist's mentality explodes.
The next morning,
Yi Xian arrived early at Shanghai Airlines. He couldn't get into the company, so he could only hope to wait for Li Xiaoming outside. He did wait, but just as he was about to approach, a gust of wind swept by, and a car had already driven into the company.
Yi Xian.
To show his persistence and determination, he decided to wait for Li Xiaoming to come out. So, he stood there under the blazing sun at the company entrance. Everyone passing by was drawn to him.
Wow, he's so persistent. He's still standing there in this blazing sun. So lucky.
I wish I had a boyfriend who spoils me like that.
If I had that kind of perseverance, would I still be single?
That's true, but look at him, he looks like a dog. Ignoring the strange looks from those around him, Yi Xian knew a thing or two about Li Xiaoming's personality.
Beautiful inside and out.
He believed she would eventually be moved by him. After hearing his news, she would definitely come out to see him.
She did come out. However, it was almost noon.
Yi Xian was drenched in sweat, his mouth dry. Finally, seeing Li Xiaoming made him feel that his persistence hadn't been in vain. Li Xiaoming also saw him, and her brows furrowed immediately.
Why are you still here? I want to prove to you that I'm serious about liking you. You think you're funny.
Li Xiaoming said impatiently, I already told you I have a boyfriend, why are you still here?
Don't lie to me, that's just a line you use to reject people, I've seen through it.
Yi Xian looked confident.
Li Xiaoming was completely speechless, too lazy to talk to this kind of person anymore.
Suddenly, her eyes lit up. A familiar car drove up and slowly stopped in front of her. Soon, Su Liang got out of the car.
Brother Liang, you're here. Li Xiaoming was overjoyed and quickly ran over. Su Liang smiled, and with a flick of his wrist, a bunch of lavender appeared in his hand.
I love the lavender from the Four Seasons flowers see the most, Brother Liang, you're the best.
Li Xiaoming happily took it, smelled it, and the fragrance filled the air. Yi Xian. So this is what you meant by not liking lavender?
At that moment, he felt as if a knife had pierced his heart, the pain was suffocating.
Wait a minute. He jolted awake. How could it be such a coincidence? He had only been pursuing her for a day, and Li Xiaoming suddenly had a boyfriend? Could it be that she hired someone to impersonate her? To discourage his pursuit? There are so many tropes like this in TV dramas and novels.
Just then, Li Xiaoming reached out and took Su Liang's arm, looking at Yi Xian.
This is my boyfriend.
Her face was filled with happiness.
That intimate demeanor, it didn't seem like an actor at all.
Yi Xian felt another knife pierce his heart.
Impossible.
Even now, he refused to believe it. Many rich young men had pursued Li Xiaoming during her 4 years of university, and she had been rejected without hesitation. She disliked those spoiled rich kids. But why was she still with this guy? Was she deceived? Very likely. Li Xiaoming was new to society and naive. How could she possibly be a match for these seasoned veterans? Then he glared at Su Liang with hostility. Su Liang was also sizing him up. Handsome face, medium build, he had the air of a protagonist. As expected, this Yi Xian was indeed a protagonist. But then he looked at the aura above his head and suddenly lost interest. It was even less than Mu Bai's aura. Let's go, I'll take you to eat first. Su Liang looked away and turned to Li Xiaoming. Okay, I'm on my period today, I want to eat cucumbers. How about we eat them at home? Ugh. Watching the two chatting and laughing, Yi Xian stood there, stunned, feeling as if his heart had been stabbed again. Only after the car drove away did he come to his senses and hurriedly followed. He couldn't bear to give up like this. He had to find out the truth. If Li Xiaoming had been deceived, he had to rescue her from this misery. Su Liang found a private restaurant. The food here suited his taste better. Yi Xian followed, but he didn't immediately go with them. Instead, he planned to observe secretly. He then saw Li Xiaoming and Su Liang intimately huddled together, ordering food, chatting and laughing. He also saw the man's hand on Li Xiaoming's thigh, taking advantage of her. And Li Xiaoming? She seemed oblivious, still laughing and joking with him. Seeing his beloved goddess being bullied like this, he finally couldn't hold back. He got up and walked towards the table, but was stopped by a waiter. Sir, may I ask who you are? Just then, a waiter carrying food passed by, and Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he spoke. I'm with them, so this meal is on me. The waiter, who had initially hesitated, changed his gaze upon hearing that it was his treat. It was the look one gives a rich man. And so, Yi Xian was no longer stopped and even indulged in the vanity of the wealthy. Why are you here? Li Xiaoming, who was chatting and laughing with Su Liang, suddenly saw him, and her mood instantly soured. I'm here for dinner. Yi Xian said with a smile, looking at Su Liang. You don't mind adding one more person, do you? This meal is on me. This meal is very expensive. Li Xiaoming, being kind-hearted, offered a reminder. To her surprise, Yi Xian waved his hand confidently and smiled. I can afford a meal. She thought to herself, looks like this guy isn't that rich after all, even a meal makes the school beauty think it's expensive. This is typical nouveau riche mentality at play. Great, adding an extra bowl and chopsticks is nothing, I should thank you for your generosity, brother. Su Liang smiled slightly, a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Since a sucker had come to him, he didn't refuse. Based on the dishes they had just ordered, a whole table full, probably over 200,000 yuan. He didn't care about the 200,000 yuan. I was just more interested in how the protagonist looked when paying the bill. Yi Xian was taken aback. He thought the other party wouldn't agree, and he was prepared for a tough argument. He couldn't help but find the guy a little more agreeable. Li Xiaoming opened her mouth, but after hearing that Su Liang had agreed, she didn't say anything. Chapter 57, the protagonist is completely outmaneuvered. The female lead offers a kiss. Seeing a dish being served, Li Xiaoming's eyes lit up. It was one of Su Liang's favorite dishes. Immediately, she picked up her chopsticks, intending to put some in Su Liang's bowl. Su Liang, however, dodged it, gesturing towards his own mouth. Her face flushed. Looking around, she finally held the chopsticks to Su Liang's lips. Yi Xian. He had just sat down, ready to taste the appetizing-looking dishes. Seeing this scene, he was instantly furious. Then, seeing Su Liang's hand roaming back and forth below his mouth, his face turned green. He simply stopped eating, staring directly at Su Liang, hoping he would restrain himself. And Su Liang? Completely unconcerned. He continued to indulge in the silky smooth food, enjoying the female lead's feeding service.
Yi Xian was absolutely livid. Ding Yi Xian has developed anger towards you, villain value plus 333. Ding Yi Xian has developed hatred towards you, villain value plus 444. Unbeknownst to them, the meal ended amidst Li Xiaoming's service, Su Liang's enjoyment, and Yi Xian's envy, jealousy, and hatred. Brother Liang, how was the meal? Li Xiaoming asked expectantly, her expression one of anticipation for praise. Not bad, keep up the good work next time. Su Liang commented, then stood up. Let's go, I have time today, I'll spend the day with you. Really? That's great. Li Xiaoming cheered excitedly. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, his face filled with existential doubt. Was this really the Li Xiaoming he knew, the school beauty? What's the difference between her and those naive, love-struck girls? Noticing a gaze upon him, he looked closely and saw it was Su Liang, smiling faintly at him. He suddenly realized. He remembered saying he'd treat everyone to this meal. Gurgle. Damn it, he'd just seen Su Liang and Li Xiaoming so angry they were practically bursting with rage, and he hadn't even touched his chopsticks yet. So, he hadn't eaten a single bite, and he was supposed to pay the bill? Yi Xian's face darkened considerably. He couldn't lose face in front of his goddess, so he called for a waiter. What a coincidence! It was the same waiter who'd blocked his way earlier. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the price. 234,000. Are you crazy? 200,000 for a meal? Are you robbing us? The waiter's expression immediately changed, and he pulled out a price list. The prices are clearly marked. You can take a look if you don't believe me. His tone turned cold. This guy had been so arrogant earlier, saying that tables on me, but it turns out he didn't know the prices. Yi Xian took it and his vision went black. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow 33,000. A line of egrets soars into the blue sky 24,000. The peacock flies southeast 14,000. What kind of dish names are these? I've never even heard of them. Seeing his conflicted expression, Li Xiaoming made a sarcastic remark. I told you this meal is expensive, how about I pay? Feeling the gazes around him, Yi Xian was extremely embarrassed. There was nothing he could do, he had arranged the hookup, so he had to finish it, even if it was painful. Hearing Li Xiaoming's voice suddenly jolted him awake. How could he let his goddess pay? He immediately took out his phone to scan the QR code. Seeing that the 1 million yuan his father had given him to bring home a daughter-in-law had vanished by over 200,000. Yi Xian felt a pang of heartache. The main thing was, he hadn't eaten a single bite of the 200,000 yuan worth of food, which made him furious. While heartbroken, he couldn't help but feel contempt for Su Liang. He actually let a woman pay for the meal. This made him even more convinced that Su Liang was a swindler, and that Li Xiaoming, the school beauty, had been cheated out of her money and her virtue. Ding Yi Xian's mind is unsettled, villain value plus 555. After paying the bill, Yi Xian looked at the leftover food on the table and saw Su Liang and Li Xiaoming already walking out. He could only follow them, his heart aching. If it weren't for the strange looks from the waiters, and if it weren't for protecting Li, the school beauty, he would have devoured the entire meal. That was food worth over 200,000. He'd never eaten anything so expensive in his life, and he still hadn't. Next, Yi Xian's ordeal officially began. At Li Xiaoming's suggestion, the two went to an entertainment center. Following them was a tail, but Su Liang didn't care. This was practically free villain points, why not take them? They stopped in front of a claw machine, and Li Xiaoming inserted a coin and started playing. Ugh, it's too hard. Liang Ji, why don't you try? After a few tries, she was a little discouraged and shook Su Liang's arm. A faint, almost imperceptible sensation came. This infuriated Yi Xian, who was watching from a distance. Su Liang smiled slightly, took her hand, and showed her how to play. Li Xiaoming blushed slightly. Su Liang's public intimacy made her feel incredibly happy. She was somewhat lost in the moment. With a snap, a doll fell out. Ah, it's out. It's out. Li Xiaomeng was extremely excited. Su Liang, however, remained calm and composed. With his current strength as a grandmaster of internal energy, his control over force was already incredibly precise. Even if the machine malfunctioned, he could still grab it accurately every time. Seeing her excited expression, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "I taught you how to catch it, is there any reward?" Li Xiaomeng didn't think much of it, tiptoed and pecked Su Liang on the cheek. Their relationship was extraordinary, so this gesture seemed perfectly normal to her. Yi Xian, watching from afar, was dumbfounded. He felt as if several knives were being stabbed into his heart again. Ding Yi Xian's heart is breaking, villain value plus 666. After Su Liang won another plush toy, Li Xiaomeng exclaimed, "Brother Liang is awesome." She wasn't greedy, two were enough. She moved on to the next game. Soon, she was drawn to the video game motorcycles. Don't let her obedient nature at home, her pure and innocent school beauty at school, or her aloof manager at work fool you. She actually enjoys a little thrill. For example, when she's with Su Liang, she sometimes suggests looking at herself in the mirror. She was tempted, but she didn't know how to drive. Seeing through her thoughts, Su Liang smiled. "Want to play? I'll take you." Ha! After completing the motorcycle arcade game, the two went to play other rides. The afternoon passed quietly. Su Liang relaxed, and Li Xiaomeng had a blast, feeling incredibly happy. Yi Xian followed along, being force-fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection, and was furious. He felt his heart had been pierced through, riddled with holes. Ding Yi Xian's mentality exploded, villain value plus 888. Chapter 58, Services from the Female Lead. The protagonist's mentality explodes. That evening, Su Liang and Li Xiaomeng went home. Yi Xian tried to follow, but was blocked by a car. He remembered the driver, it was Su Liang's driver. Only then did he belatedly realize. Su Liang had noticed him all along, knew he was following them. He had just been treating him like a clown, making fun of him, deliberately toying with him. Yi Xian was furious and slammed his hand hard on the steering wheel of the rented Lamborghini. A moment later, he quickly started checking it. This car wasn't cheap, he couldn't afford to damage it. At Li Xiaomeng's house. "Brother Liang, thank you for spending time with me. Today was so much fun." Li Xiaomeng was very happy, her face beaming with smiles. Su Liang sat on the sofa, a playful expression on his face. "Thanking me isn't just talk, it needs to be backed by real action." Su Liang fiddled with his phone, pondering how to deal with this protagonist. A thought struck him. Wasn't he supposed to be faking bankruptcy to test the sincerity of his relatives and friends? He wondered how they would view Yi Xian's family after learning the truth. It should be quite interesting. Immediately, he composed a message and sent it. The order was given, the rest was left to his subordinates. Yi's father's third brother, Yi Xian's third uncle, was currently enjoying hot pot and singing in his newly purchased house. A ding sounded, a message arrived. He picked it up casually and immediately froze. His wife nudged him, "What's wrong?" "Damn, we've lost a lot of money." He immediately told his wife the message. The Yi family had 4 members. When the family divided the property, the eldest, second, and third sons all decided to move out. The fourth brother was responsible for supporting the elderly, and the house was left to him. Now the old house is being demolished and the compensation is 50 million, but they won't get a single penny. Can you imagine how painful that is? Wait, didn't the fourth brother's family go bankrupt? They asked you for money just 2 days ago. His wife noticed something amiss and suddenly said, "Is this bankruptcy? They've clearly struck it rich." The third uncle broke down. Seeing others get rich is more painful than losing money himself. Is he testing us? If we don't lend him money, then in the future. A shrewd glint flashed in his wife's eyes. Damn, that's definitely it. I'll ask my eldest and second brothers right now. The third uncle couldn't sit still any longer and quickly picked up the phone to make a call.
Upon asking, he discovered that among all the relatives, very few had lent money to Ye's father. And when he told them about the 50 million compensation for the old house demolition, they were all instantly furious.
We treated you like family, and you dared to test our sincerity? What did you take us for?
Most of those who were furious were those who hadn't borrowed money. Some who had borrowed money genuinely considered Ye's father family, but now they knew it was all a lie, just a test. Everyone felt utterly disheartened. Immediately, they called each of them to confront them.
Fourth brother, isn't this a bit dishonest? You've made your fortune, so why pretend to be poor to test us? What's the point? Fourth brother Yi, I'm fucking ashamed.
We're relatives, are you really that afraid we'll ask you for money now that you're rich?
I even pitied you guys before, I was blind.
From now on, don't contact us again.
The Yi family. Father Yi was stunned, answering phone calls one after another.
He hadn't expected their test of their relatives to be discovered. Hearing them all say they were cutting ties and wouldn't contact them again, he truly panicked.
Click.
At this moment, the door opened, and Yi Xian walked in.
Seeing his dazed father, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Dad, what's wrong?
Our test has been discovered, and now those relatives want to cut ties with us. Yi Xian was also somewhat bewildered.
Humans are social animals, they can't live without communication.
Even if he suggested testing people's hearts, it would only mean he wouldn't help them later when they offered assistance.
He never intended to sever ties.
Ring 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 ring.
Suddenly, his phone rang.
Yi Xian picked it up and saw it was his childhood friend.
A bad premonition welled up inside him. The call connected. Fine, we've been brothers for over 20 years, and this is how you play me?
Since you don't consider me a friend, don't contact me again.
The other person hung up. Ring ring. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. This time it was a classmate. Brother Xian, do you still need money? My house fire is out. If you need it, I'll give you the money I earned from carrying bricks right away.
He had borrowed money from this classmate before, but the other person had simply said his house was on fire and he didn't have time, then ignored him. Unexpectedly, this time, a complete reversal occurred. His bad premonition grew stronger.
How did you know?
Yi Xian wasn't stupid, he quickly realized the seriousness of the situation.
Know what? Stop pretending. How did you know my house was being demolished for compensation?
Okay, I saw it online. You have to believe me, my house really was on fire. Before he could finish, Yi Xian hung up the phone and immediately went online.
Shocking.
50 million yuan compensation, using bankruptcy as a pretext to test relatives and friends.
Is it moral decay or a distortion of human nature?
This family, after becoming rich, actually turned against their relatives and friends.
Someone exposed it online, and it even became a trending topic.
Looking at the news articles, each accompanied by his photo and information, Yi Xian's hands trembled slightly. Not long after, the phone started ringing again. Unsurprisingly, they were all questions directed at him. Finally, he got tired and simply turned off his phone, refusing to answer anyone's calls. The father and son sat on the sofa, speechless. Ding. Yi Xian's mind is unstable, villain value plus 666. Ding. Yi Xian's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 888. On the other side. After washing up, Li Xiaoming felt a little weak, but didn't want to fall asleep.
She cherished every second she spent with Su Liang.
At this moment, she was nestled in Su Liang's arms, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she saw many new trending topics pop up.
About someone who, after receiving compensation for their property demolished, used bankruptcy as an excuse to borrow money from relatives and friends to test their character. Brother Liang, what do you think of this news?
She looked up, asking Su Liang's opinion.
Of course I'm reading it.
Su Liang smiled slightly. He was the one who arranged for these news stories to trend so quickly. Li Xiaoming rolled her eyes and clicked on the link.
She quickly realized something was wrong. Why did this information look so familiar? And then she saw the person. Good heavens, wasn't that Yi Xian?
No wonder he was sending flowers and gifts. It turns out his family received 50 million yuan in compensation from their demolished house.
Wait, she remembered Yi Xian borrowed 100,000 yuan from her, right? Was she caught in the crossfire of this gossip? Her expression darkened.
Although she didn't care about the 100,000 yuan, having no intention of getting it back after lending it out.
Anyone would feel uncomfortable being tested. TSK, isn't this your classmate? Su Liang suddenly feigned surprise. I don't have such a classmate.
Mentioning it only made Li Xiaomeng's mood worse. I even lent him 100,000 yuan, no way I have to get it back.
Chapter 59, another step-by-step tutorial. The next morning. The Yi family home.
The living room was filled with smoke.
The father and son sat there silently all night, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. Faced with relatives and friends severing ties with them one by one, they didn't know what to do.
Yi Xian panicked. This situation was completely unexpected.
Realizing this couldn't continue, Yi Xian picked up his phone and turned it on.
Ring 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 ring. A call came in immediately after turning it on, startling both of them. Yi Xian didn't want to answer, but seeing the caller ID goddess, he had no choice but to.
Give me back the money I borrowed from you. The call connected, and Li Xiaomeng didn't say anything more, her tone icy. Xiaomeng, let me explain. Beep beep beep.
Yi Xian tried to explain, but the call was disconnected. The humiliation of being tricked by Su Liang yesterday, the panic of learning the truth had been exposed last night, and the exhaustion of the entire night all erupted at this moment. He slumped onto the sofa, utterly dejected. Ding, Yi Xian's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 999.
Looking at his dazed son, Ye's father couldn't help but feel disappointed, and even more regretful. How could he have listened to Yi Xian's unreliable advice? Don't worry about other things for now, go get some sleep.
Composing himself, since the deed was already done, he needed to think about how to resolve it. He was exhausted from not sleeping all night, so he needed to rest and clear his mind. Yi Xian also returned to his bedroom in a daze. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep, so he turned on his computer, intending to check the news again. Suddenly, a pop-up window appeared. Yi Xian clicked on it and was stunned. It was a stock he had invested in a few days ago in excitement after learning about the demolition of his home. He hadn't checked for a few days, and now everything had gone up. His total investment wasn't much, only 100,000, but it had now grown to 300,000. Yi Xian's spirits soared, his earlier dejection vanishing, his eyes gleaming. Because his profession involved stock trading, he was quite knowledgeable about it, but this was the first time he'd ever invested money in it. His first time trading stocks, and he'd made a full 200,000 in just 2 days. Could this be the legendary misfortune, maybe a blessing in disguise, and a blessing maybe a misfortune in disguise? Or did he have a talent for stock trading? Suddenly, another question occurred to him. What if I invested more? Invest 1 million, wouldn't that make 3 million? However, he didn't act impulsively and decided to try again. This time, he invested the remaining 500,000 in his account, combining it with the 300,000 in the stock market, making a total of 800,000. His drowsiness vanished, and he began searching the stock market. He was incredibly excited. So what if those relatives and friends severed ties? With money, why worry about not living a comfortable life? Not only that, he also saw hope in winning back his goddess. By Chao Tang. Since the Sino-Western Medicine Exchange Conference, Bai Chao Tang has become incredibly popular, with a constant stream of patients every day. Several more traditional Chinese medicine doctors have joined the ranks of those treating patients. The employees were busy all day, their heads spinning, experiencing a bittersweet mix of joy and pain. They also noticed a problem: their manager seemed to have changed. Logically, with the rise of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Jianjie should have been happy, but now she always wore a cold expression. She now stayed in her office, rarely seen. Sometimes, she was found standing by the window, looking dejected. So handsome.
Is he here for a consultation too? Oh no, it's love at first sight. I really want to be close to him.
I'll offer 10,000. Can anyone help me get his contact information?
Sha, I'd offer 100,000. A figure suddenly appeared in the lobby, immediately attracting everyone's attention.
The people at Baikatang noticed him too, recognizing him as a friend of their manager, and someone immediately led him upstairs. At this moment, a girl had already gone upstairs to inform Chen Jianjia.
Asterisk knock 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 asterisk. A knock sounded on Chen Jianjia's office door. Come in.
She frowned, somewhat displeased.
Didn't I tell you not to bother me? I don't see anyone.
The girl said, slightly out of breath.
Young Master Su is here. Asterisk clatter asterisk. Chen Jianjia's pen fell onto the table, leaving a mark. She stood up abruptly. Where is he?
Realizing her outburst, she slowly sat down, calming herself. Since she treated the mother of the woman beside Su Liang, the two hadn't seen each other for 3 days.
At first, she was heartbroken, feeling betrayed.
But Su Liang hadn't come to see her, and she began to remember his kindness. He appeared when she was in despair, helped her revive traditional Chinese medicine, taught her various acupuncture techniques, and helped her fulfill her wishes. Slowly, she couldn't help but start to defend Su Liang. All of this was voluntary. Su Liang had never said he didn't have other women.
Besides, they weren't even in a romantic relationship. At this moment, the effects of Su Liang's previous scheme became apparent. Bang bang bang.
The door was knocked on again. Chen Jianjia snapped out of her daze, and before she could say come in, the door was pushed open.
Only that person could be so bold. Sure enough, Su Liang's familiar figure walked in.
The girl who had tipped him off winked, gave her boss a knowing look, and obediently left, closing the door behind her. Su Liang smiled, sizing up the woman he had been giving the silent treatment for days.
Chen Jianjia was reading an ancient medical book.
She sat there quietly, a ray of sunlight streaming through the window and falling on the pages. The scene was picturesque. However, the fact that the ancient book was upside down revealed that her mood wasn't as calm as it appeared.
What? You're not welcoming me.
The sudden voice beside her startled her. It was Su Liang, who had appeared beside her unnoticed, looking at her with amusement. She also noticed the book was upside down, blushed, and turned her face away.
Actually, after figuring things out, most of her anger subsided.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept the bodyguard Su Liang sent to protect her by her side. But she was still a little upset and didn't want to talk to Su Liang. However, the voice that followed completely panicked her.
What can you learn from reading books? Let me teach you acupuncture. Chapter 60 The Protagonist's Cheat Code?
Su Liang suppressed it with a flip of his hand.
That day, Su Liang stayed by Chen Jianjia's side the entire time. He taught her a new acupuncture technique.
He understood Chen Jianjia's feelings at that moment: anxiety, self-doubt, and a sense of insecurity. His presence gave her a sense of security.
That evening, Su Liang was still full of energy.
He leaned against the headboard, reviewing the messages that had arrived that day. He had already watched the video about the Crimson Rose, otherwise, Chen Jianjia wouldn't have been so weak. Because Yi Yuan had gone there again today, her villainous value was skyrocketing. It wasn't far from reaping all her luck. Lin Hao had been quite calm lately, not causing any trouble.
It's worth mentioning that Yi Yuan was preparing to take action against the Wolf Alliance's higher-ups. Looks like there'll be another good show tomorrow.
Su Liang was drawn to a message about another protagonist, Yi Xian. After learning he was the protagonist, he was under constant surveillance. This included his daily routine, where he went, what he did. Today, Yi Xian didn't go anywhere, he stayed home, sitting in front of the computer fiddling with something. Through hacking, they discovered this guy had been trading stocks. A shocking thing happened: almost all the stocks Yi Xian invested in rose. He invested 800,000 in the morning, and it's already doubled, reaching 1.6 million.
Su Liang pondered. Could this be the protagonist's cheat code?
Previously, he had some doubts. This protagonist was far inferior to the previous two. He might have received 50 million in compensation from land expropriation, but even an ordinary person could get that through luck.
How did he become the protagonist? There must be some kind of cheat code, right?
Now it seems his cheat code is most likely stock trading. Su Liang had no interest in this. With his power, a single word could shake the stock market, bankrupting countless people. Suddenly, a thought arose.
Su Liang smiled.
He'd figured out how to deal with this protagonist.
Wasn't he planning to defy fate through stock trading? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Not only will I let you trade stocks, I'll give you the assistance to make even more money. Stock trading is gambling. When he becomes addicted, that's when his despair begins. The Yi family.
Yi Xian sat in front of his computer, excitedly watching the stock market data. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, but he wasn't sleepy at all. Because he discovered that he truly was a stock trading genius. Almost every stock he invested in had lost money. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The stocks he'd invested in had risen again, and by a large margin. His total assets had almost doubled again, reaching 3 million.
Ha ha ha.
Yi Xian laughed heartily, only stopping when he was slightly out of breath. Su Liang, you just wait.
I'll make you pay for playing me. Xiao Meng, I'll be back to save you soon.
His eyes were full of confidence. Unbeknownst to him, a script targeting him was slowly unfolding.
The next day,
Lin Hao left his rented apartment and headed towards the Starry Night Bar. Kicked out by Chen Jianjia, he was penniless. This rented room was found for him by his second senior sister, Xia Qingqiu. The price he paid was that he was now helping out at a bar. Xia Qingqiu had also told him about the game Su Liang wanted to play.
Without Su Liang's involvement, wouldn't he be invincible?
Lin Hao couldn't wait for that day to arrive, eager to slap Su Liang in the face. He made a boastful promise. Don't worry, second senior sister, with me here, nothing will happen. Seeing his confident face, Xia Qingqiu felt slightly relieved. However, she still told him to behave himself and not cause any trouble. Walking down the street, thinking about how he was about to slap Su Liang in the face, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and he felt confident again. Just then, an old man walked towards him. He didn't pay attention, but just as they brushed past each other, the old man fell towards him. He instinctively reached out to help, but the old man simply collapsed to the ground. Whether to bystanders or on camera, it was clear that Lin Hao had deliberately pushed the old man down. Lin Hao was completely dumbfounded. He looked at his hands, a light touch and he'd fallen.
When had he become so strong?
Suddenly, the old man clung tightly to him, letting out a heart-wrenching scream.
Help! Murder!
Young man, you have no sportsmanship.
You're bullying an old man. My back is broken. I'm going to die. Lin Hao.
At this point, he immediately understood that he had been the victim of a staged accident. He tried to shake the old man off, but found the old man's grip was tighter than a shove. He frowned and said impatiently,
"Let go. I didn't push you. You're still denying it."
"You pushed me." The old man immediately became enraged, shouting and yelling.
Lin Hao, enraged, shouted, "I pushed you. Who can testify?" "I can testify. I saw it."
"You pushed me." Suddenly, a young man stepped forward, pointing his finger aggressively at Lin Hao's nose.
Following his example, several other people stepped forward to testify.
This was a city street, bustling with passers-by.
The commotion quickly attracted a crowd. Holy crap!
An old man was pushed.
Really? The world is going to the dogs. People's hearts are corrupt. Bullying an elderly person in broad daylight. Do they have any morals? Any conscience? I think it's a staged accident.
Have old people become bad, or have bad people just grown old? The crowd whispered amongst themselves. Except for a few who called the police, most remained indifferent. Life is already stressful enough, they weren't going to miss out on this juicy gossip to relieve their stress. Several young men launched into a tirade against Lin Hao, their insults growing increasingly heated.
Are you even human? How old is this old man? How could you do this? Hurry up, are you an idiot? Get him to the hospital. What? You want to fight? Come on, hit me here, or you're a coward.
His fist hardened.
Lin Hao's eyes gradually turned dangerous.
He saw a young man provocatively pointing at his face, daring him to hit him.
How could he tolerate this?
He'd never seen such a request in his life.
Then, he punched him.
Instantly, the young man's face was bruised and swollen. Seeing their brother beaten, the other young men were enraged and rushed forward to retaliate. Their fate after attacking Lin Hao was predictable, they lay on the ground groaning. Even the old man who tried to bite him was beaten to the ground. He was like a god of war. The onlookers were stunned by his strength.
Where the hell did this fierce man come from? Don't they know this is a society governed by law? You beat people so violently, aren't you afraid of the police?
Lin Hao thoroughly enjoyed their expressions and was about to leave when several police cars roared in. They're faking an accident, I acted in self-defense.
Whether it was self-defense or not, come with us for questioning first.
In the end, Lin Hao, the young men, and the old man were all taken away. Once in the police car, he couldn't help but think of that small, dark room, and that cruel policewoman, feeling a chill run down his spine.
Meanwhile, at the Wolf's Journey nightclub,
a subordinate was reporting the events to Yi Yuan, one of the 4 vice leaders of the alliance. After listening to the report, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in her eyes. Yes, it was all her doing. She had someone stage an accident involving Lin Hao, then provoke him into assaulting someone, and then get arrested together. The key wasn't the staged accident, but Lin Hao's assault, especially of an elderly person, to complicate matters. That way, even if he saw through the scheme, Lin Hao would be locked up for days. By the time he emerged, the game would be over. This was a plan she devised after Su Liang told her about Lin Hao's strength. The method was crude, but effective. Since you're strong, and we can't deal with you covertly, let's do it openly.
Chapter 61: The beginning of the Wolf Alliance's downfall. Let the storm rage on. Has that matter been arranged?
Yi Yuan's eyes turned to her subordinate, her gaze cold and authoritative.
It's all arranged.
Under the guise of a meeting, summon all the high-ranking members of each branch.
They're on their way and will all be there before 7 p.m.
The subordinate reported nervously, his eyes filled with fear.
This vice leader had been extremely cruel to them before.
The sheer madness they exuded terrified them, leaving them breathless.
Very well, you may leave. Have someone keep a close eye on their families. We'll act when I give the order. Yi Yuan waved her hand coldly.
If Su Liang hadn't insisted on minimizing the Wolf Alliance's losses, she wouldn't have gone through all this trouble, she could have simply killed them all. Keeping a close watch on their families was a form of control.
If they obeyed, all would be well.
At most, they'd be forced to fight to the death to ensure their master won the game. If you don't obey, don't blame her for being ruthless.
Su Group. President's office. Su Liang was sitting in his office chair, leisurely looking at his phone.
His female secretary, Shui Yuron, kept nodding and reporting her work, albeit hesitantly. He had just received news on his phone that Lin Hao had been arrested, and he had guessed Yi Yuan's secret arrangements. She did have some sense after all.
Starting tonight. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly.
He planned to visit Lu Rulin that night, so he couldn't go to the scene. Then he'd arrange a private live stream for him. Yi Xian was getting increasingly entangled. Since making a fortune in the stock market yesterday, he borrowed another 3 million from his father to invest. He's currently still dreaming of becoming the next stock market guru, surpassing Buffett. Su Liang smiled, indicating that he wanted the storm to rage on.
Star Moon Society.
Xia Qingqiu also received news of Lin Hao's arrest.
After understanding the situation, her heart sank.
It was clearly a setup targeting Lin Hao, preventing him from participating in the later stages of the game.
She initially thought Su Liang was behind it, but an investigation revealed it was the Wolf Alliance.
No, the Wolf Alliance didn't know of Lin Hao's existence. It must have been Su Liang who informed him.
Su Liang, representing the Wolf Alliance, wouldn't allow someone of Lin Hao's strength to exist.
Although she knew Su Liang was behind it all, she was still very disappointed in Lin Hao. She told him to be more discreet lately, and then this happened.
Xia Qingqiu still wanted to try and get Lin Hao released on bail. But the Wolf Alliance blocked her.
Her heart was heavy, she could only rely on herself now.
She had to win, otherwise, submitting to Su Liang would mean certain being put in a certain position. Evening. 7 o'clock. Su Liang arrived at Lu Ruolan's house. He was sitting on the sofa, looking at a tablet in front of him. The tablet clearly displayed the Wolf Alliance headquarters. Everyone had arrived on time for the gathering, assembled in a large hall. It could be said that all the high-ranking members of the Wolf Alliance were gathered here. Each of them was a well-known figure in the underworld. "Big brother, why did you call us back? Is something wrong?"
A hall master who had been summoned asked.
"Yeah, brother, who dares to mess with our Wolf Alliance? Are they looking for death?" "It should be that Star Moon Society, I think they're tired of living."
Someone spoke first, and it was like a floodgate had been opened. The group began to discuss.
"Brothers, listen to me." Alliance leader Zhang Xiaotian spoke, and the high-ranking members fell silent. This showed his influence as alliance leader. Zhang Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction and said,
"It's not the Star Moon Society.
Although they've risen rapidly, they're not even worth our Wolf Alliance's attention.
I called everyone here for 2 reasons. First, it's because we brothers haven't seen each other in a long time, so we wanted to get together.
As for the second..."
Everyone perked up their ears, knowing the important part was coming. Secondly, someone wants to subjugate the Wolf Alliance, bluntly saying they want us to be their dogs.
I'm asking you if you agree. What?
Upon hearing this, everyone present, except those who already knew the reason, paled drastically.
Who is it? They've got the guts to say such things. They're asking for death. Brother, just tell me who it is.
I'll take a few brothers and wipe them out right now. It seems we haven't made a move in a long time. Everyone has forgotten the power of the Wolf Alliance. The crowd was furious, the hall filled with noise and shouts. Yi Yuan looked at these people, her eyes cold, her killing intent almost uncontrollable.
When Master's game is over, you will all die.
Seeing everyone's refusal, Zhang Xiaotian was satisfied and gestured for them to stop. He is the eldest son of the Su family, Su Liang.
To prevent retaliation, everyone needs to be vigilant.
Everyone should keep a low profile recently, and some business can be temporarily put on hold. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members were stunned.
Many of them paled drastically.
They never expected the person the Wolf Alliance had offended was the eldest son of the Su family.
What kind of family is the Su family?
The head of one of Shanghai's 4 major families, with influence in the military, politics, and business circles. What could they possibly have to fight against?
Of course, some were fearless, speaking with unwavering confidence. The Su family? So what if they offend us? Our Wolf Alliance is never afraid of trouble. Even the Su family doesn't have the right to make us their dogs. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Zhang Xiaotian continued. Don't be so pessimistic. The Su family's influence is slowly shifting towards the capital. We have nothing to fear.
As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake.
The Wolf Alliance has been rooted in Shanghai for 20 years and has never been afraid of anyone.
His words immediately drew a chorus of agreement.
Big brother is right, let's fight them.
Our Wolf Alliance doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. The Su family is nothing special, why do they act so high and mighty?
Seeing his goal achieved, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
If offending Su Liang had incurred public wrath, even he, the leader of the Dark Force Alliance, wouldn't have been able to control it. Fortunately, these people still had guts, and none of his worries materialized. Immediately, he looked at Yi Yuan, one of the 4 vice leaders. She would be in charge of the banquet. What followed was time for eating, drinking, and boasting. Yi Yuan's lips curled into a smile as she began arranging for the food and drinks to be served. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaotian felt a chill run down his spine for some reason. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, believing he was overthinking it. The hall was incredibly lively, with everyone toasting each other and boasting to the skies. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, one person's face changed drastically, and his body involuntarily went limp. Someone poisoned me. As the first person fell, like dominoes, one after another, the high-ranking members collapsed. This included Alliance leader Zhang Xiaotian and 3 vice leaders. Wait, why only 3? Chapter 62. The show is in full swing. You dare call your master by his name? Why were only 3 of the 4 vice leaders poisoned? A question arose in everyone's minds. Soon, Yi Yuan stepped forward to answer their doubts. Everyone, how have you been? Without her heavy makeup, she appeared even more stunning, her smile captivating. However, at this moment, no one in the hall found that smile alluring. Instead, they felt a chilling coldness. Yi Yuan, what have you done to us? A vice leader roared angrily. Can't you see? I poisoned you. Yi Yuan's expression was somewhat sinister. Leader Zhang Xiaotian was also furious, wanting nothing more than to kill the woman before him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck his mind. He belatedly realized that this gathering of all the high-ranking members was Yi Yuan's idea. It was all premeditated. He immediately demanded angrily, "Why did you do this? Why?" Yi Yuan seemed to whisper, then her voice turned cold. Blame your ignorance. It's an honor for the Wolf Alliance to be their dogs, but you bunch of fools refused, making our master lose face. Our master lost face, so you must die. Her face was contorted with madness, sending chills down everyone's spines. What? Hearing her words, everyone was stunned, then burst into uncontrollable rage. Being dogs is an honor? Screw you. Wait. Zhang Xiaotian noticed the key point, his pupils contracting sharply. You're Su Liang's man. Slap asterisk. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and she appeared before him in a flash, delivering a resounding slap. Zhang Xiaotian, weakened by poison, didn't have time to react before being sent flying by the slap. The icy voice rang in everyone's ears. How dare you call my master's name? The crisp sound of the slap silenced the previously noisy hall, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Holy crap! What did they just see? Yi Yuan actually slapped Zhang Xiaotian flying. Zhang Xiaotian was a master of internal energy, a figure of absolute authority within the Wolf Alliance, commanding both their respect and fear. Now, he had been slapped so hard. It was as if their faith had been shattered. She's also a master of internal energy. Someone exclaimed. The crowd finally reacted. The speed Yi Yuan had unleashed just now was so fast they couldn't even see it. It was definitely at the level of internal energy cultivation. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Zhang Xiaotian was furious. His eyes seemed to spit fire. That slap hadn't held back. He spun 720 degrees in the air before landing, rolling another 4 or 5 meters before stopping. Now, his face was swollen high, his teeth almost all broken, making him look somewhat gruesome. The physical pain was secondary, the strange gazes around him fueled his rage. Yi Yuan ignored him, pulled up a chair, sat down, and looked down at him. Originally, according to my orders, any of you who dared to disobey your master would all die. The master, seeing you're still somewhat useful, gave you a chance to live. Hearing her words, the crowd immediately protested, shouting and yelling. To become high-ranking members of the Wolf Alliance, they were all more ruthless than most, true werewolves. How could they tolerate this? Kill me or torture me, do whatever you want, if I even flinch, I'm not a deng. Back then, I was alone, with just a knife, hacking my way from south to north, then from north to south, without even blinking. Brotherly, weren't your eyes dry back then? Is that even the point? Seeing their unwavering defiance, Yi Yuan had anticipated this, her smile growing even more sinister. By the way, while you were eating, I was worried something might happen to your families, so I sent someone to take care of them.
You can call and ask if you don't believe me. Everyone was shocked.
Their gazes towards Yi Yuan were filled with horror.
In the underworld, the biggest taboo is involving one's family.
Whether it's a shootout, gang infighting, or a personal grudge, strength is the deciding factor. No one would target the other's family.
Now, it seems Yi Yuan is implying that their families have been taken hostage. If they don't comply, their families will suffer. The crowd immediately panicked, frantically calling their families. Without exception, they all learned they were being monitored. Yi Yuan, what do you mean? Not including family? Are you going to break the rules of the underworld? One man roared angrily. Shut up.
Yi Yuan frowned, a pistol appearing in her hand.
Bang bang bang, 3 shots were fired, without hesitation.
The man, hit by 3 bullets, fell straight to the ground, his face still contorted with rage as he died. At the same time, Yi Yuan made a call to the other end.
One word: kill. Now I'm in charge of the Wolf Alliance. Who agrees? Who disagrees?
Perhaps because she had just killed someone, she exuded a chilling aura, extremely intimidating.
Even they, as werewolves, couldn't help but tremble with fear. Who the hell wouldn't be afraid?
Resisting meant not only their own death, but also the death of their families. It seemed that only one path remained for them.
Submission. I agree.
Suddenly, a voice rang out. Then, one after another, people spoke up.
I agree too.
Alliance leader Yi is a master of internal energy, she is rightfully the leader. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaotian, not far away, shivered coldly, glaring fiercely at the crowd. He thought to himself that once he recovered, he would definitely kill all these traitors. You're all quite good, but I don't trust you.
Yi Yuan smiled, taking out a dagger.
With a light flick, the dagger stuck straight into the table. Then she pointed at Zhang Xiaotian. Now, everyone stab him once, and you'll all live.
Everyone. Zhang Xiaotian. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's request, the Wolf Alliance's high-ranking members' expressions changed drastically.
In the underworld, loyalty is paramount.
Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Zhang Xiaotian was their elder brother.
Betraying their elder brother was despised, let alone stabbing him in the back. If they did it, they had to keep it a secret, or they would suffer a terrible fate. This way, they would be constantly controlled, never able to turn the tables.
This was exactly the result Yi Yuan wanted.
Not far away, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He was plotting his revenge when he heard her words and froze. With so many people in the hall, if each of them stabbed him, he would surely die. For a moment, his gaze towards Yi Yuan was filled with fear and pleading. I'll give you 30 seconds to consider. If you don't act after 30 seconds, then die with him. She smiled bloodthirstily and began the countdown. Not long after she finished speaking, some people had already made their choices. A man struggled to his feet and slowly walked towards Zhang Xiaotian, pulling out a dagger as he passed the table. Upon reaching him, a flash of shame crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. He raised his hand and plunged the dagger into Zhang Xiaotian's body. Poisoned and slapped away by Yi Yuan, he had no strength left. He could only watch helplessly. One person led the way, and others stepped forward. They came to him, pulled out their daggers, and stabbed him again. One after another, until everyone in the hall had been stabbed. And at this moment, the once renowned leader of the Wolf Alliance died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Chapter 63. The fish has taken the bait, time to haul in the net. A game of life and death. On the other side, Su Liang put down his tablet. This good show didn't disappoint him. What surprised him most was Yi Yuan. Capable, resourceful, and most importantly, intelligent. He was fairly satisfied with his first slave. Click. The sound of a door opening came from the bedroom. Lu Roland emerged. She had just returned from the company and was surprised and delighted to see Su Liang, whom she had been thinking about day and night. Su Liang said he would take her for a walk, so she quickly changed into casual clothes. Hand in hand, they walked together on the summer night street, listening to the chirping of insects and silkworms.
Lu Ruolan's face was full of happiness.
She touched her slightly protruding belly and couldn't help but feel grateful for the child inside her. If it weren't for her sudden pregnancy, Su Liang wouldn't have changed his attitude towards her, much less treated her with such care.
The next day,
Su Liang returned to the Su family compound.
The blood rose's luck has been almost fully harvested. If Yi Yuan is brought in today, the harvest will be complete.
It must be said, she's truly skilled at training people. Just as he got out of the car, a message arrived, and Su Liang raised an eyebrow. It showed that Yi Xian had secretly transferred 10 million from his father's card and invested it all in the stock market.
Why secretly?
Yi Xian had spoken to his father about making a surefire profit, but was refused. Watching the funds in his account multiply several times over every day, his heart ached. If only he had more initial capital. He thought of the humiliation Su Liang had inflicted on him. His goddess was still being deceived and manipulated. Finally, he hardened his heart, and a wicked thought crossed his mind. He transferred the money himself. He knew his father's account password. It wasn't difficult for him. At worst, he'd surprise his father when he made his own money. After investing all his money in the stock market, Yi Xian began to look forward to it. His golden touch was undoubtedly stock trading. According to his subordinates' reports, even without their behind-the-scenes manipulation, Yi Xian could maintain daily profits.
Although not to this extent.
The fish has taken the bait, it's time to start pulling in the net.
Su Liang immediately gave the order. A large group of traders sprang into action.
They were usually responsible for targeting large corporations, even national treasuries, reaping billions of dollars at a time. They were all somewhat suspicious that Su Liang had them target a stock investor with tens of millions in assets. Despite their suspicions, they didn't say much and faithfully carried out the order.
The Yi family.
Yi Xian was watching the stock market as usual. Initially, as he expected, the stocks he had bought were slowly rising.
But not long after, those stocks plummeted, quickly hitting their daily limit down.
Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. For a moment, he felt somewhat lost. Just as he hesitated whether to withdraw, several stocks suddenly started to rise again. The rise was rapid, and they were about to return to their original positions. Yi Xian's heart calmed down, his hands stopped trembling, and a smile even appeared on his face.
He knew it. How could the stocks he chose possibly fall?
Even if it falls, it will rebound later, and might even surge. He had encountered this situation several times before.
However, his smile froze instantly. The stock price plummeted again, even reaching a new low.
Yi Xian refused to believe it and had no intention of withdrawing. He only hoped the stock would rise again. As he waited, the stock continued to fall. Just when he was about to pull out again, the stock miraculously recovered. If a seasoned stock investor had witnessed this, they would have immediately noticed manipulation behind the scenes. Yi Xian had fallen into a trap step by step. Indeed, Yi Xian was now like a gambler who had lost everything, desperately hoping to recoup his losses. Every time he was in despair, the stock price would improve slightly, giving him a glimmer of hope. His rhythm was completely controlled, oscillating between hope and despair.
Su Liang's team of traders were all top experts, adept at manipulating people's hearts. After giving the orders, Su Liang left it to his subordinates.
They would naturally handle it well.
What? They couldn't do it well? What use were they then?
He had someone bring out the tea set and began to brew tea. His tea-making skills were divine. A reward he obtained from a female protagonist was one of his side hustles. He skillfully placed the tea leaves and warmed the cups, his movements fluid and seamless. His every gesture seemed to blend seamlessly with nature, his refined and approachable demeanor pleasing to the eye. Yi Yuan arrived unnoticed and, seeing him had brewed a pot of tea, quickly poured some for him.
Go check on that blood-red rose.
Su Liang picked up his teacup and gently swirled it, his gaze calmly observing the scene of 100 flowers blooming before him.
Yes, master. Yi Yuan accepted the order and went to the basement. She could guess Su Liang's intention, to completely break that woman's mentality.
She wouldn't let her master down.
Afternoon. Su Liang arrived at the basement.
Ding, Crimson Rose's mentality has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. Ding, Crimson Rose's mentality has exploded, villain value plus 1000.
Yi Yuan's methods of training people were truly effective, this assassin heroine's luck was almost gone. But that was all.
Now, no matter what method she used, her luck couldn't be reduced. Su Liang seemed thoughtful. It seemed that making the protagonist's halo disappear wasn't so easy, a greater stimulus was needed. It was time to play that life or death game with her. Ever since he learned Crimson Rose's identity, he had been laying the groundwork to subdue her, and now everything was ready. Pick some clothes for her to wear and bring her out.
After instructing Yi Yuan, Su Liang left the basement.
Arriving at the private golf course, he stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an invisible aura. Asterisk whoosh asterisk.
A masked figure, shrouded in a black robe, appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. The black robe was embroidered with a spiderweb-like pattern, the symbol of Skynet, symbolizing the vastness of the world, all contained within its net. The black-robed figure looked at him with eyes full of reverence and fervor. "My lord."
From the address, it was clear he was an assassin from Skynet. Su Liang's gaze was deep as he spoke calmly.
"Bring them up. The game can begin."
Chapter 64. Su Liang kills with his heart.
The female lead's mentality explodes. Shortly after, several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners were brought up. From their clothing and demeanor, it was easy to tell they were wealthy, rich second-generation heirs who didn't lack money.
At this moment, their faces were filled with arrogance and defiance. They still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation.
"My dad's an oil tycoon.
I advise you to let me go, or you'll all be dead when my dad comes looking for me.
My dad's a Black House senator. You dare arrest me? Aren't you afraid of provoking an international conflict? My dad is."
They introduced themselves, their backgrounds incredibly impressive.
However, neither the Skynet assassins nor Su Liang paid them any attention.
Why bother with a bunch of dead men shouting? When Blood Rose was led to the golf course by Nightlight, she saw the group shouting and looked somewhat familiar.
She quickly remembered. A year ago, these people were being toyed with and chased by an assassin.
She happened to be passing by and dealt with the assassin, saving them.
How did they end up here?
Considering Su Liang was the master of Skynet, it wasn't surprising he'd found them.
What did Su Liang mean by summoning them?
She suddenly had a bad feeling. Su Liang sat in a chair, propping his head up with one hand, watching the group with interest. Yi Yuan, understanding the situation, came behind him and began massaging them.
"Let's play a game first. The game is called Self-Introduction.
Simply put, introduce yourselves.
Remember to be detailed. If it doesn't match the information I found." Su Liang raised an eyebrow.
The expressionless Skynet assassin beside him raised his pistol and pointed it at them.
Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, the group finally realized something was wrong.
This group of people was different from the robbers they had encountered before.
After capturing them, they didn't seem to intend to demand ransom.
The young men finally started to panic. Just as they were about to say something, Su Liang spoke.
"Now, the game begins. You go first."
He pointed at a blonde, buzzcut youth. Faced with a gun pointed at him, the blonde youth was a little flustered, but still mustered his courage and said,
"My dad's an oil tycoon.
Just tell me how much money you want, and I'll have him transfer it to you right away."
"Waste time. Next."
Before he could finish speaking, Su Liang said impatiently.
Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, a gunshot rang out. A cloud of blood exploded. Beside them, the blonde youth whose father was an oil tycoon had his head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering. Because the distance wasn't far, it splattered onto the remaining people. Everyone was stunned.
They hadn't expected this group to actually fire a gun. Faced with this bloody scene, some couldn't bear it and vomited on the spot. They all panicked, not afraid that the attackers were robbers. They had plenty of money. What they feared was that these people wanted nothing, as if they were truly treating it as a game, taking pleasure in killing them. Crimson Rose couldn't bear it. She wanted to stop them, but knew very well that there was nothing she could do. She could only turn her face away, refusing to look any longer.
As Su Liang's finger landed on another man.
The man, terrified, didn't dare to be careless and quickly began to introduce himself. "I am Mike, 25 years old, my father is a congressman." He hadn't forgotten Su Liang's request for a detailed introduction, so he began to try and recall his childhood. "At 5, I was playing with the neighbor's kid and pushed him down the stairs.
At 18, I threw sulfuric acid on the nanny. At 13, I raped the new nanny. At 18, I drugged and raped a female classmate.
At 23, I became obsessed with young girls."
As he continued his narration, Blood Rose, not far away, was stunned, her face filled with disbelief.
She had witnessed several people being tortured and killed by assassins and had intervened to save them. She never expected that one of them would be so depraved. Calling him a demon wouldn't be an exaggeration.
Su Liang's expression remained calm, leisurely enjoying Yi Yuan's massage. "Your memory is excellent, but you're wrong about one thing.
You didn't rape 12, but 13 young girls." The man's face paled with terror. Just as he was about to speak, a bullet whizzed by.
Bang!
As expected, his head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining men trembled, their faces deathly pale. The two who had just been killed were among the most powerful members of this group of young masters. Yet they were mercilessly shot dead. One by one, their mental state crumbled. With a flick of Su Liang's finger, the man trembled violently. Finally, they obediently began to introduce themselves.
After the introductions, Blood Rose was stunned, her mind blank.
It turned out that it wasn't just Mike who was depraved, the entire group was. This group of young masters had even formed a club, and countless young girls had been victimized by them. And she had saved them, making her an accomplice. This contradicted her long-held sense of justice, deeply impacting her spirit. Just then, a playful voice rang in her ears.
"By the way, I have some news here. I wonder if you'd like to hear it."
Without waiting for her reply, Su Liang continued. "The assassins who were hunting them down were hired by a family they had wronged, who had spent all their savings to torture and kill them.
You're such a good person for saving them."
He emphasized the word good person. Su Liang clicked his tongue and continued. "After you saved them, they killed the entire family and held several parties." Seeing Rose trembling, her face contorted in pain, Su Liang smiled slightly. Yes, he wanted to destroy her spirit. He didn't know much about female protagonists in online novels, but judging from Rose's actions, she seemed somewhat obsessive.
Obsessive about justice. They couldn't be said to be wrong.
They are the protagonists, and they are righteous, that's beyond question.
But they seem a bit inflexible and stubborn. Do what they believe is right. It's somewhat like helping someone in need. For example, seeing these people being chased, she didn't hesitate to save them.
Unbeknownst to her, she had saved a group of villains. Knowing that she wasn't doing a good deed, but rather aiding and abetting evil, will likely severely damage her beliefs. Ding! Crimson Rose's mentality exploded, villain value plus 1000.
Chapter 65 Submission.
The Crimson Rose, willing to dedicate everything to its master.
The game continues. Su Liang waved his hand with a faint smile. The remaining people were taken away, and 7 or 8 more were brought up. This group included both men and women. Unlike the arrogant young masters who had been brought up earlier, they looked terrified and trembling.
They seemed to know who had captured them. Indeed, they were also involved in the underworld and naturally knew something about the mysterious Skynet. Skynet was shrouded in mystery, no one knew what the assassins within looked like. Only legends about them existed.
They wore masks, their entire bodies shrouded in black robes embroidered with spiderweb-like patterns. Looking at the attire of this group, the 8 men were filled with horror. This group was very likely Skynet assassins. Knowing that they had been captured by Skynet, the most mysterious and terrifying organization in the underworld, they were all terrified and ran away in fear. Surrounded by Skynet assassins, everyone dared not breathe, trembling with fear. They also saw Su Liang under the shade of a tree not far away. When they saw these ruthless Skynet assassins so respectful to the young man, a guess surfaced in their minds. The Lord of Skynet. A chill ran down their spines. If every assassin in Skynet was this strong, the Lord of Skynet who controlled them must be unimaginable. Gradually calming down, Crimson Rose also saw them. She recognized these 8 people, she had saved their lives. Her heart pounded with unease. Then, Su Liang explained the rules of the game. The group dared not be negligent or conceal anything, honestly telling them everything. It turned out that all 8 were internationally wanted criminals, even somewhat notorious in the underworld. They came from a terrorist organization, committing arson, murder, robbery, and all sorts of atrocities. As the others recounted their stories, Rose's mental state collapsed once more. Ding, Crimson Rose's mental state has collapsed, villain value plus 1000. After they finished speaking, Su Liang ordered them to be taken away and replaced by the next group. This time, an elderly couple was brought up. The old man looked kind and approachable, and the woman had a benevolent face. No one would have imagined that this elderly couple were actually human traffickers, having abducted hundreds of children. This time, Rose's mental state completely crumbled. Because she herself had been trafficked, she especially hated human traffickers. She never imagined that she had saved the people she hated most, allowing them to continue committing evil deeds. Next, batch after batch of people were brought up, all of them heinous criminals whom she had saved. Finally, a young beggar was brought up, who turned out to be the murderer who had dismembered the body. Rose's expression was numb, dazed and confused. Her belief in justice was beginning to crumble. Seeing that the situation was about right, Su Liang snapped his fingers. Then, groups of people who had been led away were brought back up and gathered together. They were preparing to begin the next part of the program. Looking at the dozens of people below, Su Liang wore a mocking expression. Now, I'll give you a chance. He pointed at Rose, whoever kills her will live. As he finished speaking, a long knife and a pistol were thrown into the crowd. Whether by coincidence or not, the pistol landed right at the beggar youth's feet, which he quickly picked up. He was from America. Freedom was a daily struggle, shooting every day. He was no stranger to guns. Remembering Su Liang's words, he immediately and without hesitation fired at Rose. Bang! 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 3 shots in quick succession, all missing. Clearly, his aim was poor. Rose, regaining her senses, saw a group of people staring at her with bloodshot eyes, as if looking at prey. She couldn't accept it. Although she was forced by Su Liang, she had saved them, and their unhesitating shooting still chilled her to the bone. Another gunshot rang out, and Rose instinctively dodged. It wasn't just shooting, someone charged at her with a long knife. At first, she merely dodged, but gradually her eyes changed. The inhuman torture she'd endured these past few days, learning she was an accomplice to the villains, the betrayal of the crowd wanting to kill her, all sorts of negative emotions erupted. She stopped dodging. Since these people wanted to kill her, she would kill them too. A top assassin is a top assassin. Even after days of torture, she still possessed the fighting power of hidden strength. These people were no match for her. Rose went berserk. A few minutes later, she had killed everyone and stood amidst the corpses. At this moment, she was bathed in blood, like a killing god emerging from hell. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out. Su Liang clapped his hands and stood up. The blood-red Rose at this moment did indeed resemble the bodyguard he had in mind. Rose's face was cold, her gaze fixed on Su Liang, her killing intent boiling. Su Liang's smile remained unchanged, a playful glint in his eyes. I forgot to tell you, some of these people said what I instructed them to say. not all of them are truly heinous criminals.
Take that young beggar, for example. He was a rich kid pretending to be a beggar to experience life. He was indeed being beaten by thugs.
You didn't save the wrong person.
Boom. Rosa's head felt like it exploded. What did she just hear? Some of the people she killed weren't criminals?
Doesn't that mean she killed good people?
The dragon slayer became the dragon herself. The justice she had always upheld crumbled in that instant. Ding! Crimson Rosa's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 1000.
Ding! Crimson Rosa's faith collapsed, villain value plus 1001. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Villain value plus 1001?
That's off the charts. In his vision, the aura above Rosa's head completely dissipated.
Just as her mind was collapsing, Su Liang activated his mind control ability.
Asterisk whoosh asterisk. It was as if nothing had happened, yet everything was different. The Crimson Rose slowly raised her head, the pain, inner turmoil, and regret on her face vanishing. In its place was fervor and devotion. Asterisk tap 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 asterisk. She walked forward step by step. Yi Yuan frowned, taking a step forward to block Su Liang's path. The Crimson Rose in this state exuded a strong sense of threat and oppression. Su Liang, however, stopped her, smiling as he watched the approaching red figure. Upon reaching her, she knelt on one knee, bowing her head. Crimson Rose, I am willing to offer everything to my master. Su Liang sized up this submissive heroine who could no longer be called a protagonist and after a moment's contemplation, said, From now on, you'll be called Red Robe, and for now, you'll be my personal bodyguard. Chapter 66, Personal Bodyguard Arrives. Abundant lottery rewards. She chose the clothes herself, opting for a red dress, suggesting a particular fondness for the color.
Su Liang hadn't exactly given her a random name.
Yes, master. Rise. Blood Rose, now more accurately, red dress, obediently rose and stood respectfully beside him. A bodyguard's posture. She was drawn by the system in a lottery. In fact, she was already in this world, only finding him under the system's influence. Although letting him subdue her was a bit of a ripoff. But she definitely had that bodyguard vibe. Yi Yuan, standing beside her, was filled with envy. A bodyguard, to be constantly by Su Liang's side, what an honor. Envy aside, she longed even more to be valued by Su Liang. Before, she only wanted to follow a powerful figure like Su Liang. After these days of controlling the Wolf Alliance, she was enjoying the thrill of controlling the lives of others. Everything she has now is given to her by Su Liang, and he could take it back at any moment of displeasure. She has to be even more obsequious. It's worth mentioning. Su Liang didn't turn them into emotionless puppets, that would take away a lot of the fun. They still have their own thoughts. Yi Yuan's twisted nature remains unchanged. Crimson Rose's personality has changed. After a series of blows, she has begun to withdraw into herself. Her once single-minded sense of justice is gone. Now, no matter who it is, Su Liang will not hesitate to act on her orders. With his bodyguard online, Su Liang is in a good mood. Immersed in the system, his villain value has unknowingly reached over 40,000. Most of that was contributed by Red Robe. Let's see how my luck is today. System, draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won a reward, marrow cleansing pill 1 bottle. Marrow cleansing pill, 10 pills per bottle. Cleanses the marrow and meridians, removes impurities from the entire body, and improves physical aptitude. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. This reward is not bad. As everyone knows, the best time to practice martial arts is in childhood. After growing up, physical aptitude is shaped, making martial arts practice extremely difficult. With the marrow cleansing pill, there's no need to worry, it comprehensively improves one's physique. He himself underwent the system's marrow cleansing and meridian strengthening, resulting in aptitude far exceeding ordinary people, allowing him to break through realms without any obstacles. Even though his Skynet assassins have high potential, they are still trapped at the transformation realm due to the effects of gene-enhancing drugs. If they took the marrow cleansing pill,
would they break through to the transformation realm? Su Liang secretly regretted that there was only one bottle. As for giving the marrow cleansing pill to Yi Yuan and Hani, he didn't plan to for the time being, he'd have to see how they behaved later. Continue with the lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won a reward, Youth Preservation Pill 1 bottle. Youth Preservation Pill, 10 pills per bottle, Eternal Youth. No further explanation needed. The 4 words, Eternal Youth, are enough to illustrate the pill's preciousness. If auctioned off, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price, driving countless women crazy. Of course, Su Liang wouldn't do something so brainless. Auctioning off a priceless treasure is something only a fool would do. With this deadly weapon, he was already thinking about which heroine to seduce. Looks like he's having good luck today, both items are priceless. Continue drawing. Ding, congratulations, host, you have drawn a reward, Desert Eagle Pistol Modified. Golden Desert Eagle, unlimited ammo, unlimited magazine, power comparable to armor-piercing rounds, for the host's use only. Whoosh! The next moment, a Desert Eagle pistol appeared in his hand. The sunlight reflected off its golden underside. The pistol was clearly modified, looking imposing and incredibly cool. Unfortunately, it was useless to him. Even with the modification, it could only kill those at the Dark Force level and threaten those at the early Transformation Force level. Most of these beings could be handled by the red-clad figure. Those he couldn't handle, he could deal with one hand. Su Liang wasn't bothered. There were many protagonists in this world, dealing with some ordinary ones wouldn't be a problem. Continue. Ding, congratulations, host, you've drawn a reward, a special talent recruitment. Talent recruitment, summon a special talent, 100% loyal to the host. Su Liang's eyes lit up. This wasn't the Crimson Rose that appeared under the system's influence, requiring him to subdue her, this was a genuine assassin. After several months, assassins had finally appeared again, and a special talent at that. Previously, subduing the female lead had directly triggered a recruitment notice for 100,000 assassins. This truly gave him the confidence to establish himself in this world. Considering the resettlement of 100,000 loyal subordinates, Su Liang decided to build a force. Gene serums, 100,000 assassins. This was how Skynet rapidly rose to prominence within 6 months. Without hesitation, Su Liang immediately used the special talent recruitment. After checking the summoner's information, his expression was quite interesting. It was actually a biology professor. The system automatically assigned him the identity of the youngest academician in Kyushu. His main research area is biology. What no one knows is that he has been secretly researching human genes, venturing into forbidden territory. He has achieved significant results in human genetics, but due to restrictions, he cannot conduct experiments. This is not difficult for Su Liang, he can simply send him to the Black Continent Research Institute. Presumably the institute will achieve even greater results because of his arrival. Not only can he research gene-based drugs, but he can also study the marrow cleansing pill and youth preservation pill awarded this time. What if a surprise appears? The Yi family. In the bedroom. Yi Xian stared at the computer screen, his eyes red. Just now, he saw several stocks he had bought plummet. Upon checking, he discovered that those companies had declared bankruptcy, and his account balance was 0. That means he not only lost his original millions, but also the 10 million he had secretly transferred from his father's account. If his father knew how wasteful he was, he'd be furious. Yi Xian was now blinded by greed. He couldn't believe it was real. It was definitely just bad luck. The probability of several companies going bankrupt at the same time was no less than winning the lottery. No, I have to get everything back. Like a gambler blinded by greed, he set his sights on the remaining money in his account. Chapter 67, he's a main character, at least he shouldn't die so soon. 3 days passed. Su Liang comforted the other women, each one madly in love with him. What could he do when he was so powerful? To the old street. After getting into the car, Su Liang stated their destination.
Tonight, his game with Xia Qingxia was about to begin, and he certainly wouldn't miss this spectacle.
The woman in red obediently drove. Since she became his bodyguard, everyone else had been withdrawn. Having her by his side was enough. If needed, he could recall them at any time. Ding Yixian's mentality collapsed, villain value plus 555. Ding Yixian's mind was unstable, villain value plus 666. Ding! Su Liang's eyes flashed, and he took out his phone to read his subordinates' reports on Yixian.
Tisk, he's supposed to be a protagonist, don't let him get played to death so quickly.
On the other side. The Yi family.
Yixian sat in front of the computer, his eyes bloodshot and surrounded by large dark circles. His hair was messy and greasy, his face incredibly haggard. He hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, constantly watching the stock market. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, staring in disbelief at his zero account balance.
In these 3 days,
he had transferred tens of millions from his father's account and invested it in the stock market.
Now, he had lost everything. He felt like a complete idiot. Tens of millions. He'd squandered it all in just a few days.
Yixian suddenly felt a chill, his body trembling slightly.
He thought of something.
If his father knew he'd squandered the tens of millions from the demolition compensation, he wondered how furious he would be. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a loud knocking on his bedroom door. His father's anxious voice came from outside.
Xiao Xian, open the door. The money in my card is gone. Did you transfer it? Yixian jolted awake.
Looking at the door still being pounded on, as if it were some terrifying monster, he didn't dare open it. Outside the door, his father knocked for a long time without any response. Thinking something had happened, he prepared to break down the door.
Just then, the door opened from the inside.
He saw Yixian's haggard face and was immediately startled, asking hurriedly, "Xiao Xian, what happened?"
"Dad!"
Yixian called out, his voice slightly hoarse.
"What happened? Don't scare me." Seeing him hesitate, Ye's father panicked even more.
After struggling for a long time, Yixian realized he couldn't hide it anymore and decided to tell the truth.
"What did you say?" Ye's father staggered, staring at Yixian in disbelief. He wondered if he'd misheard, and asked again, unsure.
"You said you took all your money and invested it in stocks."
"And lost it all."
Yixian nodded guiltily.
Asterisk.
Ye's father spat out a mouthful of blood, overwhelmed with anger. You. He pointed at Yixian, wanting to speak, but couldn't utter a word. A surge of anger welled up inside him, rushing to his head.
Then, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he collapsed.
No one knew what he had endured these past few days. Ever since his attempt to test his relatives and friends on Yixian's advice was exposed, many people looked at him differently. There was disgust, mockery, sneers, disdain. Even walking down the street, if a stranger looked at him, he felt mocked. Recently, he had been under immense pressure, and a sense of unease had settled over him. Fortunately, he had indeed struck it rich. The tens of millions in his account gave him peace of mind.
Money in hand, peace of mind, that's the saying. However, his beloved son suddenly told him, "I've squandered all your money."
Now, they had truly become a laughingstock.
Dad, what's wrong?"
Seeing his father vomit blood and collapse, Yixian panicked. 2 hours later, Yixian came out of the ward. The doctor's diagnosis was that he had suffered a heart attack from anger. The problem wasn't serious, but he needed to stay in the hospital for a while. Yixian felt incredibly guilty. It was all because of him. If it weren't for his terrible idea of testing people's hearts, not a single relative would have come to visit. These were all relatives who had previously lent his family money. He dared not approach those who hadn't lent him money. If he hadn't lost money investing in stocks, his father wouldn't have been so angry. The more he thought about it, the more guilty and remorseful he felt. Ring.
The phone rang.
Yixian picked it up and frowned. but caller ID showed his third uncle. He knew his third uncle's character very well.
Despite being wealthy, they wouldn't lend a single penny. Annoyed as he was, he answered the call anyway. Xiao Xian, I heard your dad's in the hospital? Is everything alright? Let me know if you need any help.
A slightly ingratiating voice came from the other end.
No.
Yi Xian impatiently prepared to hang up. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said with a quick glance,
It's nothing serious, just that we're a little short on cash lately.
Upon hearing this, his third uncle raised an eyebrow, inwardly sneering.
Everyone knows your family just received 50 million in compensation for your land expropriation, and you're already short on cash after only a few days? Is this another test?
He thought the last time was a test and they wouldn't lend him money, and the two families would lose contact.
Unexpectedly, they'd done it again.
He thought to himself that he would definitely seize this opportunity.
He immediately smiled. Need money? Come to me if you need money.
Uncle's family is also struggling, but since we're relatives in trouble, I have to offer some help.
How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you right away.
Yi Xian was surprised. He had only been testing the waters, but he hadn't expected them to actually lend him money. His heart immediately started racing, and he tentatively said, The more the better, preferably 1 million.
Uncle frowned.
1 million was no small sum for him. After lending it out, his family would be living a very frugal life.
But then he thought, Yi Xian's family received 50 million yuan in compensation from their demolished property, would they really be after his small amount?
He heard from a relative who had previously lent money to Yi Xian's family that all the loans had been repaid. So, he gritted his teeth, decided to transfer 1 million yuan to Yi Xian. Seeing the 1 million yuan arrive in his account, Yi Xian was immediately excited. It wasn't the 1 million yuan itself that excited him, he had seen tens of millions before. It was because he saw hope for a resurgence.
He had borrowed 1 million yuan from his third uncle, what about from other relatives and friends? If he could borrow 10 million yuan and invest it in the stock market, wouldn't he easily recoup all his losses?
As for the possibility of loss, he had already considered the reasons. He had acted impulsively before. This time, he would be extremely cautious. Chapter 68: The Protagonist's Mysterious Confidence. The show begins. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian started borrowing money from relatives and friends again.
What? Brother Xian, you need money?
Aha, I happen to have some spare cash right now, lending it to you is no problem, we're practically family. Xiao Xian, this is a small token of your aunt's appreciation, I hope you don't think it's too little. If you need help, you can ask your aunt and uncle, we're relatives, of course we should be even closer.
Borrow money? You tested me once, and now you're testing me a second time, huh?
So what if you got lucky with the demolition compensation? What's there to brag about? An hour passed, and Yi Xian had called and messaged all his relatives and friends. Unlike before when he only borrowed tens of thousands of yuan, this time he borrowed over 9 million yuan in total.
He lent to almost everyone he couldn't borrow from last time.
But those who had lent him money last time, very few lent him this time. Yi Xian felt bitter.
He wasn't stupid, how could he not understand the difference?
Only those who lent them money the first time were truly close, relationships would likely fade over time. Don't be fooled by the large sum he borrowed this time, everyone had their own ulterior motives. But he didn't care. He could use this money to recoup his losses. Seeing he was still short a few 100,000 to 10 million, Yi Xian checked his friend list to see if he could borrow any more. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a name.
Goddess. After thinking for a moment, he typed a message and sent it. Xiao Meng, can you lend me some more money?
I'll pay you back quickly. But as soon as he sent it, a red exclamation mark appeared. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, he'd been blocked by Li Xiaomeng. He scrolled through his friend list again, but ultimately couldn't raise a few 100,000.
He couldn't help but think of his home and his family's small factory.
If he mortgaged it, he could definitely get 1 million or 2. Yi Xian was tempted. His main concern now is raising money. The more capital he has, the more he can earn, and the faster he can recoup his losses.
He's quite confident in his stock trading skills.
Things before were all accidents, he hadn't thought things through carefully.
From now on, he'll be extremely cautious. He's sure he can earn all his money back.
That's how people are, they hold on to wishful thinking until they see the final outcome.
Just like that author. Even though he's failed miserably, he's still comforting himself, telling himself he must persevere. Crying. Night falls. The night view of Shanghai is dazzling and vibrant.
Red, yellow, and green lights illuminate the entire night sky. Unlike the bustling traffic of the city center, there's an area in Shanghai where you can hardly see anyone at night.
They go to sleep promptly every night. This is the Old Street, a notorious slum. The reason